that are comparably better than traditional banking. Their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos.
Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos.
2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021.
In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
So I'm Doug Leonard. I'm CEO at HiFi.finance, and really happy to be back here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We provide development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mouseball University program. Our main objectives are pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward. Our goals are to increase adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all for tuning in to our 8th conference here. Super excited to get this going. I have a regular of the show, a guest, a friend of the show, a repeat offender, Doug Leonard from Hi-Fi. How you doing today, Doug?
Doing pretty good. Everything, we've got Bitcoin pulling back up, so spirits are high. It's pulling the whole alt market with it. So
awesome. And then, you've been on before, so I'm trying to switch it up, throw a little flavor kind of in the mix. I have Nathan Leung. He is the founder of Cryptonauts. Thanks for joining, Nathan. How you doing today?
Hey, man. Yeah, thanks for having me. Pretty good. Pretty excited. Life is good, man.
Awesome. So he'll be my guest host today. We'll interview here Doug, and we'll have a good time. And you can catch both these guys on YouTube. A lot of videos. You can search Hi-Fi. You can search Doug Leonard. You can search Nathan Leung with Cryptonauts. Beautiful content, great content, which is why I brought him on. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. Doug, you've been on and you've talked about DeFi. You've talked about your project. You've gone, the rebrand. We've had you during the DeFi boom, Tales from the Crypto, you name it, history of coins. You've been able to share a lot of your perspectives. And now here we are ready to kind of kick off this NFT themed event. So I know your team had put out a couple pieces. Would love to just kind of kick it off right off the bat. Like, what's your thought on NFTs right now, especially with this boom? How do you view it?
Well, honestly, the boom is a little concerning because it creates quite a bit of hype. It creates unsustainability, and we know a lot of people are going to get wrecked. I've got quite the collection of NFTs that are mostly worthless, and I've been adding to that collection because I really like the space and I love to experiment. I think it's a space that's ripe for people who do want to experiment and want to try new things. And I think those who are going to win, because I do think there's going to be a pop, and I think there's going to be a kind of falling out, a washing out of, because of how easy it is to create, what most people see as an NFT, these GIFs or just JPEGs. CryptoPunks, I think is, so an interesting one because everyone thinks that they could just slap a pixelated image and sell it for $50,000 now.
Yeah.
They want to skip the 3 years of giving them away for free and holding on to them and building the community that took place before that. So lots of growing pains, but I think those people who are going to win are going to be the people who experiment the most. And in particularly in challenging what NFT, non-fungible token, is sort of like saying your database is a NoSQL database. You're telling me exactly what it is not. You're not telling me what it is, and I think that can create confusion for people. But we need to see a lot more of pushing the boundaries on what an NFT represents beyond just a JPEG.
Yeah, and no, you're totally right. I mean, I think, I'm still trying to understand the NFT space, right? And we've invested in projects, but at a high level for me, is it psychological? Am I holding it? Like, what are those barriers internally for me? What, at a high level, like, what NFTs are you looking at that you're buying? Is it art? Because there's so many verticals. What are you looking into? And then what also excites you as far as an NFT space, like for musicians? Are you buying like art, musicians, real estate?
So the things that are most interesting to me don't exist yet. I think what I'm looking forward to is, for example, when we do video production in-house here at Hi-Fi, I look forward to a day where the B-roll footage comes as an NFT, the filters are NFTs, and then any sort of, and then the platform that we launch it on is an NFT native platform. And so any sort of views or sort of monetization that we're able to capture flows back, to the people who built the filters in the software that we use to export it, back down to the B-roll footage, and even potentially doing, the casting calls and compensation structure to include NFTs. I don't think that is going to happen in the next 5 years. But that's what I think I'm looking most forward to is a lot of the consumption that happens are these different layers that we can actually abstract it out and make it composable, and then people could iterate on top of those works. So I think that type of creativity, that type of platform that doesn't exist is what I'm excited for in the future. Right now, NBA Top Shots is super hot, from Dapper Labs, those guys, brought Ethereum to their knees, and it really highlighted the constraints of scaling on Ethereum very early on, 2017. And what's keeping those guys alive are partnerships, launching their own Flow blockchain, and continue to innovate and push. When you look at what makes an NFT important, there's kind of this context around it that has to be there in order to get me excited about it. For example, you brought up artwork. I think what we're observing with Beeple is very, very interesting. I think we're seeing art history in the making. I think my kids will have this as a part of the curriculum as they flip through the textbook on their iPads in the future. So Beeple is interesting because of the story and the context and the fact that he's been here along with everyone as this massive transition of wealth is going from traditional finance into blockchain and decentralized finance. And so a lot of the nerds got rich, and what do nerds want but nerd paintings and nerd artwork to celebrate themselves and their culture and their ideals. And I think Beeple is probably one of the best representations in our time. I think, but we're already we're still seeing the scaling. You thought that maybe Dapper Labs would have escaped some of the scaling issues, but I've got money that I can't get off of their Flow blockchain because of the KYC and the popularity. We don't get in crypto to choose when the booms and busts happen, but when they happen, you just get what you've got. And it's hard to build a totally scalable solution for all the edge cases, all of the exponential growth that can happen on your first try. So what am I interested in? I'm excited to see some of these horse racing projects and competitions. Seeing the Ethereum Foundation launch their own NFT project that's kind of gamifying being able to take away ownership from others through their game. But honestly, this is really, really, really basic, and I think Decentraland does a good job of taking it to the next level. And so right now, when I look at buying an NFT, I've got to be pretty confident in the context around it, meaning that like the team and sort of the enforcing ideals around it are still going to be intact in 5 years. One example is, anytime a meme becomes an NFT, I think we are more celebrating a reward for the creator for all the entertainment value we've received for that meme over time. And we're kind of like donating it back to them and wanting to, make headlines out of it. But what like, there's nothing enforcing that individual, or like if the platform that NFT is launched on goes out of business or, dies, who's to stop somebody else from creating a new version of that NFT and reallocating this newer version to a different funding source, or even to charity, say it's a good cause. I think one of the most notable examples is NASDAQ issuing NFTs for kind of moments in stock market history, and choosing to launch it on crypto.com's chain.
Yeah.
But in the same sentence, they had to specify that they were open to launching on Ethereum, which I feel like was kind of a hedge against like, is it an NFT if nobody's there trading NFTs? Yeah. And then of course they've got a chicken and egg problem. You got to, put it there, you got Crypto Kitties and Crypto Punks and all these other Ethermon, these early projects that were NFTs on Ethereum. And so they've got the user base. And now, crypto.com wants to break into it. Binance is doing their weekly NFT events. But so I think there's a lot of education that still has to happen. So when I'm looking at NFTs, it's almost exclusively on Ethereum. And that's just because I'm not quite ready to make a 5-year bet on more or less decentralized alternatives, even though the incentives might align for that sort of artwork or experience perpetuating.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's a lot of challenges. I think there's, I've been having these NFT discussions, for the last few days, and there is a lot of education that kind of has to go involved. And I think right now we got to that point of minting, being able to mint an NFT and then just putting buyers and sellers together. But as you said, it's kind of more the context, the history, like what's going to make it valuable. And where do you see the demand coming from for an NFT in terms of, is it going to be like the buyers like wanting NFTs to issue for this kind of residual income? Or is it going to be the sellers, like I said, psychologically, it's going to be native to the internet. So I think it's going to be generational, right? To people understand, like, how Bitcoin's native, right, to the internet, and past generations maybe not understand it, and people are coming around to it. Where do you kind of see this demand coming from in terms of, like, you're experimenting it, you kind of want to do it, you understand the risk involved, but on the grand scheme of things, like, do you think the artist down the street's going to want to do this, or the musician up the block, or this small mom and pop shop, like that are going to want to push this and continue this momentum?
I don't think they care. Quite frankly, I don't think artists really care about the technology. I don't think musicians care about it. I think there's one kind of universal truth in this, is that artists care about feeding themselves. Artists care about being able to put food on their plate, and want to make money with their artwork and be appreciated. And this is just a different form. Like, so to your point, we've got minting figured out. We've had minting figured out for a long time. And so where is the demand coming from? I think if you look at Gen Z, more and more of their world is digital from the beginning. And so they value things very differently, whereas boomers, quite honestly, want something physical that they can hold, that they can see, that they can appreciate. They want to go and be present. But when you look at kind of these generational differences, I think it's just the fact that we experience things differently in a more digital world, and accelerated by COVID. And so, like, the demand is going to come from offering unique experiences that only the NFT can unlock. We've already got, Bible verses turning into NFTs, which to me is just kind of like garbage. Like, it's like, okay, like, I get it, like, it can work, and maybe, but like, what's to stop somebody else from just creating a new version of that and reselling the same Bible verses? So without an effective way to, like, enforce the ownership, kind of the public domain is going to be fleshed out with anything that anybody can try and monetize. But I think the demand is going to come when people start enforcing within their own ecosystems or social circles that the NFT actually means something. And then at that point, we can start to see, like, to come and participate in this program, you've got to be a member, members only club, get you discounts on your airline or whatever. And then they start to really mean something. It's like a Costco membership.
Yeah, I think I really like Doug's approach of being very pragmatic and realistic. I also feel like we're not at the top, but just at a very cautious level that everyone's trying to get into NFTs, especially with Gen Z. I interviewed the guy from One Republic 2 days ago, Ryan Tedder. He's making NFTs. All these celebrities are just making NFTs, like Mike Dean, the producer of Kanye, this other guy who did like art. And I feel like everyone is just literally jumping into NFTs just for the either for the profit or just for the quick buck. And like Doug said, you know, minting has been around for a while. Like these contracts have been around for a while, and it's just something to keep in mind that, you know, I feel like it's a little bit overhyped right now. That's just my personal stance. You know, I think it's. Yeah.
I'll take the bait on that. I think within certain contexts, so, you know, Gary Vee is doing his big NFT launch. You know, he told all his followers to get as much ETH as they can reasonably afford into a MetaMask wallet. And I mean, that's kind of the right approach. Give people a month to get onboarded, to get their ETH in there so that they can bid on your NFT project. In terms of the celebrity NFTs, I think that's one of the areas that's going to have sticking power, right? This is you know, if you take celebrities and look at them, they're cultural. And I think that, you know, that's the social circle in which it matters. And I think to be able to hold, you know, one of these Series 1 NFTs from Gary Vee, I think will be meaningful in 5 years. To hold a Series 1 NFT from, you know, somebody without a name, I don't like, you're taking, I mean, a huge bet. And that's kind of where, you know, with Larval Labs and the CryptoPunks is everybody took that bet. They gave them away for free. And like, you know, I can remember I didn't really want to get MetaMask set up on my new laptop in order to even claim it and pay the ETH fee. Like, it's just like, well, who wants that? Now everyone wants it. And so I think whenever you're betting on like an unknown artist, it's less of a sure bet. But if you are betting on you know, somebody who has cultural significance, and especially it's common, you know, like a moment of LeBron James, you know, dunking on somebody, I think that can be pretty powerful. But what's unfortunate is, like, with baseball cards versus, you know, these NBA Top Shot moments, with baseball cards, you know, you have this like physical disassociation that happens where, you know, you might have some up in your attic, but whenever the entire ecosystem exists on one web page and one site, and the whole thing, there's no sense of scarcity. Like, I'm buying a platinum version because we say it's platinum, and you know, there's going to be more of the gold versions, but I got platinum, so that's worth more. That's a hard pill for me to swallow. I think if you know, that in my ideal, it would be, there would be one moment, and you can buy fractions of that moment and hold on to it and kind of trade amongst yourselves of sort of a fungible part of that non-fungible token. But whenever we're duplicating these and creating series, and I mean, I know it's to extract value, which, you know, any business, that's their job and that's what they're going to do. I feel like it ends up it doesn't feel scarce, and so creating digital scarcity is both easy, it's kind of a paradox, and very difficult at the same time. Whenever, you know, your, you know, NBA Top Shot website is where all of these things exist, and without the website, none of them exist, because we don't own. So we've looked in at Memeframe to, like, okay, building products on top of these NFT projects, and I think Dapper Labs did an excellent job of opening up a very, you know, open leaning type of licensing to their CryptoKitties, and this allowed people to essentially, you know, sell your CryptoKitty and Apple Watch NFT, and or glasses or hats, and I think there was a kittyhats.co that is integrated with them. And I participated in this. I bought, you know, an Apple Watch for my CryptoKitty, and with those, you're limited to like $100,000 of, like, you know, you can commercialize your CryptoKitty up to $100,000, which is great for like an Etsy shop, right? Even with Larval Labs, looking at the license, which I think fits a little bit more into kind of the cypherpunk, you know, give it all away for free, push forward the space above like your own, you know, above your own gain. Theirs is even limited. You can use the punk itself to, if you're discussing punks, you know, so you could use it, since this is an NFT event, if you're going to discuss CryptoPunks, then, you know, it's relevant and you have permissions to use any of the punks. But how much permission do I have in order to, say Hi-Fi wants to pick a CryptoPunk and integrate it into our submark or our product in a material way? That's not so clear. And in fact, some of the stuff that I want to experiment with is actually already limited by these very open licenses that kind of have their caps, because as a business, I probably need $1 million or $10 million cap on, what I want to experiment with before I want to get lawyers involved and us negotiate how much it's really worth. $100,000. I mean, the Dapper Labs, that's 2 CryptoPunks, and it's the worst of the CryptoPunks, the ones with balding hair that nobody actually wants, the floor. And so, I mean, it's if we could get just slightly more open with the licensing there, I think it would be another layer of innovation that we could accelerate.
Hello, is it frozen?
Adam's frozen for me, so maybe it's just you and me, Nathan.
All right. I guess he's frozen. Me.
So, I mean, I have a couple other thoughts, because this was baited off of you're saying kind of like every celebrity is doing an NFT. I think anything that, if you get the context right, I think it'll work out okay. That doesn't mean that the bubble's not going to pop and we're going to see some depreciation of value. Or some loss of value, but when I can go and create any NFT off of any tweet, or taking any social presence and try and monetize that for monetization's sake, I think there will be. I mean, I think it'll be a flash in the pan. It will have its hype. It'll have its moment, but for kind of the lasting stuff, I see it going a different direction. I really think it's going to be membership and identity and access to experiences that are digital in nature, that give you things that nobody else can have access to. And so, you think about people who invest a lot of time into video games and it becomes a lot of their identity. I see, those people really valuing, access to certain things within those ecosystems. Another one you can see is, NFTs using as a funding source for protocols. We saw recently Teller Finance selling NFTs to the tune of $10 million to help provide liquidity against their loans for their uncollateralized or under-collateralized loans. And so the NFT was a fundraising mechanism for them. And the funds can then be used to basically lend out to the protocol users, the borrowers. And so no single lender is going to have the exposure of default. Instead, it's kind of on the people who have the NFTs provided that liquidity, and they've kind of rearranged the risk there. So those type of interesting experiments, I think we need to see more of. Because it's pushing the boundaries of, you've got this artwork, they gave you a GIF along with your index on the blockchain, right? But at the end of the day, all these are integers. And, I love the number 422, but I don't love it that much that it's, quite worth, $50,000. But I think, as we see more projects die, it will make the realities around NFTs very clear. As we get more open with the artwork, I think we'll see people be more willing to innovate as a layer on top of it. And I think, there of course will be some interesting monetization models, but I don't think we're going to see it in this round of in this bull run. I think we will fund the platforms that in the next bull run will be monetizing direct to the artists, or being able to do composable NFTs for the different layers of a piece of art. So anyways, that's
nice. Yeah, no, I don't know what happened there. Like before I got logged off, shedding some light here actually in terms of, Nathan, you kind of brought this up, and ICO kind of NFT model, right? Like raising some funds. And then the way when you were kind of talking, Doug, the social circles, that's kind of what I was thinking as well, to debate. Well, that's one, aspect of the NFTs that, to raise some money, get your NFT out. And then two, going back to like blockchain's, core belief in peer-to-peer, right? I see these NFTs with the artists, musicians, athletes, kind of connecting even more from your, it's the Web 3.0. So like beyond your Instagram and Facebook, NFTs are kind of that next layer of a little bit more engaging, right? With the audience or with your fan base and your community and all that. And I kind of see that. And then as we continue to talk, I guess it also even taps into, and I asked about this before, like where the value lies, where the demand's going to come from. And I think there's going to be these NFTs that are just engaging. And then there's going to be these NFTs that might just be worth more money and valuable depending on what the item is, right? And so I was kind of been, thinking about this for the last few weeks. And I think that's where I've just determined it right now, how I would separate it. There's going to be NFTs that are worth nothing, but the person, the individual, has value or understands or is very sentimental to that, like that moment or that, at the concert. Sure. or whatever it is, right? So that's going to be priceless to them. And then we're going to have these artworks or these fractional ownerships of a Lamborghini, one of a kind. And now we're kind of talking about a different consumer, when that could be, one end of the spectrum as opposed to the other. So it's just kind of interesting where NFTs are going to lie. We're trying to figure it out right now. It's obviously engaging. I think celebrities in that type of atmosphere are going to take advantage of it. They already are, and it's kind of cool, but I guess we'll see where we land.
I think so. So so there's another distinction we can make on some of these NFTs. So say, for example, and I know ETH Denver and a couple other conferences will use NFTs as sort of like you get kind of a badge saying like you went there. These NFTs, might have meaning to the person, because it kind of like, I went to WWDC, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, which is the worldwide developer conference for Apple mobile developers. At the time, being a mobile engineer, they give you this really cool swag, and kind of the thing was there was this status among engineers is like how like the jacket you were wearing, it would have the year that the earliest WWDC that you had attended. And so in that context, there was kind of some like, oohing, eyeing over like, he came way back when, that was when Steve Jobs was here running the show. That must have been so cool. And yeah, you could have sold that jacket because some people just really appreciate, the year the iPad launched or the year there's something there. But you're not, but there's that utility of like, it's actually a jacket. There's a context, you put it on and you kind of can flex on all your friends. There's something you're trying to like signal to your audience or the people around you. If the NFT, for example, for ETH Denver, or let's do a Taylor Swift concert, one of my favorite artists, Taylor Swift, what if she issues an NFT and that NFT is what you use to get into the concert? There's not going to be a lot of flex value for it because there's not a context in which this is going to like naturally come up. Like, hold on. I need to, let me go grab my ledger and let me prove to you I was there. I was there. I'll tell you. It's like there's not a context in which I really see that as being valuable. Unless there was a murder happened, you were accused of it, but you can prove within 30 seconds that murder happening, you were scanning your NFT, and it was within 15 seconds it was committed to the blockchain in a trustless way. Like I don't see the real value there. But if I could buy a lifetime Taylor Swift golden NFT that got me 50% off of all concerts and gave me backstage, access to, these concerts, then there's some value because so any NFT, to say it more concisely, is only as valuable as it can be in the future.
Yeah.
So if there's nothing I can derive from this in terms of experience or access in the future, its value is going to be very, very low in terms of economics. Because even if, for example, that NFT, to get me backstage at the Taylor Swift concert, even if it's non-transferable, I could still use it in some circumstances as a collateral, because the idea that I would lose out on something that is valuable, even though it can only be used for me, would be a reasonable enforcer, along with a combination of other things that I would be willing to work to protect. And thus, in the event of using as collateral type asset, I would work to pay off that loan or make sure whatever liquidation circumstance I would work against it. So in that context, those things might be valuable, but there's got to be some context in which you can flex it, that it naturally comes up. So these metaverse worlds, I think, are the biggest beneficiaries of this NFT craze. Decentraland, the most notable.
And I think even just in general to crypto blockchain, and I have a question for you, Nathan, like after this, but it's the future, right? We're trying to put these new models into old models, right? Web 3.0, Web 2.0. These are kind of the advancements, and it's kind of hard. And I've heard, Olaf Carlson, right, like talk about how blockchain can transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0, but like ultimately the innovation hasn't even hit yet. And I think we're in this transition phase of like the impact, right? Like we're trying to fit this technology into old business models, old ways of thinking, and it's hard, right? Like it's working a little bit. Obviously, we're talking about how NBA is jumping into it, athletes, all these people, entities are trying to leverage the technology, but we're still at the tip of the iceberg. Nathan, you've interviewed kind of a lot of diverse and a variety of projects and people in the NFT space. At a high level, like at the core, what do you notice amongst them all? You kind of touched on a little bit, like maybe on some of the musicians are using it one way, but what do you take away from kind of your interviews? Because you've done some great interviews, some heavy duty content, and you've shared it publicly. What do you take away from like the teams? What are they looking for, or the individual? Like, are they building this for fun? Is it kind of they're trying to push the limits too? How do you kind of see it?
So from the people that I've spoke to, I guess we can start with the artists, just like the regular artists, like the everyday artists, people that paint every day. They're having a struggle right now because the celebrities are kind of taking they already have clout. So they've created some awesome work, but they can't make it as an artist because they don't have a name yet. So that's one side, right? And then you have the other side where you have different artists that are doing it. And I know for a fact that the Ryan Tedder, the guy who's hanging out with Gary Vee, the One Republic guy, he's doing different tracks. So he's working with different artists to release fractional NFTs at different tiers. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And it seems like he knows a lot about it, that he actually did the research. And so they're trying to open up, they're trying to, share their art and love with the whole world. And then you have a lot of these other artists who just, they're trying to find their niche. They know that, everything's going right now. So I have one guy, Baka Arts, he's killing it right now. He said he was nobody. And then he just started doing 3D work, 3D rendering work. And he just started, he's now one of the top artists, from Nifty Gateway and all that stuff. And so it really changed his life. And what he's doing now is he's giving back to the community by paying for gas fees for other people and figuring out what to do. And so a lot of the artists are trying to also capitalize on it right now. And they're trying to figure out what the angle is for them, because for them, this is their chance to kind of, you work your whole life for something, right? You work your whole life to get your name out there, to be an artist. And this is their chance to kind of really figure it out. So I think a lot of the projects that I'm looking at are the ones that are going to be able to help these artists just kind of solve a problem of like, because regular artists isn't going to be able to run a contract, ERC 721 or 1155. They have no idea, So I think if there's a group of people that can help educate them or kind of show them the way, almost like holding their hand in a way, like the training wheels, then those projects will most likely be successful.
And I think that goes back to education. And one thing, kind of a good transition, and you can ask after, Nathan, but Doug, like let's kind of switch it over, like the technological restrictions, limitations, advancements, right? And I'll kind of let you share what, your knowledge, drop some knowledge here. But, you said Ethereum kind of highly focused, right? There's other chains, there's gamers, there's games within one network, right? There's games in this network. How do you kind of see all that, which I'm assuming, if we were able to kind of interoperability, like scalability, some of these restrictions that we see, the gas costs, will that drive kind of more awareness if we can manage, I'm on this chain, I don't even care. Like you said, so, the artists, they don't care about the technology at times. They just want to, be able to sell or offer or contribute in one way. But how do you see from a technical side, NFTs playing a role and kind of some of the challenges and risks there, and also some of the advancements to make this happen?
So, I mean, it depends on what everybody's objective is. And you're going to have different audiences with different objectives. I think of if your art isn't good, it's not going to be any better as an NFT. In fact, it will compound your problems, because you're going to mint these on chain, and which are going to cost you, $50 to $100, which for an artist, I mean, we kind of promote this like stereotype that you've got these like poor struggling artists. Like, honestly, like if you can't sell artwork without the blockchain, I don't recommend selling it with the blockchain, because you're going to waste a lot of money and a lot of time. Yeah. I mean, you might find and learn some stuff that is interesting and helps you grow and send you a different direction, but that's the truth. So I don't really feel bad for, products that didn't have demand, continuing to not have demand. So, and that's just, I think life, and it's kind of like one of these truths of a free market. NFTs give us an abstraction of ownership. If you don't have a problem that needs, abstract ownership applied as a layer on top of it, NFTs aren't going to help you. I think what it does is a couple of things. Is, whenever there is something extremely valuable, let's take, real estate. I think realty is, putting real estate on the blockchain. At least it's I'm sure others are doing it as well. But, blockchain, what it did is it took some of these like very exclusive financial instruments, and it basically said, if you, understand English, have an internet connection and access to a computer of some sort, you can come and participate in a new type of economy with transparent rules, governed by code. Oftentimes, artwork doesn't need code to be governed, doesn't need ownership at all. And so being if you've spent your whole life becoming a sculptor, or creating sculptures, those aren't coming on blockchain. You got to be digital. So, this is a digital first world, and trying to create something that needs abstract ownership as the solution, it's somewhat challenging. I think it's kind of ironic. Realty puts on real estate onto the blockchain and then can't offer it to Americans, even though one of the properties is in Manhattan, or at least not to regular Americans. You've got to be an accredited investor, because we need to keep ourselves safe from the scams. And I agree that it's some of that is necessary. But somebody in another country, I don't want to pick any in particular, somebody in another country without those regulations, assuming that we're all law-abiding citizens and want to follow the law, can get access to real estate in Manhattan and experience kind of the appreciation if real estate is going to go up in value. So that's a really good example of where the NFT is going to come in and provide access to a market that otherwise didn't exist. So I think from a technological standpoint, the artists don't care about the technology. I mean, honestly, the artists that are building NFTs do care about the technology, and I think because the technology defines the artwork. I'm hoping we'll see more puzzles, more things that actually leverage the technology that unlocks new experiences, and then I hope we find a way to make these experiences liquid, because from our standpoint, then we can start lending and borrowing against it, which is what hi-fi's specialty is becoming. And so insofar as you can create liquid markets for these non-fungible tokens, we'll see them integrated deeper and deeper into our digital fabric as an economy. One example I can imagine, one is if you're a young creator who is you're a young creator who's starting a YouTube channel, I would sell fractions of my future income as NFTs, because whatever artwork you're going to create, whatever stupid videos you're going to create in the beginning, it's not going to be right. Just like when you start a startup, whatever you're telling people you're raising money on, you're going to get out there, you're going to talk to your customer, and you're going to learn that you're wrong, and then you're going to pivot and get aligned with them, and then that's where you can find your success. So if you can sell future value, and then people are just making a bet on you, and the abstract ownership, and potentially a video platform that actually allowed you to plug in the NFT and claim the revenue from whatever the ads have earned. That's the future where NFTs freaking kill it, like it just destroy it. Being able to borrow against a future version of yourself, I think, would be really enabling for almost any aspect of the economy. Think about I look in our company, we have Josue, who's immigrated from Mexico. His access to credit is such a different experience than my own, and if we enable people to borrow against their future versions of themselves or future versions of what they can create, we're going to enable innovation at a rate that continues to accelerate. So, and I think be enabling for a lot of families and just real material in real life type of experiences, because we have this abstraction layer behind it all.
Yeah, it provides an opportunity.
Right.
So I have a question for you, Doug. I went on this journey in 2017 to kind of talk to as many founders and people as possible. I tried to get, I tried to meet 100 people, like 100 CEOs. I wasn't able to hit that number. I was able to hit like 38. But I mean, one of the things I feel like every successful person I've talked to, they all have like very interesting values and beliefs. And so I wanted to ask you, so what does your 24 hours, like, do you have a routine? What goes on with you for each day? Like, what do you do? You're consistent.
I would say, I mean, my routine is, I feel like it's pretty normal. I roll out of bed and I check the price of Bitcoin, and that kind of sets the tone for my day on, what kind of carnage we have to deal with on Twitter or in our own community. Then I work with my team. I basically have various meetings throughout the day where we are trying to invent the next version of our protocol, working on marketing, working on the actual implementation and those details. And then and there's a lot of brainstorming to my left and right. There's just whiteboards full of ideas, iterations, trying to get the next version of what we're building at Hi-Fi out. And depending on the day, I'll either be drained totally emotionally from negotiating against various parties of interest. We've got equity holders, we've got token holders, we've got our community, and all of them can be in all of those different kind of key areas that I try and satisfy. And by the time I get home, I've got a wife and 2 daughters, and I'll eat dinner with them, and I'm pretty wasted. Like, but by the time like I'm putting my daughters to bed, I'm pretty burnt out, because this is a pretty it requires a lot of attention. It requires a lot of emotional energy. And then I'm looking at the price of Bitcoin right before I shut my eyes to go to sleep. So I don't think there's anything particularly special about me or about my routine. I think if I look at what sets me apart from others and why I'm in the position I'm in, I think it's because I have a willingness to experiment and to push the boundaries of what people actually understand about the concepts that they have convictions in. And so with dealing with our engineers or with dealing with just iterating on the ideas, I'm willing to throw away what people currently understand and try and reinvent that, or just push the boundaries and challenge. Well, why not? Why can't it be this way? And I think in doing that, it's helped us kind of see where people are deriving value, where the whole space is headed, and in truth, what utility does and doesn't exist, and how we want to orient ourselves in that space. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight into kind of what you were really looking for there.
Yeah, no, that answers it perfectly. I think that was like a really good answer, and I think that's everybody values time so far that I've met. They just have a fearless abandonment of just experimentation. They just they believe in themselves and they just go for it, and I think that's very important. And so for my audience personally, for our channel, a lot of our people very new, they're like friends and family outside of crypto, so what kind of this is my last question, what kind of advice would you give somebody who's brand new coming into crypto? Do you have any like pointers or tips for them?
I would say examine what they hope to get out of crypto. If you're here to learn and grow, then I think you're in the right place. You got to be willing to lose a lot of money because everything is financial in nature. I think Ethereum's great offering to the world is the programmable money, and you don't get programmable money without spending money along the way. I honestly, don't be afraid of substitutes, and don't be afraid to try things out that your mentors aren't. Like today, I'm trying to onboard my dad and my grandpa onto Ethereum, and quite frankly, Ethereum has failed them during this period of time, and it kind of it's very sad to me that I think Binance Smart Chain is an excellent product. When viewed with the right lens, it's it's certainly not as decentralized as Ethereum, and it certainly is a copy-paste implementation of a lot of the ideas pioneered in Ethereum, and it certainly is capturing value outside of the Ethereum ecosystem. But if I'm going to onboard somebody today, nobody picks up a hobby and wants to drop $200,000 so they can buy 4 CryptoPunks because those are the 4 ones that they like, right? Like that's like it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. And so I think for people who are new, don't be afraid to lose money. Expect that you will, and try and be very circumspect about what you're trying to get out of it, so that you can keep realigning around your goals. And if it's to make money, awesome. But it's going to cost you to get there.
Nice. Yeah, that's a great answer. All of my friends are now starting on BSC as well, because they're coming from the traditional world, and they're not we're in the film industry, we're not balling out of control, so they also can't afford it. So I think yeah.
Decentralization doesn't matter until it does, and unfortunately for Ethereum, like they're going to lose. So long as it costs $50 to trade in Uniswap, they've lost, and so Binance will sweep up all of these new users insofar as they have an easier onboarding process than Ethereum. And I think they're going to create their own CryptoPunks, not the copy paste, but their own projects that somebody today is creating, giving away for free, and that in 3 years is going to be trading for $50,000 a pop. And I think the incentives align for Binance Smart Chain such that they will continue to protect the integrity of their transactions. But yes, there's a higher probability that you would get rugged, or that you might have a double spend, or something like this happen with respect to Ethereum. But I think it meets the minimum threshold that anybody who isn't already in the space really has for the space to begin with, because they're just showing up and trying to learn and trying to figure out what an automated market maker is. Like, what, explain that to your mother. Like, it's difficult. But when she puts money into one and she's able to watch it and experience it, she starts to get it.
Nice. Yeah, that's words of wisdom right there. Automated market maker.
How about on the flip side, like Bitcoin? So like we just talked about Ethereum on-ramping and kind of like the complexities and streamlining that process, right? For the end user, which everybody knows the UI UX is, it's lagging, and there needs to be some work. And I think there's teams like yourselves and others that are trying to focus on that, right? Which is great. How do you think Bitcoin's welcoming to the masses, to the retail, to I got my dad on, but I got him on Cash App like real quick, and I got on pretty fast. And like, I set him up in like, I don't know, 5 minutes, and he got paid in like Bitcoin, like for a job. So I thought that was really cool. At least, the onboarding process. How do you see Bitcoin kind of, opening up to the rest of the world?
I mean, I think the nice thing is Bitcoin is kind of ugly, and I don't think that's changing. I think Bitcoin, its raw ugliness is always going to be raw and ugly. And that is going to be a protection against, for example, a lot of people would criticize you for, do you really have Bitcoin in the Cash App if you don't have your private keys? And, for certain, I would say you do. You've got the exposure insofar as cash continues to stay in business. Insofar as they continue to remain solvent, and insofar as you can liquidate it whenever it's time to sell. Now, Bitcoin on Robinhood is a different experience than Bitcoin on Cash App. Dogecoin on Robinhood, I understand, had trouble being able to liquidate it during this last pump. So Bitcoin is going to be different for everyone based on the platform that they orient themselves with, and I think that's going to be fine for the most part. And then you're going to have but in truth, Bitcoin is the option to hold your own currency in your own private with your own private keys, and having that option is sort of sufficient for the brand itself to have become the behemoth that it is. And I think Bitcoin's greatest asset is its brand. Blockchain to my grandmother is synonymous with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The two have no difference to her. And so what's going to happen with Bitcoin? I think it's just going to continue to do what it is. There's going to be deeper integrations. We've got more a different type of user onboarding, which are large publicly traded companies who they are in it for the long term, and they'll be the big beneficiaries in 5-10 years when this thing is blown up even more than it already has. So in that case, but it's still going to be ugly, and it's still going to be its biggest asset is still going to be a brand, and you're still going to use Coinbase and these other nobody's going to use raw Bitcoin. The best way to send Bitcoin is to send it via Coinbase, or to send it via any of these centralized solutions, which already beat out Lightning to being a solution that works. And as these services become more bank-like and offer yield on top of it, you're going to start for people who don't value the decentralized nature of it. They're going to want to put it into the BlockFis and the Coinbases, because they're going to stake it, earn yield on their cryptocurrencies, and send it for cheaper than using the actual chain. And rightfully so, because I think most people are in the finance space for financial reasons. And merely having the option to be able to go on chain and circumvent the third party is enough to keep the third parties in check, at least for now, if you're using, reputable mainstream type, onboarding paths.
Awesome. So I know we got like just a few minutes here. Kind of want to wrap it up in terms of, hi-fi and NFTs. We've just talked about kind of, what NFTs are, how we see them, how we view them, your thoughts on it, the pros and cons and all that. We just talked about kind of, onboarding, trying to get to the next, billion users. How does hi-fi see the NFT space in terms of providing liquidity, solutions, products, and at its core, I'm sure you can't share, too much, but, how do you guys see, the next kind of wave of integrating NFTs into your guys' platform?
So, well, this is what's interesting. So we've been talking a lot about NFTs, and I think a lot of my audience is annoyed with me. And it's just the truth, because we're talking about these things, but like we're still getting out the first iteration of our lending protocol. Here Doug is talking about this like distraction. The criticism is valid, but you're always ahead of, my brain is always like 6 months ahead, trying to create the things that I'm going to tell my engineers to build in 6 months. We've already invented a protocol that, in my opinion, really elegantly manages kind of the failure scenarios around NFT liquidity. And we're running into some troubles with the economics around it, where right now with Ethereum fees, it's just not making sense. So if I can, so for example, we want to borrow against our CryptoPunks. Say I have 2 of them. I'm privileged with my 2 CryptoPunks. So I've got $100,000 of value today. That's where the floor, the floor of CryptoPunks today is around $50,000. How much can you safely lend against it? And there's differing opinions on my team about this, but for sake of argument and ease of math, let's just say it's a 10-to-1 ratio. So for the $100,000, we'll let you of value today, we're going to let you borrow $10,000. Well, guess what? If you're going to go and create a maker vault, and let's say that we have equally as efficient, sort of architecture between Compound, Aave, Maker. If you're going to go and create a maker vault, it costs you $1,000. So you have a 10% origination fee that isn't even an origination fee. It's not driving value to the protocol or the token, or any sort of speculative asset. There's no value capture outside that. This is very decentralized. We're using Ethereum, and so like you can bet your bottom dollar that there's going to be no double spending of punk dollars here. And so with the state of Ethereum scaling, okay, so now layer 2. Let's just scale it. Well, the issue is, we have this with Sablier. We've got almost $1 billion locked up in our streaming protocol. And people are asking us like, win layer 2, let's get layer 2. It makes no sense. You just got to think through it. If you take a stream on layer 1, you're going to spend a huge amount of money to get it onto layer 2 to what? Be able to claim it daily, weekly? Like, you want to claim it hourly? Great. And it's very cheap. Awesome. But then you've got to pay a massive amount to get it back to layer 1 so you can do the things you want to do with it. NFTs are on layer 1. There's NFTs, outside of maybe Aavegotchi, aren't on layer 2. Aavegotchi, I think, uses Matic. But Aavegotchi, I don't think is quite at a maturity in which I can leverage it as I can leverage it as collateral in its own right. So we've got some problems that we're reaching into. We can solve the technical challenges, but then the economical, like the product stops making sense. And so we've started putting out what people probably see as fluff pieces, because there's no like concrete action item, like so we're talking about NFTs, and so we're launching the platform today, or we're doing you can borrow against it today, because I can't convince myself that people are ready to borrow against it because the economics don't make sense. So but we talk about it because we think this is where the space is going, and we're hopeful that Ethereum is going to solve some of the scaling issues. And and if they don't, we'll find, we've got this platform that's ready to go as soon as we find, where it can make both economical sense and there's a mature enough ecosystem. And I think, Flow, seems like a good, option, but, they can't seem to get their KYC figured out. And so, Binance Smart Chain might be good, but I couldn't tell you a single NFT project off the top of my head for Binance Smart Chain yet. And so that leaves you to, well, potentially the project itself creates NFTs and, tries to create its own ecosystem. And so that's, kind of where we're at in our exploration. But in the future, NFTs will be collateral, and potentially we see a hybrid fungible, non-fungible basket of assets that become sort of, if it were to get liquidated, there's enough there to cover the debt, and then there's this bonus, destruction of my Taylor Swift backstage access NFT, or I get somebody's CryptoPunk that doesn't have like quite a liquid market. And people are fractionalizing them, and that's helping. But we've got a couple problems, a couple kinks to work out. So that's where we're at, kind of with hi-fi and NFTs. We want to push the boundaries on what can be considered collateral, and NFTs are pushing those boundaries. And so I'll continue talking about it until we have pushed the boundaries and arrived.
Nice. Adam, were you?
And that makes total sense. I mean, you're allowing yourself for flexibility, adaptability, evolving kind of with the market. Obviously, it's on the radar. Things need to mature. And yeah, there's a lot of these fundamental.
I mean, we have a code base. I mean, we're beyond the radar. Like, this thing is like built and sitting, and we probably could do another iteration on top of it. But if we don't write about it and put it out there and participate in these types of conferences, well, then, people aren't going to build them with this in mind. Like, can we build an NFT that makes an excellent collateral? I think we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just have one last question. So I'm all about community, and I would love to follow you guys on Twitter and reshare whatever you guys want, just for free, And so what's the best way that our audience can reach you? Is it through Telegram? Is it through Twitter? Or how do they stay in contact with you?
And in terms of hi-fi, our community is on Discord almost exclusively, and Twitter. So you've got at hi-fi finance, and then hi-fi.finance, and you can click our invite to Discord. Discord is where all the chit chatter happens. Twitter is where all the announcements happens, and where we engage with kind of on a higher level with people.
Nice. Nice. Well, we've gone quite some time here, close to an hour. We'll go ahead and wrap this up, Doug. First of all, thank you for taking time out of your day.
You bet.
Thank you for coming back for the third, fourth, fifth time here. I expect that we'll have you on. I'm probably gonna have to put a segment for you, like I don't know, Doug's Friday, right? Hi-Fi Friday.
Let me know when we can sell them as NFTs so that we can use them as collateral. That's what I'm waiting for.
Awesome. So, for everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021, we just spoke with Doug Leonard, CEO of Hi-Fi. We also had Nathan Leung from Crypto Nuts, basically the founder of that great community. Follow him on YouTube as well, and Twitter. And I'm Adam with the Mousebell team. We appreciate you tuning in to our 8th conference, and we hope we didn't let you down, and we'll see you again. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Oh, hey there, Pallies. Paulie here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Smart contract. A smart contract is a self-executing contract where the terms of the agreement between buyer and seller are written into and executed by lines of code. The code and the agreements contained therein exist across a distributed, decentralized blockchain network. Smart contracts permit trusted transactions and agreements to be carried out among disparate, anonymous parties without the need for a central authority, legal system, or external enforcement mechanism, making them perfect for decentralized finance applications. Yeah, real smart, huh? I gotta tell the boss about this. Here, matey. Long John Silverbells here, and it be time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Oracle. An oracle sends data from the outside world, such as the daily temperature or the number of votes a political candidate received, to a blockchain such as Ethereum. A smart contract on the blockchain can then use the data, typically to make a decision about whether to dispense money and to whom. Hyar, I once sailed the seven seas to find a legendary oracle. Turns out it was Santa. True story.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 8. We're back with another conference, and this time we're exploring really the future of digital ownership. So kind of have an NFT focused event. And I'm Roshan Marajkar, one of your hosts for this event. And thank you to Teller for supporting this event. And I'm really excited to bring you guys something new here today. We're going to be doing a fun panel style discussion. So I'm joined here today by Nick Fett, who's the CTO at Teller. I'm also joined here by Steve Darzinski, who's the CEO of Locally Owned, and as well as Robert Lacou, who's the founder of Liquidity Protocol. Thank you all for being here today. Really excited to jump into a lot of interesting topics. Just real quick, tell us a little bit about, kind of your impact in the space and what you guys are interested in right now.
Yeah, I guess I can kick it off. So like he said, I'm Nick Fett. I'm the CTO here at Teller. So Teller is a decentralized Oracle on the Ethereum network. So what we do is we help companies get off-chain data on-chain. So if you need the price of Ethereum, the price of Bitcoin, price of oil, or some other thing, and there's really not an easy way to get that into your smart contract, at least in a trustless manner. And we have a network of miners who perform those actions for you and bring it on chain for you. Yeah, I think that's anything else you would want me to go over, Rosh?
Nope. Steve, you can go ahead now.
Yeah, great. Thanks for having me. Good to be here. I'm Steve Darzinski. So Locally Owned is a local currency provider, and the difference between what we do and what a lot of other companies do is we provide templates and governance for communities to run their own local cryptocurrency. We're built on kind of a history of a lot of local paper currencies, and we're really focused on kind of the decentralized aspects of providing that currency to local communities. Both from a governance perspective and from a user experience perspective. And just real quick, I don't know if you've got this topic on kind of how I got to meet Nick and when he was presenting at ETH 2020 or 2021, maybe it was. I guess it was ETH 2020. Yeah.
ETH Denver.
ETH Denver. Sorry, yeah, it's ETH Denver. Yeah. Talked about the Chorus protocol that Teller is implementing, and we got interested in that because that provides a nice base layer of a stable currency for us to kind of build the governance layer on top of. So we can get into more details on that if we want to, but let me leave it at that.
And Robert?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. And I'm happy to tell you a bit more about Liquidity. So I'm the CEO and founder, and Liquidity is a borrowing protocol. And I'm emphasizing the word borrowing because there is no lender. There are only borrowers. In a sense, because we are issuing our own stable coin called the LUSD, which is pegged to the US dollar, obviously. So we are a little bit similar to MakerDAO in that sense, but we have a few differences. We are trying to make borrowing really the central aspect of the system, and also we want to make it as attractive as possible by basically eliminating interest rates and only charging like a very low one-off fee when you take out a loan, and also by making like everything very efficient, like liquidations in particular, so that we can provide a much lower collateralization ratio that you need to maintain as a borrower. So for our borrowers, it's only 110%. So they borrow against Ether, which is our only collateral type. And the whole system is more or less like, or is basically completely governance free. So everything is algorithmically controlled and there is nobody who could change anything. So it's completely immutable and decentralized.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's really exciting to be here today to kind of see real world projects kind of utilizing oracles. And, although you all have, I guess, some different projects, different things you guys are working on, I think one thing you have in common is this concept of decentralization and how important it is for you all. So can you all kind of tell me like, how important is decentralization to you all when you're building out your applications?
Yes, so I think for Liquidity, decentralization is very important on multiple layers because we are not just focusing on the back end, which normally is in the center of people's mind if one speaks of decentralization. So it's not just about creating something which cannot be controlled by any party or any body, but it's what we are also trying to achieve is decentralizing the front end. And that basically boils down to that we are not running our own front end, but we are making it so that third parties have an incentive, like the protocol has enshrined financial incentives, which make it attractive to run a front end, and that provides this kind of censorship resistance as well.
Yeah, and yes, Steve, I don't know if you have any thoughts there. Like, how do you think of decentralization? How important is it to you compared to a lot of other projects that have other priorities?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite questions, and I actually teach a blockchain ventures course to a bunch of MBA students. So if you indulge me for a second, I'd love to give you a little more of a background on this stuff. So blockchain technology, when you deploy it, you can kind of parse it into like 14 different technical benefits that can be provided, or even more than that. But for my students, I usually just focus on two. One is like a lower cost of ownership, lower cost of access to customers, and lower cost of security. And then the other one is decentralization. And if I look at the innovation theory behind deploying those technical benefits, the lower cost is known as an incremental innovation, which the innovation theory says the advantage of deploying that technical benefit lies to the incumbent. So one of the things that you'll see in the industry is all the sort of large companies that are already in the space, or already not in the crypto space, but just out in the marketplace, will look at blockchain and say, hey, how can we leverage that lower cost element of what we're doing? So turning to decentralization, that technical benefit is considered what's called an architectural innovation, which means I need to completely upend the structure of my business in order to kind of deploy it. So any incumbent that looks at an architectural innovation, that's extremely disruptive to their business model. So the innovation theory says the advantage goes to the newcomer if you're going to leverage an architectural innovation. So when I see decentralization, I see opportunity for locally owned to kind of deploy in a decentralized manner in other spaces where there may be incumbents that are playing to go completely change the game. So specifically how we like to look at decentralization for community currencies is in the governance. Any community you talk to, if you come in and say, hello, I'm going to deploy a currency and I'm here to help you, the immediate reaction you get is, a little bit of a skeptical eye. So if we come to them and say, we want you to govern and run this community currency, and here are the tools to do it, that's a different conversation. And that's a new conversation we can have because of the decentralized elements of blockchain and the features that we're deploying in all this. So that's really how, that's how we're sort of embedding the decentralized concept into our business model, specifically for a sort of a value proposition for the end customer and how they perceive it. So we love it.
Yeah, got it. So decentralization is certainly very important. And, Nick, sort of the work that you guys are doing, how do you think this is going to impact the business world? Like, who's sort of going to get left out? And yeah, what's sort of the future impact of even governance for a lot of these legacy companies that have all the power?
Yeah, that's like a ginormous question, I think. You can, whenever you're talking like with decentralization and what's the importance of, say, what Robert or Steve is doing, it's, you look at like how values can sort of be captured within these systems. So, whenever Bitcoin was originally launched, it had sort of these libertarian ideals about, we're going to move away from the Federal Reserve that's printing too much money or something like that. And it's really just a completely different mindset as far as like, now you're launching something that nobody can stop. And that's really important, because the reason that you want it to be nobody can stop it is because you're probably disrupting somebody who's going to be pissed about you launching it. So you want to make sure that you're not kind of playing by the same rules that they are. If you're trying to go through the traditional legal system or something like that, you're going to have a lot of time. So if you look at, kind of back to your question, I guess specifically, like, where will decentralization sort of play out? And I think there's a few other examples of things that have done it. Like I always like to point back to, like Napster, the early days of, with music industry. And whenever decentralization came about, like it was these peer-to-peer software sharing and things like that. And it didn't necessarily, like we don't pirate music anymore. At least I don't. I used to, but nowadays, like everyone just streams. But I think the decentralization aspect really just put a limit almost on the profit and the amount of rent that the centralized players could extract, because you had these decentralized options. And I think that's really where we're going to see a lot of these financial protocols really move. It's, like if you are a central protocol, like there's a lot of reasons it's probably going to be cheaper. It's probably going to be faster to use a centralized protocol. It's just the way it is. And but nowadays, like if you start to extract too much rent from the system, people are going to go use DeFi, go use Ethereum, and it sort of sets a cap on the amount of sort of extraction that you can pull. And that's kind of the world that we were trying to build. And that's why, we saw a big piece that was missing was the Oracle piece that was actually censorship resistant. So that's kind of the problem we're tackling to make this bigger picture a reality.
Yeah, and definitely, transactions, how fast the finality of transactions is definitely important. But I think, what's been sort of a new discussion in the past couple of months is this idea of governance, right, and actual participation. So Steve and Robert, how do you guys sort of see governance within your protocols, and what's the current state of governance like? Are you guys actually happy with a lot of the implementations out there, or do you guys have some new ideas of how you'd like to see things?
Yeah, so I guess in our case, so I see governance as something which is in theory very nice and like a goal that you should strive for, but in practice it has a lot of problems. And that's why we opted for this kind of radical governance reduced or even governance eliminated approach for our protocol, because it's really one of the most extreme protocols out there in that respect. So I think there are a couple of points here. So first of all, the question is, what do you want to govern? I think there are questions or topics that lend themselves more naturally to governance. Most of the time, those are questions that are not time sensitive. So you have like enough time to prepare and like put out a proposal and let people discuss like this proposal before voting. Then there are like other questions that are just maybe a bit too urgent when they come up, like be it some bug that you need to, or some issue that you need to find a fix like as fast as possible. So then a governance mechanism may fail because it's just too slow to react, or even like changing an interest rate or some protocol parameter can be, time sensitive. So that's one issue which I see, which makes it difficult, at least to some extent, and to, for some like aspects that you want to govern. And the other is just like the turnout or participation, which is just very low. I mean, there are some interesting, I think, like governance ideas. There's one from Dfinity, this like where you can follow other people's votes, or like that somehow makes it easier for you to cast your vote, so you don't need to spend too much time, because I think that's also a difficult area, like to capture people's time and mind, because I mean, there are so many projects out there, and if they all come with their own governance, I mean, people are lazy and they may not like spend enough time to even think through all the possibilities. So I just see a number of practical issues there. That's why we ended up going for this radical approach of not having a governance mechanism at all.
And Robert?
That was me.
No, sorry. Well, I mean, I can... Steve.
Go for it, Steve.
Yeah, so governance is a can you guys hear me? Yeah. So governance is a big deal for us. Specifically kind of tying on the decentralization concept, where we're handing over control to the community. And the paradigm that the community has is kind of a board of governors, right? Sort of like, a group of 10 people that are going to take votes. This is under the crypto, pre-blockchain world. Any kind of community run organization is going to have some, group of leaders. Thinking about how we run that governance kind of on chain, we actually are deploying we actually just finished moving some of the Chorus Anthem stuff into an Aragon DAO app. So if you spin up a DAO, you can actually use the Chorus features and put an actual community currency into your DAO as part of the governance of that. And that's a critical sort of building block to kind of what we're trying to build. Our next phase is going to be having mobile, payment back and forth to kind of buy in, to be able to purchase products with the currency. But the actual governance feature of it and the fact that it's decentralized means that we can deploy it within a community and kind of get it started. And the way I like to think about it is like a Genesis block. When you're first launching a community currency, you want to have a group of very strongly interested individuals that will hopefully engage and do a lot of voting. But you can see how, as ownership of the governing token evolves, more and more people will be involved in it. And I'm actually looking at more of a deployment around kind of the delegation model, where you have kind of representatives that are actually doing the voting, and you can delegate your tokens to kind of people that you agree with, and they can kind of handle the vote. So that's kind of how I see the governance evolving for a community currency. But the potential to kind of grow it and to have everybody involved, I think is a really important point, and is a really kind of a strong differentiator for comparison to a lot of other community currencies where they're sort of controlled by a few central actors, and they may grow and do well. But if you have kind of the robustness of a whole community of people that are engaged and talking about how to make it better and how to improve it, that kind of creates a structure that can grow and evolve over time and kind of move as the community moves. I am certainly very aware of the comments that Robert made around, you have disengagement and people just, you come up with a vote and nobody shows up, so that 3 people who vote on it actually pass the proposal, and bad things can happen. So there's certainly some challenges there. We are not doing a lot of innovation in that space, but certainly looking to the other projects out there that are doing a lot of work around delegation and around, I think the radical concepts that you mentioned, Robert, are certainly interesting that we're following along as well. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with a lot of things you guys are saying around like participation, and in some cases it's very low. And I think the flip side of that is crypto economic incentives. So, what do you all think, what's a successful system, like a crypto economic system? Like, what are some examples that you guys think of applications, or even in your own protocols? Like, how do we incentivize people to participate more, and what would you guys like to see in the future?
Yeah, I mean, if I can jump in, I think, with Robert, like, I think there's always governance in it, like whether or not you formally specify governance, like even with Uniswap, for instance, like Uniswap has like no governance, similar to say like a liquidity, but it's like the ultimate governance is just in the liquidity providers. So, so you're basically just giving them the say of the ownership of the protocol, and they can kind of fork it and do what they want with it. That might be a better, if those are the people that you want to have control of your system, that's good. And I think, same with like in a Bitcoin where you have no specification of governance whatsoever. There is governance, but it sort of leans towards never changing. Maybe that's good. Some people in the Bitcoin community would disagree that that's good. So, I think it's always like tough trying to find the balance, like with, like say in kind of the competing interests, because like, saying like to put it simply, like in the Bitcoin system, you have like the holders, you have the people actually sending transactions, you have the people who are miners, and it's sort of a balance of power. And, like I think a lot of times on the Ethereum community, whenever you have, like what are the incentives whenever people are voting and everything, and most of the time it's just pure token holder governance. So like, obviously you get like monetary policies that just want number go up for the holding of the token, and it's almost a lot of times just really bad for the protocol in general. Like it becomes completely unusable, but number goes up. And so you want to kind of try and find those balances, and I'd say no one's really found it. As far as some things with like good crypto economic incentives, I think whenever you have good crypto economic incentives, it's whenever you find those right balances in the system. So whenever you're paying people to provide security for your protocol, but they're also not able to game the system in such a way that they're not acting in the benefit of everyone else in the system. And that's really what you're trying to find. And, you know, like with Teller, we print tokens and give them to people who are providing off-chain data, and they behave because they're staked and they get this reward and they want to make sure that everything works out. And, you know, they're obviously not necessarily the same financially interested individuals as, say, like somebody who is just holding our token on an exchange, but that's okay. You hope that the incentives in the system work out, that it's in everybody's best interest to make this thing work. And that's really the balance you're trying to find. So
I guess that's a good point. I mean, it's really about also like finding the balance between different or various user groups. I mean, that's, I think, also another issue I see with current like approaches to governance, because normally, or most of the projects have like some extra governance token, but those projects may have a lot of different use cases, but only the holders of the governance token have a right to vote, and they could try to extract just too much revenue from all the others, or like the incentives may not be aligned necessarily. So I think that's also another issue I see. So I haven't really seen that many projects that have different, like which give voting rights, not just to some token holder, but to various actors in the system. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's almost just like limited on like, when will the other actors in the system fork and go away if there's bad token holder governance? And that's like such a, you know, that's like a threshold that you don't want to have, you know. It's like, when will we revolt against rich people? So rich people will only behave until we want to burn them or something. So it's never work.
Do you think that like auto-regulates itself so people wouldn't try to push the boundaries too hard? But I mean, there's also a tragedy of the commons. I mean, as long as you're only like you're not a whale and your vote is not pivotal for the outcome, I mean, why would you even care that much about the outcome? So that's also something I see. It's difficult.
But is it, you know, I'm always questioned by that, because like, you know, like you want everyone to say things, but like, let's say, you know, there is a governance proposal as far as like, even in the US, like this person's going to become president. If we all agree with it, like, should we have to vote on it or say anything? Like if one person votes and we all sort of agree and let him vote, like, shouldn't we all just save our time and not vote? And maybe maybe we all just agree with the founding team for things. Mm-hmm. So I think like low participation isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's like low participation that leads to bad things is a bad thing. So
I think the challenge is you want to know how people think, right? If they don't speak up, you don't know what the will of the people is, right? So you got to kind of hold them. So even if they like there's a lot of stuff with snapshot voting, right? On like off-chain voting, which is just a signaling vote, but that's important to kind of hear like what people think, right? And it's a cheap way it's a free way, right, to sort of signal what's going on. For our community currency, you know, there'll be two pockets of money. One is you know, a payment percentage. You know, there'll be a fee that'll be accumulated in a beneficiary wallet, and then there's also an inflation component. So the use of those pools of money over time will be decided on by the governance by a vote. So, you know, hopefully where there's real money, there'll be incentive for people to want to vote and kind of come to the table to decide where that funding is going to go, to kind of, you know, to hopefully have real impact in their local communities. So, and this kind of actually gets to a conversation I was having the other day with, you know, how do you measure philanthropic impact, right? Like if we all come from the crypto and the financial world, the bottom line is the bottom line, and we can measure impact easily that way, right? ROI. But, you know, when you go out for a vote and you ask the community to vote, they might have some element of impact in mind that could be more important to them, and you don't necessarily know until you get them to kind of actually weigh in on it. Which is why I really want to go mobile first in our deployment of stuff. So obviously payment stuff is going to be important, but the phase after this next, you know, person-to-person mobile is getting people to vote with their phones and not vote, you know, behind their laptops. So that's going to be important to just get deployment. I mean, if you can just get a quick notification to say like, hey, this proposal is out there, you need to vote on it, you know, please tell us your opinion, and it costs you nothing other than saying I hate it, I love it, you know, and hopefully we'll get a lot more engagement in that, especially in today's day and age when people can just click on stuff all the time and they're constantly getting bombarded with ads about think this way and feel that way. So hopefully we'll get a lot more engagement in that with that.
Yeah, but
process.
I think there's like a pro and con there, you know, like that's like an argument they're having with like voting laws now in the US. Like, is making it super easy to vote for people, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, I don't know if it's necessarily as cut and dry as it would, you know? Like if every single person got a text that like, what do you think of this law? You know, like you would probably get a whole bunch of noise of people who don't care and don't have any information on it. So
well, you could make that an option that you could say, I love it,
Right.
I hate it, I don't care. I don't know anything about it, right? Like I don't want to be engaged, right? Like I would much rather hear from people than just have a bunch of, you know, people that are like zombies walking around, you know, and they have no opinion on anything.
But you know, I mean, I live in Switzerland and we have like at least like between 5 and 10 popular votes a year on like many different topics. And it's interesting to see, I mean, it has some similarities probably to blockchain votes as well. I mean, if people put out like proposals, because basically everyone can, or everyone, like a certain number of people, inhabitants can propose something, like even change the constitution. And then most of those ideas, when they first get proposed, they are very popular and the polls show like high support. But then over time, as people start discussing it, like experts chime in, and then it turns out, oh, yeah, maybe the intentions are good, but it costs a lot of money, or yeah, it somehow doesn't work out in practice. And then you see how a support rate of, let's say, 70% shrinks to 30%. And that's like the fate of most of those popular votes that are like proposed by the inhabitant, like the population of Switzerland. And that's interesting to see, because like maybe at first sight, you would be, yeah, oh, that's really great. I want to be, I'm in, but then it turns out, oh yeah, there are some negative effects, and yeah. So
I think that was like one of the EIPs where they were doing like and like basically somebody proposed it and it was like almost getting implemented, and then like everyone looked at it and was like, wait a minute, this is a bad idea, guys. Let's not do this. And it was like, well, it was just about to be implemented, but nobody even looked at the EIP until like it was almost too late, but they stopped it. So it was, yeah.
Yeah, so like kind of going off of that, what do you guys think is the best way to handle like conflicts and upgrades within your protocols or even in the industry? Like, should everything be done through governance, or are there other aspects like developers outside of that?
Well, I know for us, like, you know, like Robert's protocol is like they use Teller and they're not upgradable, but we are upgradable. And the reason that we wanted to be upgradable is so that way protocols like Robert's can be non-upgradable. And, you know, like, because like we have had to upgrade our system a few times because, for instance, you know, like whenever we launched this thing 2 years ago, there was like gas prices were like 1 Gwei, and like we sort of had to shift our system whenever you got into a 200 Gwei world with $3,000 Ethereum. So it just, you know, some of the things didn't necessarily make sense, and it was good that we built in that flexibility. But so I think it depends like how things work, because, you know, even like some pieces are upgradability is always dangerous, but then if you want usage, like sometimes it's nice to have some upgradability, you know. Same with like if Uniswap is, people have talked like if you wanted to use Uniswap as an Oracle, well, they're just changing everything now, so you're gonna have to switch your Oracle address, which is an upgrade, being able to switch your Oracle address. So there's like pros and cons to both, and you really just want it. I think it kind of like we were saying before, it comes down to balances, like making sure that the users have the right say in whenever you're upgrading, and that it sort of is very well known what's going to happen, and that this is how it's going to work. So
I guess this is also interesting. I mean, for us that, I mean, systems like Teller can actually accommodate immutable protocols by being upgradable. And I think that that's a bit different, like having like one DApp that's upgradable then, and just relying on some data feed provider that's upgradable. I think there's a difference there, because I mean, in our case, like there is kind of a separation of concerns or a separation of interests between the two. So it can be a good thing if it's not like some governance or some admin body that could change or replace let's say, the Oracle from a system, but it's like a third party's application that has this governance, because you may not like only weigh in the interests or like, yeah, the interests of Liquidity as one of the consumers, but when you change your or upgrade your Oracle system, you would probably think of the whole ecosystem, like all your consumers, and that may be a good thing because it's not just like tailored to one specific consumer. So I guess this, yeah, lines well.
Yeah, no, it's tough, and I mean that's what I'm guessing. Like with Ethereum 2.0 will eventually launch, and like I'm just guessing we're all going to have to upgrade, like, or we'll all want to upgrade. So everything's going to change, and hopefully that goes smoothly. But it's going to be one of those things where I bet there's going to be a lot of turmoil and a lot of token addresses changing and things like that. Just because now you'll be able to do new, better things. So
I don't have any specific comments on that aspect, but I will just say that it's one of the things that I love about this entire space is that just about everything is upgradable and is evolving and changing and converting. So if you don't like something, fork and go. Like, don't complain about it, do something about it, right? I mean, that's just a great kind of ethos that sort of permeates the entire sector, and hopefully it will spill out into the rest of the world, right? Like, we're just going to keep innovating and making it better and making it better and making it better for your community or for a different community, right? Like, we should be able to kind of keep going with this stuff and make sure that it fits people's needs, right? So I love it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we talked a lot about governance, kind of switching over a bit. I think a lot of people, something that they don't understand in the industry is they're kind of very skeptical about the security or like the fallback, the risk. So what's your message to these people on like, what should they be relying on as far as the fallback systems, just in our entire space, like all the things we're talking about today, decentralization, whether it's oracles or simply interacting with each other?
I don't know necessarily what the question was, but I think because like I know a fallback is a kind of function in Ethereum, but like whenever it comes to just building robust systems and security, like you really just have to take things slow. In a lot of ways, like we tell people, like whenever, like Liquidity is a good example of somebody, they have one oracle and then they have another oracle, and that way if one fails, the other one can sort of pick up, and you always have to assume that things are going to fail, even in like we tell people, like there might be some miners that centralize and try and censor your protocol and calls. Like you have to make sure that your protocol can withstand that. And some of the best things like we found is just honestly the best sort of security in the space is just being launched for a little bit of time. If you're like the most secure protocol, I would say is one that's been launched for 2 years without needing significant upgrades or something like that. And then it goes from there. Like if you have money in it and it's been launched for a time, that's how you sort of figure out security in the space.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, no bug bounty program can be as large as your TVL or like whatever is at risk in your protocol, at least normally. And that's what also makes it really difficult. Also, like just having your code audited is not a guarantee either. I mean, it's just like one aspect which is important, but it doesn't give you like 100% certainty that there are no issues and no bugs or anything that could lead to some loss of assets. So yeah, I mean, I guess what's very important as well is just taking the time to develop and review your own code, test it, and just write hundreds or thousands of unit tests and fuzzing and all like the tests that you can do either automatically or manually. I think that's what really makes it like make your code at least trustworthy, even though I mean it's not a guarantee for bug freeness either. But at least I mean the more time you spend, I guess also maybe it's fine if your code has some kind of hidden bugs if nobody finds them, and they are not as relevant that they would like just become relevant by themselves because they could only be exploited, but nobody knows how or even finds the exploit. So yeah, I think there are multiple aspects to it, but it's generally a hard question.
Yeah, it is a good question, Roshan, and thinking of community currencies, right? And thinking about people, buying and selling things. The fallback position for us is going to be some kind of like insurance against losses or things like that. But I wanted to make one comment on a phrase that gets tossed around in the world of crypto a lot that kind of is a challenging thing to describe, which is the phrase trustlessness, right? So it's like this is trustless. And I always go back to the comment of, well, if it's trustless, then give me $10,000, but really what it is you're shifting the trust from a central party into the crypto and into the protocols, right? So there is a level of trust, but you have to trust kind of the math and trust the code that your stuff is going to work. And communicating that to sort of general community players is a bit of a challenge. And a lot of times what we look at is kind of the length of time, as Nick pointed out, of how long something has been out there as kind of a good comfort factor, if you will. But we are looking at providing some level of sort of traditional insurance against kind of losses. Hopefully, with the deployment of a local community currency, it will be kind of a money generator for the community, right? As they use it, they will generate more money. So they will be extracting money out of it and kind of putting it to work in their community. And it won't be kind of like a gigantic, savings pot that turns into a huge honeypot for some hacker to try and go after and steal. That's sort of the goal is if you have an increased velocity of money in your community where you're actually, creating more money, creating more value and getting it out and getting it to work a lot faster than any other financial system, that's actually better for the community and frankly safer as well. So it's a good question and something that we've thought a little bit about, but clearly we're going to have to think a lot more about. You can't have mattress money with cryptocurrency, right? You can't take a bunch of cash out and shove it under your mattress, right? You have to figure out some other way. I guess turning it into digital gold maybe, but then where do you shove your ledger wallet, I guess, under your mattress?
Well, I mean, I miss like the old days. Like we've almost lost a lot of forgiveness in the space. Like, with the old DAO hack, there was a big bug, but then we reverted it out. The systems were new. And, I think like early on, I think almost protocols building in, Ethereum had the ability to do that early on. And I wish we almost had a little bit more of that community feel earlier on, we're like, hey guys, we're launching this protocol for 6 months, but if you hack our system and do it, we're going to just fork and take it back. So thank you for bug bounty, and just have a little bit more of the testing feel to it. But I know that Ethereum's too big to do that nowadays, but hopefully I think once we start to move into more community chains or something like that, maybe we'll get back to it a little bit.
Yeah, and just sort of going off on the security topic, thank you guys for all covering that. I was trying to explore, how a lot of people, they don't necessarily understand the security risks, or they don't understand how a lot of these protocols are designed. So thank you guys for covering that a bit. And I think that kind of speaking about security, one of the easiest ways that people are getting exposure to the entire industry is through stable coins. I think due to their low risk in nature. So what do you guys think is the role of stable coins in the future? And are there any specific stable coins that you guys like? I think people don't understand the differences between all these stable coins.
Yeah, Robert.
I'm a bit biased given that Liquidity is a stable coin. So yeah, I guess that there are multiple types of stable coins, and they have all their own fields or use cases. I guess there is a difference between creating a stable coin that's really useful for everyday payments and just to become a means of payment. Then you need much more than just an economically sound mechanism that makes sure that it stays stable, but you also need some good integrations with merchants and with parties that accept your stable coin as a means of payment. That's not what we are primarily pursuing at Liquidity, because that's something maybe Facebook can do, or very few companies could achieve that. Nobody has really issued a stable coin to date that has achieved this position of becoming an everyday means of payment. But then on the other hand, I think just creating something which is stable and can be used as a base currency inside the DeFi spaces could already be an achievement. And that's what we are focusing on. aside from the fact that we are trying to make borrowing attractive. And I think that's an easier thing, I mean, to achieve. And there, I mean, we have the usual contenders. There is DAI, of course, which is decentralized to some degree, maybe not as decentralized as LUSD for several reasons. And then, yeah, you have the SUSD, and like there are not that many like really decentralized stablecoins out there. And yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to shill anything, or yeah, I mean, they have different use cases, and people will choose whichever stablecoin they like to use for a specific purpose.
So we obviously need a stablecoin for a local community currency and payments, but I want to this is such a fun space. I live in two worlds, right? One world, the time axis is measured in block numbers, right? So what's the block number? What's the block number? What's the block number? And the y-axis is measured in ETH, right? So it's like that's sort of the world that I live in. And then this other world where the community currency operates in, the time axis is measured in times and seconds and days and years and all that good stuff. And the y-axis is measured in dollars, right? So you need to have like, you need to be able to translate between these worlds. And I know that my customer lives in that other world. So we need to have a stable coin to operate on that. And we also need to have, you know, virtually zero gas costs, because you can't pay $2 for a cup of coffee and pay, you know, $50 in gas costs to do that, right? That's just a dead on arrival. It's not going to work for us. So you know, we're excited to work with the Teller guys to get the Chorus stuff implemented, but we're looking at all of the side chains that we can find. And actually, I mean, if we had to pick kind of a stable coin, the one that we're sort of leveraging now is XDAI, which is the sort of, you know, proof of authority version of the DAI network, because it has low gas costs, but it's also, you know, wonderfully decentralized stable coin. But you know, we're certainly open to kind of exploring a lot of other options at this point. So
yeah, I think on, you know, stable coins, like it's still super early in, but you know, we can all just be honest, like the biggest stable coins right now are like just super centralized. Like they're Tether and USDC, like it's, you know, just basically a digital dollar in a bank account, and you trust somebody that dollar's there. These aren't technical achievements in any way, shape, or form, but you know, it's really what's getting a lot of the traction. And I think there will always be kind of a role for those, just because, you know, kind of like you can have just 100% collateralization on those. You can probably, as Tether has shown, you can even have under 100% collateralization on those, and the stablecoin still works. So it's really attractive to a lot of people to do that. And now you have a digital dollar. I think as kind of regulations start to kick in, we're going to see really the need for censorship-resistant dollars to come up. And in my mind, that's, you know, what Liquidity or Maker or any of these other algorithmic stablecoins are trying to do, or it's the role that they're trying to fulfill, is like, okay, well, first we need something that's censorship resistant, because honestly, if it's not censorship resistant, like what are we even doing? You can just go use, you know, a digital bank, you know, go use PayPal or something like that. So you need it to be censorship resistant, and then from there, now we can figure out how we can actually use it and move along with, you know, the rest of the world. So that's kind of where we're at in the moment with stable coins.
Yeah, it is highly centralized. You're definitely right about that. And I think it's still a new concept that's getting a lot of new people interested, because they can at least understand something that they've kind of used, which is similar to the dollar, at least in terms of value. But, you know, you guys are kind of on the, obviously, crypto insiders inside the industry. What are some metrics of success that you guys always have in your mind when you're looking at things? Because some of them are completely different than what we view as successful in the traditional world, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, like for Teller, there's metrics on your protocol, like how many, you know, miners do we have? How many people requesting data do we have? Like, it's, you know, it's not really directly comparable to any other protocol. You just have to, like, you know, see how we're doing over time. I think, like, honestly, the biggest thing that for us that we try and do is, you know, we try and grow, kind of like we were talking about with governance, and whenever you talk about like what's your actual impact going to be, it's how many people can you get to actually care about your protocol? And like if you have people investing time and energy, and then you're going to succeed over time. So it's just you can grow the market cap, or you can grow the one person putting in a bunch of coins in your protocol or something like that, but it's how many people can you get to care about it, how many sort of touch points can you have, and just become kind of a part of the industry.
I really like that, like how many people care about your protocol. And I would also maybe add how many people use your protocol in a useful way, because now what I see nowadays is that many protocols, I mean, including ourselves, I must admit, like need to use some kind of extra benefit or early adopter incentive program to make their system attractive to users. Like there is a very fierce competition when it comes to the yield that you need to offer to even attract users. That was maybe different a year ago or 1.5 years ago in the early phases of the DeFi space. But now you really need to offer something on top of the base use case, which may sometimes like distract you from the real underlying use case that you want to fulfill, or the real purpose that you want to pursue with your application. And yeah, it's not just about the numbers, the TVL and the market cap. It's also about how many users actually use your system in a way that will make them stick to your system, that they're really like loyal to your system, and they wouldn't just change if another one pops up which offers a higher yield.
Yeah, so I agree with the sentiment, and certainly the more communities that adopt our specific implementation of a digital currency are the better. But I like to take a little bit more of a meta approach to this question, which is I kind of want to educate, and educate may be the wrong word, translate the crypto ease into kind of normal business language and normal human language. So my pet peeves are, well, I already mentioned trustless, but I also have a pet peeve in DAO, which I think we should just call electronic boardrooms, and just kind of leave it at that. And NFTs, like what the hell is an NFT? Like, why do we even use that phrase? We should call it unique digital asset. And then people will be like, oh, okay, I guess it's a unique digital asset. Like that's all you have to say. You don't have to say NFT and then let me explain 20 minutes what the heck an NFT is. So I think that for me, the metric is going to be not people saying, oh, Bitcoin, isn't that thing that's going through the roof? Or isn't that thing that the price is going up on? But like actually understanding a lot more of the kind of electronic governance and the ability to kind of transact digitally, and kind of the security of the overall system, and how it's fundamentally different from kind of the way things are today. That's what I'm hopeful for. And yes, that's probably the long game. That's going to take a lot longer, which is why one of the reasons why I teach some classes. But that's kind of what I'd like to see a lot more of, is people kind of really understanding how this can be transformational.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And kind of going a little bit deeper into that, or kind of looking into the future, what do you guys think when will the intersection between, I guess, traditional finance and maybe even decentralized finance occur? Or do you guys think it will be just heavily retail driven? Do you guys kind of see any institutions or large organizations kind of taking their power and maybe the money they have and moving it into a decentralized finance system, or will they always be separate?
I mean, for me, I think they're always going to be separate. You're going to have, I kind of, like I was saying about the music earlier, it's, we're just going to be the check on traditional finance and traditional governance and everything like that, where if you don't have options that sort of you like, you'll come use us. There doesn't necessarily need to be a decentralized Facebook, but if Facebook knows there's a decentralized Facebook, then maybe they'll start behaving and not exploiting their users' data or something like that. And in the same way with DeFi, we can, if yields are so great in DeFi, and you can put your savings into a 5% yield in DeFi, now it's going to force traditional companies to pay you some yield on your money. And I think that over time, that would be a success metric, is whenever we're as a space, forcing these companies to do something that they don't want to do or wouldn't do otherwise. So.
think another issue here is really also the regulatory landscape, which may currently not be applicable to DeFi, but is certainly applicable to CeFi or to centralized providers of financial services. And yeah, I mean, just looking at the current tendencies, I mean, this may change in the future, or at least countries may try to somehow subject DeFi protocols to the same rules as are currently already applicable to centralized institutions. Yeah, I guess that could have interesting effects on how protocols will be designed. I mean, I don't hope that this will become reality, but there is a chance. And yeah, I mean, either decentralized protocols will need to add some centralized elements to fulfill the law, or they need to become anonymous. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, the risks would be too high. Or there could be some, I mean, this could also lead to some kind of CDFI partnerships where you have like gatekeepers or gateways, which are somewhat centralized, and then everything else that happens behind, or yeah, this gate would then be maybe fine because it's transparent and like everybody can see the trace transactions, but maybe there needs to be like such a centralized gatekeeper, at least when it comes to fiat and crypto transfers or conversions. Yeah, it's difficult to see like how the future will evolve, because I think it will heavily depend on the regulatory framework.
Okay, I completely disagree. Isn't this what you wanted? Programmable money is just so much better than the old system. I mean, you got it instantly global. You got it like you can tell it to do whatever you want it to do. It's just like so much better. And the $100 billion that are locked in Wall Street is going global, and it's gonna happen. And DeFi is gonna take over the planet. So let me just completely disagree with Nick on that point. I think it's not going to be a separate system. It's just going to blow it out the doors. So we're only in the beginning innings of this long, 80 inning game we've got going on here. I think it's going to be tremendous, and there's going to be a lot of fights and a lot of battles. Don't get me wrong; it's not like a linear thing. It's going to be like this, So not like all of a sudden everybody's going to win tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of battles between now and the end game. So.
Sure.
What do you say, Nick? You're just going to say sure?
No, I mean, it's like you can always say that, like with the long run, it's like the dollar. That's like people who call like the dollar is going to collapse. Like, well, yeah, of course it will in the next 1,000 years, but timing matters. So.
Yeah, in the next trillion years, when the Earth explodes because of some celestial event that happens, the dollar will collapse then.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, every day in the industry is sort of a fight against, I guess, centralized finance. And I mean, I would just say the rate of innovation is amazing within our industry. It certainly beats a lot of the old players using technology that's widespread. And I think there's also a lot of different parties involved in the ecosystem as well. I would say it comes in different waves. There's a lot of speculators and really good traders in the market. But kind of looking forward, what do you guys think is, what kind of people do you think will get involved in this industry in the future? Will it be more people that are interested in the economic incentives? Or will people just use this technology because there isn't anything better out there? Like the alternatives start to get really bad.
I guess the most ideal outcome would be that people would use this technology without even being aware of using a blockchain or whatever technology they are using, because it's all about the user experience, and people wouldn't even necessarily have to be aware of how the underlying system works. I mean, that's hard. I think for the time being, that's obviously not the case. I mean, you need a lot of technical insights, or at least some knowledge about like installing your browser add-ons and whatnot to just set up a wallet. And yeah, I mean, it's just like not as obvious for maybe everyday users, but I hope that this will change over time. And I think there are a few interesting projects that are trying to go in that direction and make it just easier for users, so that, yeah, I mean, you don't need any specific knowledge or understanding.
Sure. Yeah, I think early on, like, you know, especially before there was a whole lot of money just kind of flowing around the space and VCs willing to fund projects, like the people who started building things were mainly philosophically driven to build these things. And that's where a lot of the value had kind of flowed now. But as more money comes in, you're building like each next person that comes in, you know, the marginal next person cares less and less about the philosophical implications of what we were originally trying to build. So you're slowly going to get less and less of these sort of value-driven projects, you know, where you really care about privacy or something like that. Like you'll have somebody who comes on, like, you know, like even like a Binance chain or something like that, and they care less and less about the decentralization aspect. So I think, you know, in 10 years, when, you know, most of the money will have come from projects that, say, in like the Binance chains of the world, or people that sort of compromised on that, you know, unless regulations put an end to it, we'll be building things kind of for the average users with just kind of blockchain technology a little bit on the back end stack. So.
Yeah. So I give talks to business students all the time, and I always ask the question, you know, how many of you have cryptocurrency? And usually in a room of about 30 to 35 people, 5 people will raise their hand and be like, you know, and a couple of them will be totally into it, but majority of them don't have any. They've certainly heard of it, but they just don't have a wallet. And that's a big question of how do you do the on-ramp? But there's almost always one student who will say, you know, and the 5 that are into it, 4 of them are like, yeah, I got my on-ramp, I got my Coinbase account, I got, you know, all the stuff that we all know. But usually one of them will say, I have some BAT tokens, right? Some Brave basic attention tokens from the Brave browser. And if you think about the on-ramp for that, it's simply downloading the browser and starting to surf, right? There's no like financial institution, there's no like exchanging of money, there's no complexity, right? It's like I just get online and do it. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that engagement. And when we get a lot more of that engagement where people could just simply spend time with apps or spend time on a thing and start to generate income and generate votes and kind of intellectual property, then you're going to see a lot more engagement in that. Because the whole idea of connecting my bank account with the crypto wallet is a little bit scary to kind of a majority of the people. I know in this community, in this conversation, everybody's deep into it, but you know, you go out into the rest of the world, into these communities that want a currency, and it's a little interesting. So that's one of the aspects we're looking at, kind of enhancing how a community currency can operate, is just by using it and interacting with it, you can generate some level of income. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's a great point. There's different ways to get involved in the industry, or I would say get exposed to crypto. And it wasn't like that a couple of years ago, where you kind of had to kind of just buy crypto, or unless you were a miner. But there's a lot more ways for people to be inclusive now. But you know, I think a lot of people only talk about, I would say, just finance. Like we've seen the space been disrupted by finance a lot. Is there any other industry that you guys think, you know, looking forward to this year, that will just cross that path and kind of reach that level of disruption? Like, to me, that path is like people don't go back and use those same like C5 models. So you guys have any like interesting projects that you guys are looking at right now, just in terms of disruption? Like, what will people not go back to, so to speak, this year?
Yeah, maybe I'm again biased a bit because I used to work for Dfinity, the internet computer. They are now set or about to launch this Friday. And I mean, assuming that they fulfill like the goals that they set out themselves, I mean, that could be hugely disruptive. I mean, not only the platform itself, but what would be achievable on top of it. Like, if you can imagine like building like a decentralized version of Facebook or Twitter, I mean, that's a whole different story than just having a DeFi application. And because it also like really boils down to like freedom of speech and censorship resistance, like also to like those platforms that, or those social media applications that currently wouldn't be achievable on Ethereum, for example. And yeah, I mean, if that happens, that could be hugely disruptive.
don't have any specific projects that I'm watching, but I'm always ever hopeful that that the gaming sector will start to really kind of pick up, and you'll see a lot more. I mean, there's a ton of smaller projects, but I'm you know, the gaming is so naturally kind of, you know, should have some economic layers that kind of provide economic reward sort of in the crypto space. And I know there's a number of projects that are doing that, but it feels like the whole sector just kind of needs to embrace that. I know there's a bunch of gigantic players that are going to resist that, but so is it the next year, or is it, you know, in the long run? I'll have to use that phrase, but that's a sector that I'm interested in seeing move over wholeheartedly.
Yeah, for me, I guess it's like sort of related to finance. I think a lot of legal structures are going to change because of this. You know, like I'm super bullish on DAOs, or electronic boardrooms, and but the general idea, like it just, the idea of this, the old ideas of equity and LLCs and the incentives built into them, it's so, you know, 100 years ago. I think we can build way better models that help companies grow, and they help like us actually fulfill kind of the philosophical impact that we actually wanted to when we started these companies, not just sort of enriching some founders. So I'm super bullish on that.
Yeah, there's tons of different use cases still to be explored. I would say it's still very early stages, or like you guys kind of talked about, things like governance. People are still even learning that these things are even possible. To kind of end things off, you know, tell us all, what are the future updates we can expect from your projects in the months to come? And also, like, what is your #1 key advice for people looking to not just get more involved in the space, but I would say like to build something in the space?
Sure, I guess I can go first. Yeah, so Teller will be announcing some new integrations, and we'll be announcing a lot more stuff coming soon. We'll be releasing hopefully details on what we hope to build with Teller and with Chorus. If you guys want to get involved in the space a bit more, go to a hackathon. It's definitely my biggest advice. Like go try and build something. Either try and build something, or if you're not a builder like that, just go try and deposit some money into Liquidity or something like that, and try and actually use something. Like go buy something with a currency, and just get a feel for it.
Yeah, maybe I can take it from there. So given that we launched Liquidity like a month ago, it's a bit too early to have like very concrete plans for, let's say, a second version, but we are looking into expanding the model, or this concept of interest-free borrowing, to not just one stable coin, but to basically borrowing any existing asset without paying interest. So that's something we are now bullish on, and we are researching, but that's just currently in a very early stage.
Yeah, so for locally owned, we're planning on launching in the next few months, kind of a template of the currency, and then hopefully soon after that, launching our first implementation of that, with the idea that we'll have a governing body of a community that will launch the currency, and we'll have kind of a Genesis block event where they get together and vote on the currency, and then start using it and deploy it with merchants and with users in a local community. And I don't want to say which one yet, because I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully you'll pay attention, and we'll have some nice templates online for you to download and deploy or check out for your community if you want to engage with the process. So, and I guess I would just echo Nick's comment about hackathons. You know, initially I was always skeptical about, you know, hackathons sound so, you know, hacky, right? Like, why would I want to go to a fancy conference if I want to learn about this? But hackathons are really where the sort of everything happens, right? The deep intellectual thoughts and the implementation happens all in the same location. And I think that's just fantastic, because you get that, you can see the whole spectrum of all the activity happening within the sector. So I agree with Nick in that area.
Yeah, or listen to like a Reimagine podcast. Those are
absolutely.
Yep, for sure. Thank you all so much for being here today. Really love all the ideas we covered today as far as participation and governance, and, you know, really getting deeper insights from you all, because you guys are the ones that are building the future infrastructure for the industry. So to anyone listening to this, definitely take their advice and check out all their protocols and really participate in them, because that's how you can continue to learn. It was great hearing from you all today, and I'm excited to see all of your updates. It was great having you all here today. Thanks.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you so much.
And special thanks to Teller again. On that note, I'll let you all, if you guys are listening to this right now, we were bringing you more interviews, more deeper coverage in the space every month. I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2021 version 8. Thank you.
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Greetings, my friends. Deadward the Vampire here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Proof of stake. Proof of stake? Don't you know how offensive that is to a vampire? Sheesh. Okay. Proof of stake is a type of consensus algorithm by which a blockchain network that houses a cryptocurrency aims to achieve distributed consensus for validating transactions on the network. In proof-of-stake based cryptocurrencies, the creator of the next block is chosen via various combinations of random selection, usually determined by the amount of wealth or stake the validator is willing to risk in order to win the opportunity to be honest. This effectively helps to keep the network secure. Whew, that was better than I thought it would be.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments, such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking.
Joel Neidig with v8.0, and I'm the CEO, and I'm excited to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening, in blockchain across the industry. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We're providing development support to a number of growing projects as well as education within the Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience, on blockchain by helping them understand blockchain's real impact in the space. Again, thank you all for joining and tuning in to the Reimagine 2021 conference. We have an exciting interview today. A friend, a colleague, a partner of ours in the space. We're happy to have Joel Neidig back from v8.0. What's going on, Joel? How you doing today?
Hey, Adam, great to be here. We're just, it's been really exciting. Coming out of 2020, v8.0's really growing, and I'm exciting to see, a lot of the adoption happening, especially just across the whole entire blockchain space and crypto. There's a lot more use cases that are now happening in the blockchain space outside of crypto. So that's what we're really excited to see.
That's what I like to hear. And v8.0, they have a workshop. We host various university events with them. We have an event with Indiana University, which they're really close with. We're fortunate to have a guest speaker, leading their biz dev to come talk about, use cases, applications, things that they're building on. So we have a close relationship, and you're becoming a regular here on Reimagine, and very fortunate. So thanks for taking time out of your day to come talk with us. So let's get right into it. The theme of this conference is NFTs. That's kind of the topic. That's kind of been the boom recently. You guys are heavily involved. But before we get into that, I do want to touch on a few things, for our speakers, right? I've interviewed Joel here. So if you want to go back to the Reimagine YouTube channel, you can catch that, his background, his journey, what he thinks, how he got into crypto. And I kind of want to do a fresh perspective, this time around, right? There's a lot of content with v8.0, webinars, tutorials, demos, super easy. Obviously, this no code, low code kind of environment. So feel free to check that out. Just look up Joel or v8.0 and it'll all pop up. But to kind of tie that back into this conversation, kind of this first, 5-10 minutes of it, you guys kind of live by this acronym like DAX, right? Democratize through education, accelerate prototypes, connect with the broader ecosystem, scale for real world production. And when I think of Simba, knowing you guys, knowing what you guys have built, like that kind of sums it all up. Mm-hmm. And I kind of want to tap into that, right? And you can kind of take it however you like, but I think this really just, it's really what Simba's trying to attack and strategize for the last few years you guys have been around. Take us through kind of this motto, this slogan, this approach and strategy to blockchain in general, what you guys are doing. But take us through DAX.
Yeah, so basically we focus on education, enterprise, and government. And really those are kind of the 3 pillars that come together, because the public-private partnerships really, they're very collaborative these days, especially in research and things like that. So from education, we've been really partnering with a lot of universities. We have over 20 universities using our platform now, and continue to scale that. And we had just hit over 5,000 users. So we just had 700 users sign up last month. So it's really starting to feel like that hockey stick. Like people are like getting into NFTs. They're getting into more things outside of what the crypto world is just about. It's about like the blockchain connectivity and how it's immutable, and you have like this persistence, like you know that something happened and it doesn't require like a third party to have this kind of transaction happen. So that's what's been exciting. And so through the education part, we then kind of use that same model in the enterprise, where we educate, like, enterprises, like, we know we need to implement blockchain, but how do we do it? And so we use that same kind of educational tool where we can drag and drop and build a smart contract for them right in front of them. And then they generate the code, it's Solidity, it goes right on the blockchain, and then we support 9 different protocols now, and continue to remain agnostic to different various blockchains. So depending on which,
and I want to get into that too in a few questions, but because that's kind of a critical point. And for those watching, like Simba Chain, and you can kind of piggyback here, Joel, like Simba Chain is not a blockchain. Can you kind of just break that down real quick at a high level, that, it's not its own chain?
Sure. Yeah. Simba Chain is not a blockchain. I know it sounds a little Simba Chain, but what we originally started when me and Ian had a project with the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency years and years ago. And we realized it was really difficult to build blockchain applications for multiple different networks. We were doing analysis of different networks, and there's papers that we've written and all kinds of things we've done with the Navy and Department of Defense, the Army, the Air Force. So the Marines, we've got contracts with everybody now. So we're really implementing these asset tracking capabilities, and everybody uses some use different blockchains for different use cases. But what we realized, it was difficult to connect to those and write smart contracts and do all those different things. So we wanted to do exactly what you said. We wanted to democratize, make that more accessible to people. And that's what resonated really well with education, because believe it or not, a lot of our educational partners it's not in the computer science world. It's a lot in the law, the business world. We just had a culinary that are wanting to source, like, fair trade kind of products, ingredients that just signed up. I mean, it's just like, there's so much more use cases. I mean, economies will run on blockchain. That's the future. $1 trillion economies are going to run on blockchain. And so we got to really open our eyes as a community and go, there's more than just, the coding side of things. It's really developing those use cases. And so we like to say, what's your solution? What's your need, and how do we develop a solution, and break down the barriers from having to code and do those different things. And so, again, we remain agnostic, and that's how we're supporting so many different, blockchains and cryptos.
And that ties into like being able to innovate, right? Like freely. If you're not a coder, and people watching here probably assume they need to be a developer, an engineer by trade.
Right.
And you'll hear through this whole discussion here that you shouldn't need to be a blockchain expert specialist to build applications, dApps, whatever the case is, to kind of integrate this technology into your stack, which can, rely on multiple technologies. But it definitely allows people to kind of freely innovate, lower barrier to adoption, right? And kind of have the capability or at least the resources with Simba to use this tech in how they foresee the product, the solution, the business model, whatever that is, which kind of ties into kind of the next, like accelerating prototypes, right? So how do you guys kind of add value there?
Yeah, so you can go, it only takes a couple minutes. You can go to build your first app on our website, and you can follow the screenshots. It has all the wallet integration. It has, drag and drop. It gives you the use case. It's a car demo to build out, and it's tracking an asset. And basically, you can generate an NFT on that non-fungible token for that asset and track it, everywhere, creating a unique identifier for that, a unique asset on the blockchain. But we do that very simplistically. We've got videos that, walk people through there. Tom Cooksey, our master trainer, there's lots of videos out there. Ian's done videos, I've done videos. So, if a CEO can build it, anybody can build it, right? So I think that's what's exciting about Simba Chain. And we've got what was really interesting at the Wyoming hackathon recently, they built a voting app, one of the hackathon groups, and they actually won first place using Symbichain. So they were able to iterate so fast in a hackathon kind of setting, and that, I think that speaks well to your accelerated, what you were mentioning is like how fast they can build the application. And you can then, if you deploy to one blockchain, you can deploy to others if you want to switch, and use a different blockchain. So we support Ethereum, Binance, Hyperledger Fabric, Burrow, Sawtooth, Stellar.
Avalanche.
There's so many. Yeah, Avalanche. We support Avalanche, RSK, Consensus Quorum. Anyway, so many. It's all on our website, but yeah, so many different blockchains. So.
No, that's great. And I think being able to really, a lot of the problem in the past was accelerating prototypes and like being able to function and efficiently and effectively like apply something. There's been so many times, and obviously you probably heard it like so much, of enterprises being fatigued, the budget, like how does this affect, for the price of one prototype or MVP, it'd be great to do like 4 or 5 of them kind of with that, right? And you kind of, it gets tiring. And I was talking to, one of the larger players, and it was just kind of amazing that they had, like the IBMs of the world, they had, 800 pilots and POCs and like 5 were successful, right? So it's like, it wasn't a tech thing. It was just kind of, how do we streamline this? How do we use it and apply it, as opposed to, is a tech ready to rock and roll? And obviously it's there. And going back to kind of the acronym here, the DAX, right? DA, and going into C here, connecting with the broader ecosystem and scaling for real world adoption. And you kind of just tied into that in terms of, being able to plug and play here. And you brought up like working with all these protocols and platforms and blockchains themselves. Like, can you talk about some of those partnerships from, like, are they smart contract platforms already, and you guys streamline the front end? Do they don't have smart contracts, and you guys allow kind of this integration to streamline it? Because for example, Stellar, right? They have they allow smart contracts, but it's very sophisticated. It's complicated. I don't know if that's kind of, their thing, obviously, but they have it available. But I know you partnered with them. So how do you align? How do you choose what chains are they smart contract enabled and not, and kind of taking it from there?
So Stellar's unique because you don't actually deploy a smart contract to their network. You're doing a set of transactions. And so what Symbichain does is we auto generate that code for you, so then you could reuse it over and over again. So it's kind of like doing what you would do for Ethereum, where you're deploying a smart contract and using that as the interface to the blockchain. What we do, and the code set is the same. So it's still a Swagger JSON, API that you have. So it's very familiar to people when they want to code against it, and you can, you don't have to be a coder to interface with it. The other thing, we really focus on EVM, so Ethereum virtual machines. But now with Boeing, one of our customers, we are actually going to be speaking native Fabric. So we're going to actually do Go. So you can auto-generate instead of just using Solidity, which we currently have done, you can auto-generate in Go. Wow. So now we're going to be supporting multiple smart contract languages along with multiple blockchains. So our system's getting even more sophisticated. And that's just by customer demand.
Yeah. And what does that look like? Like when, like, for example, Ava Labs, Avalanche, like partnering up with them, like, they don't have smart contracts, or they did, like, what's the strategic alignment there?
Yeah, so Avalanche provides like their consensus mechanisms snowman, and it provides like a faster and they just came out with the Apricot project, but it's decreasing the cost in the smart contract gas fees. And that's what's exciting about Avalanche. And so, but they're EVM based. So their C chain, they have a C chain that has the smart contract capability. And that's what we interface to. So we can use Avalanche to, save customers some costs if they don't want to go to Ethereum, and, you might cost you $200 to mint an NFT. we could do it on Avalanche for a lot less of the cost. And there's there's plenty, you can do that yourself just with Avalanche, and you don't even have to use our tool. But what we're doing is we're reaching out to the ecosystem outside of like the traditional coding groups and providing, tooling to get them up faster. Like if you're an iOS developer or you're an Android developer, we have SDKs, and it's the same SDK to use for Avalanche as it is for Ethereum, as it is for Binance Smart Chain. So you get to you can choose which network you want to go to, and you don't have to like scrap all your front end code and rewire everything. It's literally just an API endpoint. So that's the exciting thing about what Symbichain provides.
Yeah, which I think, it's amazing how I don't know, ahead of the curve, Symbichain, because it's easy for the user, or like when you're plugging, building these smart contracts, but on the back end, it's a lot of work. And not only that, you guys have been around, for quite some time in terms of like, you said you did all, you guys came into these barriers and challenges, and like, now it's coming to fruition because all these issues, right? Like you said, you had to be a blockchain developer, right? We have an engineering team as well. And that's the opportunity that we saw because we had blockchain developers, but it's like, we got to bring in more, Web 2.0 devs, and like being able to plug and play into other enterprises and government agencies without having to hire, upskill, what's kind of the easiest way to integrate, this type of technology solution into their existing stack so that they can, efficiently accelerate prototypes and, go to full production and whatnot, but use their internal, employees already that know what's up, but just need a little boost. And you guys, it just seems like you guys are way ahead of the curve in terms of providing this solution.
Absolutely. Yeah. We knew that. Me and Ian said, hey, we're developing technologies that'll be used in the future. And that's where we really started. And being that early and low code is like really, it's so early. But we knew it's very important, especially for the next generation. And so we've got 6 interns now. I think we're hiring 2 more. So we'll have a total of like 8 interns for the summer. That will be, some are coders, some are more on the business development side, but all learning about, how non-fungible tokens and these different projects and these different kind of the business value behind this Web 3.0 ecosystem that's being built out. This is like the internet of the 1990s. It's like, how big can that become? And it's like, it's trillions of dollars. So we're very in the early stages, but we need to democratize and train the next generation with better, with easy to use tools, because they don't need to be that kind of coder. They have great ideas and great solutions, and we can build robust backends to handle all the nonce collisions and all these other things that Symbichain does so well that you don't get, just straight out of the box. So I kind of we're very much like a Red Hat model, I think, where there's open source technology, but like we're supporting some very, with some really robust tooling. And that's kind of the model that we've really looked to. And it's got it's definitely got a cloud-based kind of flair to it, because none of our stuff you necessarily have to download. You can download the SDKs, but if you want to deploy everything, it's all browser-based. So you can do everything in the browser and get some pretty good satisfaction of seeing your smart contract deploy. You can see it on Etherscan. You can track your transactions, and it's really impactful when the student sees that.
Yeah. And I think we provided one of those interns on the BD side. So, very fortunate there to be able to kind of, help each other, right. And kind of source talent and then give them opportunities, and I believe he's not a coder at all, but he understands. And I think Simba was just kind of a perfect fit.
And I think, and what we want to do is incubate that relationship, and we're going to what we want to do is hire all these interns eventually, to be full-time employees. So that's the goal, is to continue to grow our company and bring in all this next generation that's going to be building, the next supply chain, or the next, this next Web 3.0 kind of economy.
Yeah. And to talk about the early 90s, talking about kind of just React Native too in general, right? back then, like, the iOS and like Android code, and like being able to kind of streamline that, right, to kind of build apps in both areas with kind of, the same or similar code as much as possible. You guys are kind of like, so where do you see, so it's kind of interesting, like this smart contract as a service, right? Like,
yeah,
it's pretty valuable, or like, you think there's going to be more coming out? I mean, you guys are kind of leaders in the space. It's such a great idea.
Yeah, so now we've generated it so that you can do it in Kubernetes and Docker. So you can take it on-prem, you can take it to Google Cloud, you can take it to IBM, you can take it to Amazon, you can take it to Microsoft. A lot of ours run on Microsoft and AWS, as most people do, but you can take it anywhere now that it's Kubernetes based. And the team, we have graph database capabilities now. So like our enterprise platform is so sophisticated. We've taken like 160 million different parts and records from the DoD and have done like some pretty amazing things, analyzing different data sets. So, it's very robust, but it provides that data integrity that, you normally don't get outside of a blockchain or a distributed ledger technology.
Yeah, no, you guys have been doing amazing things for quite some time on actually providing utility of the tech, pretty hands-on. You guys have been grinding it out with government, which, what are their thoughts around kind of blockchain? I mean, I'm assuming they're using it for cryptography, like distributed systems, security and ops, and kind of just the way that the world's operating now, being, technology advanced. I'm assuming kind of, blockchain plays a vital, critical component, along with, I'm assuming, their logistics strategy, their IoT devices, their, various communication channels, right? Is that kind of where this all touches?
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's comms. They call it C5. So it's like command control, communications. There's a lot of acronyms behind that, but it's everything based to asset tracking to, we got 5G stuff going in, because with slicing of 5G networks, you have to set up secure communications. It's basically like a direct VPN when you're doing 5G slicing. We've got some media verify. So that's one of our products that we've launched with multiple agencies and some other allied countries that are using it. And so we're protecting kind of like your digital assets, and we can cryptographically hash that and make sure that it hasn't been changed or manipulated. So it's a lot of very much focused on misinformation and disinformation. And that they're actually using Ethereum for that. So we're actually hashing things on Ethereum so people can check back on a public ledger to make sure that something hadn't been changed or modified that's in an off-chain storage. So it's very much like what the NFTs are doing when they're cryptographically hashing tokenizing something, and then they have like a URL that they're that it's point to. Except ours has a lot more data integrity because our URL is not going to disappear. In a couple of years, some of those non-fungible tokens, people will be like, that URL is gone, it's not there anymore. It's like, well, at least you have your transaction on Ethereum. So it's kind of, I think the next generation is going to have like a lot of more persistence, and this on-chain and off-chain is going to kind of come together. And that's what we've been building from kind of the get-go, is providing that off-chain hashing capability to multiple different data stores. And
could you elaborate on that? Could you elaborate on that, actually, like on-chain and off-chain with regards to Simba?
Yeah. So like you have like companies like Filecoin that are using IPFS, and it's a data storage. It's like your file system on your hard drive. You're just storing something. But what you have to do is you need to be able to provide kind of like that data integrity, that the item hadn't been modified or changed. And so that's what we're providing, providing connectivity back to an on-chain, and it's kind of it's a little bit like Chainlink and their oracles, like they're saying this is like good data coming in, but where we're providing is we know that we're hashing that and then putting that fingerprints on chain. So if any of the manifest, we can bundle terabytes and terabytes of data together, and then and then just take that, that 32 character hash and put it on the blockchain for verification. And the cool thing about the SHA 256 is like, if it's modified, it looks completely different, even if like one character has been modified inside that off-chain data. And that's what makes it like really to just do things like a lot faster and not have expensive transactions. You don't store everything on chain. You store some things off chain. Like a lot of the NFTs, the images or the videos from the NBA, Top Shot, that's, the stuff's being stored off chain, which is just in the internet. But, you're taking a cryptographic hash that the token that's actually on chain, the smart contract, that has the validation. It's basically like a digital receipt that thing exists and where it exists.
And so where do you guys store?
Yeah, so we use all kinds of different things. We use Azure Blob Storage. We'll use Tahoe Laughs, Ceph, which is a Red Hat, now IBM product, and then IPFS. And then people can build their own IPF clusters, and they can, do a lot of different things. So we'll probably be eventually, supporting Filecoin. We're looking at Arweave. Arweave's Ethereum Swarm is another one that's providing data storage of integrity. So we stay agnostic, just like blockchain. We stay agnostic on file storage too. We do S3 containers. So if you want to do an S3 container in Amazon, we do that too. So yeah, there's just so many different use cases, and this is all driven by customers. Like everything we do, the customer comes and like, oh, I want to do this. We're like, okay, we'll add that feature. And so everything we always add is we're very close to our customers. We listen, we ask constantly. We're always iterating on the platform what needs to be modified. And that's what I think is, and we hire people outside the industry that are more technical in their space. Like it might be a supply chain person, or they might be, just a government person, or they come from the media industry or something like that. And that's who we partner with them to, and then we use obviously the technology that we've built, because me and Ian are just techies, to kind of implement those use cases.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's the best bet. Like when we have people asking us, about, like you said, different verticals and different kind of, industries and all that, like we're not experts, they know more than they know more than us, when we're talking to our enterprise clients, like, we're not here to tell you like how to run a supply chain, but, our goal really is to, understand that, which we have an idea and we know what's going on, but we hear from you and then we integrate from a technical standpoint. How do we implement it? How do we build it? Like what makes sense? So that, it makes sense for you to kind of bring in, your partners in. So I guess, like on gas fees and costs of running these transactions, what does that look like in terms of like the Simba layer and like the blockchain layer, and you guys are doing all the work, what does that look like?
Yeah, so on the back end, we have like a gas calculator, so we can kind of like attain what it's going to cost to, do that. We always, all of the people, like most of our projects, we always do a test net first, and then we, deploy to one of the test nets, make sure things work properly before we go mainnet. And then, a lot of that, some of the stuff we're looking at integrating with MetaMask. Right now, we just have our own wallet it's an HD wallet that we use that's in browser. We don't store any of the keys, we don't handle any of that. So it's, it's really up to the user to manage all that. But yeah, like Avalanche is preloading the gas fees now for what it would take to do a transaction in your MetaMask wallet. So that's kind of really cool. So I think there's a lot of ways to calculate, the gas fees, but it is expensive right now on Ethereum. I think when Ethereum 2.0 comes out, it's going to be, that'll drop the cost and things will be a lot better. But for right now, it's expensive. So. Oh, sorry.
So sorry, I was on mute. So what you're saying is you can kind of forecast on the preload as a developer and kind of see where the costs are going to go.
Yeah. And see where your costs are going to be. Yep. And so, but yeah, obviously on Binance and Avalanche, it's significantly cheaper.
Yeah.
Right now. But it's just what your use case is. Sometimes if you're doing something, you want it to be on Ethereum, the cost might not matter.
And to even go off of that, like before we get into NFTs, to kind of conclude on like the Simba side, like now that you have, and we can kind of keep it with your 9 partners, like how do you see the blockchain side, right? Like you're agnostic, so
right,
the use case is going to dictate kind of who, what blockchain you're going to use.
Right.
What are some trends that you're seeing and at a high level too, like
sure.
You guys obviously provide this layer, the smart contract, layer. What about like even deeper than that? Like when you work with the governments or whatever, entities, like, I'm assuming they say, oh, you're not, or not assuming, but you're not a blockchain. So like, which one do we use? What have you kind of noticed about the chains and partners that you work with? I'm sure they have niches and stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, so we came out with a document. It was built by Tom Cooksey, our master trainer and architect, and also John Stevens, who is one of our consultants, used to work for Accenture and now is working for Amazon. But we built this document to help people understand, like, hey, here's the different blockchains that Simba Chain supports, and here's the why you'd use the different ones. And so it talks about the consensus algorithms, what the block, if it's proof of work, proof of stake, proof of authority, proof of staked authority, which is Binance, and a lot of Stellar has their own consensus algorithm. So like we've identified like what like a payment might do if you're like doing payments. We have a Simba Pay open source application that people can download, and it's in GitHub, and it's got a walkthrough guide to build your own payment app in Stellar. So we open source that. People can do that. And we build a lot of these open source like front end applications that work with different chains. And so we kind of guide users to like, and you can, anything EVM based, you can swap it out. So you can take like, if it's Ethereum, you could always swap it out with Binance, or if it's, if it's Binance Smart Chain, you could swap it out with Avalanche. So they can take that same application and just repoint it to a different blockchain and you reuse it again. So they don't have to change any of their code. It's really simplistic. But yeah, and then the government side is kind of a mixed bag. I mean, we have clients that are using Hyperledger Fabric, a lot of them using Consensus Quorum. And so it's really just different ones. Some are using mainnet Ethereum.
Yeah.
Like I said, on the media verify side of things, because they want the public, it's usually public releases, and they want to show the public that it hasn't been changed or modified. And that's where a public mainnet Ethereum comes in really handy.
So are you pretty bullish on like a lot of these chains, and there's going to be obviously 5 to 10 chains that, or whatever the number is, arbitrary, but there's going to be multiple chains that provide different utility?
Oh yeah, I mean, and I think Polkadot and Cosmos are going to be big because there'll be a lot of interchange. I mean, you've already seen like what Uniswap can do from just providing that kind of layer of different exchanges and different things like that. But I think you're going to have the same thing, because all these different, like we have multiple instances where we have one client on Hyperledger Fabric and another one on Consensus Quorum, and we've actually connected the two. So we're actually doing cross-chaining at Simba Chain, which is kind of unique from the blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, and cross-chaining those together.
Via smart contract?
Yeah, via smart contract. And it's very, anyway, we've got like 80-page documents on how to make sure the nonces don't collide and things like that. But yeah.
No, that's interesting. And yeah, I mean, so what inning do you think we're at? Like you said,
oh man,
there's there's Polkadots, there's Cosmos, Ethereum is still, working itself out. Do you think Ethereum has a solution? Not in regards of like a time frame, but like you think, they're capable of, meeting some of these like limitations, exceeding these limitations, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I've read stuff back in the early days of the internet where they're like, oh my goodness, once we connect so many servers, it'll just bring down the entire internet, And like today, that's just hilarious, like we're like, the internet's plenty robust, we can, I mean, sometimes there's DDoS and stuff goes down, like Auth0, we were using Auth0 as our identity provider. It just went down this week, and we're like, oh my goodness, everything's crashing. And all of our users were like, hey, we can't log in. And it's like, I know everybody's using Auth0 for their identity, and now they're bought by Okta. But so there's like all these different microservices and web services that we all use and depend on. And I think you're gonna really see more of a peer-to-peer decentralized like capability where stuff starts, and the economy will be robust for it. And that's why I said there's, like at the beginning of our talk, I think $1 trillion economies are going to run on blockchain. Wow. It is coming. It's going to happen. Money is trillions of dollars of money already transacted on it. And that's that's the first, data obviously is just starting. I think we're still in the first inning. I mean, I'll be that bullish. I mean, I think we're so early right now on the use cases.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. Being in this bubble, you get some insights, but we are moving pretty quick. And then you kind of just have to zoom out to just be like, wow, like it's coming, right? You kind of see the players coming in, teams like yourself that are working on streamlining the technologies one way or another to kind of help the end user for everything not to be so siloed. And then you just summed it up too on the peer-to-peer, like that and that's going to lead into not only peer-to-peer, but I think like devices just, transacting with each other, probably via token, like, it'll
add a lot more security when you're having like thousands of IoT devices, and how, the government, if you read about the government stuff, it's zero trust. Like, so we've got a lot of zero trust white papers that we've written about how do you connect, how do you be in a trustless state. And the government's very scared about that. Obviously, I mean, there's just so many things that can go wrong. And so we need to have this kind of zero trust layer, especially like the 5G, as 5G is coming out and connecting to all these different thousands and thousands of devices. It can really, there's security you can put in place, and it works, and blockchain's the tech to do it. So I'm excited, and we've worked with partners to, like, even though Symbichain is very much a low code and kind of this API UI driven company to providing visualization and relationship data, back to the user. We've really partnered with like Truffle to integrate with their suite of, Microsoft with VS Code to provide plugins so that people can auto generate the code or build, free code in their environment in their favorite IDE, and then bring it back to Symbichain to generate the APIs for the different blockchains. So
no, I mean, everything's coming together. Everybody's trying. What do you think about Hyperledger? Like, I mean, there's competition, so you would think like some of these larger players, maybe have an edge and whatnot, but in blockchain, I feel like it's a little bit different in terms of open source, public, the innovation side, but how is Hyperledger a couple seconds on it, but Hyperledger is like maintained actually, like, a lot of the public side is tapping into Hyperledger and compatible and composable. So, and I'm sure you probably work close with them, like, how do you think that technology is kind of played out, and why is it maybe successful? And I know you don't work with them, but it just, I'm curious.
Well, we're in disclosure, we're part of the Linux Foundation and Hyperledger Foundation. So we've really enjoyed the relationship we've had with them. We've open sourced, we've helped build some of the stuff, like some of the Python integration for the EVM, the Hyperledger EVM integration. We've updated that for them. So we've done a lot of things to work, contribute back to the community. And I think that's what's exciting. And we've got partners like Boeing that are heavily using it, and will continue to use it. And I think that's going to continue on. There's a lot of Hyperledger projects. We get contacted by some of them for like wanting to integrate. We've currently support 3 different projects in Hyperledger. So we support Fabric, Burrow, which is a EVM based, and we also support Sawtooth. So those are kind of the 3 that we were looking at. Indy for doing self-sovereign identity, but we just haven't gotten that it's like
Yeah,
so many
yeah.
developer time to get everything connected. So that's kind of, but right now the team's really hit deep into the Hyperledger Fabric native coding right now. So then we can speak directly to Go, or speak Go in the smart contract language. And then the Symbichain API will still be agnostic, so they'll still have the nice Swagger JSON thing that people are always. And we really approach things with an asset and transaction model. So it's very much like, here's my asset, here's my transaction. I have lots of assets talking to transactions. Many one-to-many relationships. But that makes really simplistic for a user to track and understand. And then we reverse that back too, so you can like graphically query that in a graph database. Using Neo4j. So, but Hyperledger is I think it's around to stay for a while, and will be continue to be, deployed out and actually integrate. If you look at Hyperledger Bisu with what Consensus is doing, I think they're going to eventually merge those two stacks together, Consensus Quorum and Hyperledger Bisu, so you can have a Solidity based one or a Go based kind of capability.
Options.
Yeah.
No, that's amazing. Yeah, and they've been around a long time, and they were out early, actually. Even before some of these public chains, and it's just kind of cool to see. But I've also seen a lot of people come from Hyperledger to the public side, and then a lot of the enterprises are now integrating or have been using Hyperledger in some capacity, and kind of tapping into the public side for whatever reason. So that's cool. No, great. So I think the theme of this conference this time around is NFTs, right? With this kind of boom and stuff. And I was reading a little bit that you guys are kind of getting involved in that and providing solutions. Share some of that. We got about like 12 minutes left or so. Yeah, kind of share. First of all, share your thoughts on NFTs. Like, is it a bubble? Like, does it make sense? For myself personally, it's super interesting because the owner still has a copyright. You still have the ownership, but then you have this NFT that's available. It's one, it's unique, right? It's only one of a kind. And then you have artists fractioning off this. We have real estate. What's kind of your perspective on NFTs at the moment?
I think everything can be NFT'd. Non-fungible token. It was always, I think it was always Ethereum's, Vitalik and everybody else's idea to have these kind of capabilities. ERC20s weren't always going to be the only thing. We wanted to have a lot more capabilities. And so we do support ERC 721s and ERC 1155s. And you can actually do that right now with our Truffle Suite integration. You can free code that and deploy, and it gives you the endpoints in Swagger JSON to communicate with all that and interact with that. Wow. And it adds a little bit more security around it too, because now you have an API and some other things to provide for another front end application that you can have do different things. But the other thing that we've come out with is now our EDU platform has a minting service on it. So you can actually mint NFTs, and we have like several templates that will be launching. So people, and this was demand by, our students and different faculty that have been using our platform, and beyond the smart contract generator where you can drag and drop and build things, they wanted to be able to just do like different NFT and mint those right in the platform. So we're providing that capability. The other cool thing about the platform is that there's a lot more in the UI. The teacher can communicate and comment, and the student can comment back. So it's like this, there's a very integrated chat capability that's built into that. So we're really getting more about collaborating. Even in our app.symbichain.com right now, you can invite people to your organization. It's very much like, what you'd have with like Slack or anything else like that. You can invite people to your organization and join and communicate and different things like that. But this is even a more enhanced environment, a UI, to provide that minting service and collaboration and video and kind of this whole entire dialogue that you can track with your project. So a lot to be had and built with a lot of these institutions that are deploying out like new things and new ideas, and that's where we're getting into like intellectual property and all kinds of things. I think, like you mentioned, like with the NFT, is it just a fad? And I think, you know, it's exciting right now with like NBA Top Shot and the MLB and OpenSea, and so many different fascinating projects are happening, and I'm so excited to see that. But I think there's more beyond that. I think there's like, you know, title companies and real estate and, you know, and music's coming and they're getting into that and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Nike's gotten involved, Jack Dorsey's like Twitter comment, Kings of Leon just dropped an album. Disclosure, the group, launched their own NFT for one of their artworks of I guess their kind of main staple design, like the face. So like, what kind of benefit, what's the benefit of like the NFT?
Yeah, I think
like, what's the value?
Yeah.
What's the value, the benefit if you're going to create one? And we can talk high level, like you said.
Yeah.
There's artists, right? There's artists involved. There's musicians. There's athletes. There's we talked about it at the beginning. Like, what's great about an NFT too is kind of that perpetual like revenue stream, like
right. That's
right?
exactly. Yeah.
And we talked about it earlier before we jumped on of like school books, right? Like, there's some application there where, you can kind of tweak some things, and as you continue to sell it on, maybe it's not that expensive, but everybody kind of gets a cut. Like, what do you see the benefit and the value with the NFT market?
Yeah, I think it's all those things you just mentioned. I think you can have this residual royalty that can go out. I mean, you think about music today, I mean, it's so complicated, and how long does it take for that original artist to get their money, down the chain?
Yeah, I was just reading like, yeah, they're making more money off, not on their music. Like the music is just kind of a way down to the bottom. Who's going to be, fastest to the bottom, and like, which, yeah, we got to flip that around. So, and then going back to the peer-to-peer that we talked about, the mid part of the discussion, like bringing that back. And I think maybe NFT kind of adds value there to kind of do this peer-to-peer thing and engage community and kind of followers and whatnot.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think you're building new economies and new solutions that people can monetize. And it might even be more advantageous to the user, because they're getting more engagement with the artist, as opposed to you have like all these third parties that are like stuck in between the user and the artist. And so there's a lot of power, I think, behind that, and probably from like a pirating standpoint and some protection that can really assist. And so I think it's definitely everybody implementing those use cases and the technology and adding those kind of capabilities is exciting, and seeing what's going to work and what doesn't.
What do you think are some of the barriers to like adopting this, right? Like, from my perspective, right, people want to hold or tangible items. Like, is it more psychological? I mean, obviously it's going to be generational, native to internet, if you're born with the phone and all these devices and stuff, like, I think again, is it your mind? Is it kind of, where does value derive from, right? It's like the community, the people, like, what do you think about it?
Well, I think digitally it'll, like, that's really easy right now, because the NFTs, you can mint a digital piece of an item, whether it be music or a graphic or something like that. But I think what's going to be really exciting is physical non-fungible tokens. So physical non-fungible tokens will be like when we can cryptographically embed the hash into the item. And we're actually doing that right now with 3D printing.
Oh, wow.
So I think there's going to be a whole like boom in that world. I think Nike will do it with their shoes. I mean, you could do it with the carbon printers that they're like Adidas is already doing, where they're printing, they use the carbon 3D printers to print their soles, and you could embed a cryptographic hash that would be one of a unique. And that's how you could do like, but because there's a lot of counterfeit in the shoe world, there's a lot of counterfeit in the wine, there's lots of counterfeit in
olive
oil.
Yeah.
So there's like lots of those use cases. And I think as we can get really sophisticated and in IoT, and then also in the actual physical products. The biggest thing, like with the wine and with the olive oil, is that people like that don't have the receipts, which that's basically what a non-fungible token is. It's a digital receipt to show the pathway. It's the provenance of where this item all came from and who bought it and when did they buy it, and providing that on an immutable. And that's why I said I go back to the economies. The data will be transacted along with the money. So money becomes data, data becomes money. And that's where we're at now. We're in this next generation where money's becoming data and data is becoming money.
And to talk about this physical non-fungible token, what would be different in terms of a QR code, or are you talking about kind of embedded?
It's more sophisticated than that.
Yeah.
It's getting embedded with chain code. So and this is kind of very it's kind of very science fiction, but science fiction usually plays out, right? I mean, we're going to Mars now. So so like back in the second season of The Mandalorian, right, on Disney Plus or whatever.
Do you suggest watching that?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I like anything Star Wars.
Yeah.
So
I gotta watch that. I was asking somebody about that, and I keep seeing it in my email, like trending, and I gotta get up to speed there.
Mandalorian's really cool. But Boba Fett, comes back, and I don't know, spoiler alert. But anyway, he's like showing the provenance of that. It's his armor. He's like, this is my armor, and the chain code's embedded inside of it. Yeah. And that is, I mean, the counterfeiting in aerospace alone is like insane. And so if we're able to cryptographically embed like chain code into like really high-end expensive items, then it's going to be amazing. And so you have to use like special equipment like X-ray and neutron interferometry to scan it, but that's going to come down in price too. So yeah, we're doing a lot of that just in the research side.
Yeah, I think Honeywell like had their own marketplace for. I didn't realize, on the aerospace kind of the parts involved, the logistics, the supply chain kind of operations, and all of the stakeholders that's involved in Honeywell. I don't know if you're familiar, you might be, but like
Lisa Butters was in charge of that.
We had her on. I invited her on. I actually interviewed her. But yeah, that was kind of cool, and just talking about things like that, which I guess what you're saying on the physical non-fungible token, one step beyond that is embedding it, right?
Yeah.
So you have this you have the platform marketplace to kind of exchange these items. The next step would be like, you don't even need that marketplace because it's just going to be embedded. And
there's your peer-to-peer.
You can scan it for yourself. Yeah.
Because it is now the smart contract.
Yeah.
So now when you would scan it, that smart contract is embedded and you have the provenance of that item. So you can be almost completely peer-to-peer. We can store 2 kilobytes of data into that item. Oh, wow. So it's pretty, so that, 2 kilobytes, you can do a lot with that.
Yeah. So, no, man, this is kind of, like we said, even for, people watching, right? Like the different backgrounds, like it's really not heavily engineering. It's kind of like product. It's kind of like, obviously it touches many disciplines of, backgrounds, marketing, psychology, economics, philosophy, obviously business and stuff, and computer science. But so I feel like Louis Vuitton was trying to obviously, prevent, fake like items and stuff. So like, and you may or may not know, like, is the high end industry like tapping in it, right? They've already been using. And what are they doing? Are you using the QR code or like?
Yeah, I think they're doing the combination of like QR codes. The other thing is like you can do some, some people hit me up about when I started talking about physical non-fungible tokens. They're like, well, you could what's it preventing the code inside somebody like reverse engineering that and then like printing the same thing. I'm like, yeah, but how would you, when it's timestamped on the blockchain, how do you carbon date that back?
Yeah.
Because it has a date, the metal, and you could put DNA into that. Botanical DNA. I mean, you can get for a very high end item, you can get, it's not expensive to do some anti-counterfeiting. And that's what the blockchain provides, that time-stamped data, that capability. So I think they're doing a combination of like QR codes and then provenance of the item, and then probably some features that only they know are on there. So it's but yeah, it's crazy.
It's amazing. I mean, it's even touching real estate, right? Like this fractional ownership. I feel like that makes sense. I don't know if I want to own like, 2x2 of some
well,
building,
and if you think about
like,
it, like our parents did, like with timeshares, right? I don't have a timeshare, but back in the day, like timeshares were like a big deal, and now people are like, oh, I don't want to do a timeshare. But
everybody's trying to get out of them.
Yeah, everybody's trying to get out of timeshares, but this could be a potential, as long as if there's residual revenue coming back from the, from that kind of an NFT capability.
Yeah.
So, but there's a model there. I'm not necessarily the one to build it on.
No. Yeah. I mean, do you think there's demand on that side? There's obviously supply in terms of like fractionalizing or NFTing, so do you think is NFT tokenizing an asset the same?
Yeah, I think essentially, if you think of the NFT as the digital receipt, the provenance of that physical item. So whether it be digital or physical. But I think getting more to that where, if you have a VIN code of a car, it's a unique identifier. Can you tie it back to a digital receipt of a blockchain transaction? And that's where we got to get to. And then it shows the history of that item. And it's the same thing with wine. It's the same with olive oil. And if you can show provenance, it's worth more than if you can't. And that's the value. Yeah.
No, that's crazy, man. There's so much here. We could probably go on for days.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
No, and
we got to get together again, man. I mean, it's been a while.
Too long.
Yeah.
Things will get back to normal here.
Yeah, I'll have to get back out to California.
Are you going to go to the Bitcoin conference in Miami?
I don't know if I'm going to make it down there, but we're having a big team meeting here in June up at Notre Dame. So everybody from Simba Chain's all flying in.
Awesome.
I'm looking to get to more conferences. We want to go to there's a big blockchain expo that's supposed to happen in London in September.
Nice.
We're sponsors of Consensus.
Yeah.
But that's virtual this year. But hopefully, things start opening back up again.
Yeah, it seems like I'm going to get my first vaccine shot tomorrow.
Nice.
And then 2 weeks after. So we'll hopefully it works out.
Yeah.
But no, man. I mean, Joel. We've coming up on an hour here, man. I appreciate your time as always. Second time interviewing you. You guys have been big supporters of Melspelt, of Reimagine. This discussion here, we talked on kind of the priorities of what how Simba delivers, from the intro of this call, making Simba Chain like seamless, but scalable. From an execution standpoint across chains, across industries, across companies. So like very fortunate for you to kind of dive into that. We chatted about your NFT thoughts here, and you're obviously pretty bullish on that as well. Long term, it looks like there's definitely use cases and applications that everybody's tackling now, and this physical non-fungible token is pretty legit. I got to think about that some more. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I think there's probably some people that have like patents out that are kind of, but I mean, that'll be interesting to see where that all goes. But yeah, it's exciting to see where it's going to happen.
I'll make sure to edit this last part out, the idea. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Right. Yeah.
The idea. We'll keep the idea. No, it's been great, man. But, where can people, I guess, learn more about Simba? Where should they go and kind of catch up on all of this stuff?
Sure. Yeah. SimbaChain.com. It's a Simba and then chain.com. And it's, there are tons of tutorials, tons of ebooks, and, you can dive into our blog. We got tons of stuff. There's lots of, we got blogs, stuff about what we've done with Mousebelt. So, big supporter there, and Mousebelt University. Literally that, like what we're doing is like, building that next generation. So this next generation is going to be able to build, so much more than, we can imagine. And so training them up and showing them how to do it is going to be exciting.
Yeah. And I think that even ties into what people are watching here, trying to understand, trying to learn, like, you can apply this technology to existing applications and way of life, but ultimately with the innovation, it's coming. Like this is the foundation. We haven't even tapped into it because some of this technology just doesn't make sense. You can't plug it into some of this old legacy systems for whatever reason, right? It's kind of like the new business models, new ways of thinking about things, from even sustainability to energy to one of our main kind of topics here that you and I are going back and forth is like peer-to-peer. Like nothing's peer-to-peer right now. I mean, we have Venmos and your PayPals, but like everything else, people are still getting mailed checks. It's like it's crazy. So learned a lot here today with you. Obviously, we're gonna look to have you guys back. This is Joel Neidig from CEO of Reimagine. Very fortunate, and thanks, Joel, for coming to chat with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Adam.
All right, well, we'll talk to you again. See you soon.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends, in a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication, in a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th event, and the theme for this event is State of the Artchain. So it's all about NFTs, content creators, and we're doing something different this time. My name is Roshan Marajkar. I'm the project manager of Reimagine 2021. I'm really excited to have a returning guest here. With me here today, I have JD Salbego. He's the CEO at Anarchy X. JD, welcome back to the show, and I think it would be great to get started. Let's talk about the last time we interviewed you, what stage you were at, and then let's also go into kind of your background, like how did you get into the space a bit, and leading up to now, and then we'll get more into the details. But thanks.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for having me back. Yeah, you guys were literally the first conference I did with the company. We had I don't even remember, it was literally, I think at the end of September last year. It was so early on. I'm all about kind of just crazy. I mean, like when I build companies, it's a sprint, right? We're in technology. You're always adapting minute by minute. Everything's a sprint, lean startup, just throw it out there, right? And literally I had to make our logo on Canva just to be able to prepare it for your conference, which became the logo you see in the top, that corner right up there. That's how early on we did this conference. I just, I'm kind of spiritual. I was like, if I'm getting hit up to do a conference right now because someone spread it through the industry because we were stealth for 2 months, then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take that as a sign. Screw it. So 2 minutes, I put together our logo on Canva and gave it to you guys, and there we go. And since then, it's been a wild roller coaster, 24/7 work, and a lot of great stuff has happened. We're very grateful, and it's all coming to a head over the past month. Once we finally got to releasing the product, the development, and we'll probably go more into that. I'm sure you'll ask me questions. I'm a little tired, so I think I missed one of your questions. It was twofold.
Oh yeah,
wasn't
no,
it?
just to start off, like how it's all good. You know how
Yeah.
crypto is 24/7, but how did you sort of get into the space? I think you
That's
have
what it
a
was.
unique background compared to like most people.
Yeah, no, it's funny, man. Like I was in the music and entertainment business for 17 years. I started when I was 17 years old because I grew up right in Los Angeles. I was Snoop Dogg's head engineer at his record label he used to have when I was 21 years old. I worked with Usher, Jimmy Iovine, which if you guys don't know who that is, you'll probably know him by Beats headphones with Dr. Dre. He's the one who created that with Dr. Dre and sold it to Apple. He's like one of the biggest hip hop label owners. I mean, I can go down the list of all the people I worked with by the time I was 20, 21. And, I had a record label, Warner Music Group. I worked with some of the biggest celebrities in the world. Started merging into more entertainment tech and eventually crypto, which I fell in love with back about 2010, but I already had a successful career. Finally merged into that officially around 2015, 16. And it was pretty much game over, man. I fell down that rabbit hole that led me into, funny enough, pure investment banking. I left the creative kind of, entertainment music industry, even though it was business too, but it was all working with creativity and stuff. I used to actually be an artist, not only from the music producer songwriter part, but when I was growing up until about 18, I was an urban and graffiti artist. I still have a mural up, so I've always been a creative. Left that when I got into crypto, fell into investment banking, no joke, literally. And I was one of the top, advisors doing ICO advising. A lot of companies would bring me on as COO to launch the companies because that's what I was good at, going to market, growth, communication, fundraising. That organically because I was kind of the face of these companies. And as you know, our industry is all about conferences, at least it was, right? During pre-COVID, I was speaking at every conference, and that organically led to me becoming kind of an influencer in this industry and interviewing, Bloomberg, NASDAQ, you name it, man. NYSE. I'm a contributor on Cointelegraph for a long time, and I got into this. I'm really spiritual, you know what I mean? As I think I already talked about. So I look at this company as a spiritual almost experience, to be honest, for me, because I'm back doing art. Like I'm literally I say the art director because it's almost funny to me. I put that in my title because literally I am. I'm head of product and art. Everything you see in the background, I literally either design personally or I oversee it and I create all the breakdowns, design concepts, and then hand them over to our design teams, our game studio, and everything. But I started out, I was running a crypto exchange out of Singapore, and I started seeing the DeFi boom all of a sudden at the beginning of last year, which I believe COVID, right, kind of amped this up with Compound coming up with a really unique way. Sorry, that was a bird if you heard that in the background. A little chirp, if you were wondering what the hell that was, for our viewers. Compound came in this crazy way for liquidity mining, right, off of Uniswap. And, it's a genius. It's inception, right? It's a big circle. It's like the Origamos, the snake that eats itself, whatever that is, right? That's what liquidity mining is, literally. It's free money. There's no purpose with it. But I saw something really interesting what was happening from a consumer product innovation standpoint there, and it's very nascent stage long. But the Uniswap and all that stuff in the AAMs is absolutely genius. I mean, those logic and economic models are wow, right? So I saw that, but I saw this whole other industry that was merging off of that with liquidity mining. And I felt like there was obviously I was like, there's a need for a use case. This will never sustain. That's why every project lasts for 2 months or 3 months that gives away tokens. That's all it is, free money, dude. I saw NFTs kind of teasing they were way back, which I really liked them, but I never saw a scalability with them. I never saw a real use case. I never saw utility built into them. So all I did was, while I was running the exchange, I went heavy on research and development. I hired an analyst, and me and him just literally lived inside every community, literally, that was going on with decentralized finance, and like looking at what was going on. What is this technology? How are the users behaving? What are their needs? What are their wants? How are they getting monetized? How are they not getting monetized? Where is this real use case going to go, especially on liquidity mining and decentralized finance, and certain aspects of that? And through that, I found that gamification was the biggest use case with liquidity mining and a lot of the decentralized finance, because it's action and reward based, right? It's incentivized through actions, a need for a reward. That's all it really is. And it's a set of processes you have to do. What is that? That's called gaming, right? And through really living in these channels, which I've always kind of, I didn't really put it 2 and 2 together really until I started searching. But what the communities in crypto have been doing since the day one, and what you saw, especially right now with this decentralized finance and the liquidity mining aspect, esports was happening all around us. And no one even noticed it, except I did. I'm not saying I'm God, Jesus, or fucking Einstein. We have literally been doing this since the dawn of crypto esports. And it's proven, not only when our game launches in a month, in our stuff's in our beta test starts tomorrow, but it'll be proven again when our game launches in a month and everyone sees what we're talking about. It was proven with the GameStop incident. And that shows you, because that's what crypto, even though crypto's legal, and what they did with GameStop was illegal. Let me make very clear when I say that. I'm doing the Richard Nixon thing. I should not say that. That fucking guy. I'm laughing at myself right now. What they did with GameStop was completely illegal. But within crypto, we were talking about a utility token and communities getting together to create strategies of how to utilize a token more within a protocol, within a usage, this and that. So that's literally what we've been doing, and it became even more incentivized. The behavior became more extreme and incentivized through decentralized finance, and that's what I saw was that happening, man. And that's how we built this. It was literally all I was trying to do was solve a problem and create a solution. Literally, that was it. And somehow I ended up doing gamified liquidity mining with esports and some very unique NFT models. Our NFT models, no one's doing anything near what we're doing. Everyone creates NFTs that are just collectible. Okay, their utilities fall off and stall at an airdrop.
Yeah. So can you? So for our users out there, can you sort of explain why what you're building is different? Like for our viewers out there, it's really interesting how you're building a decentralized finance and gaming platform and like an exchange. So I think a lot of the new people coming in, they just see NFTs and they immediately associate them with art. So can you kind of explain how you're merging both of these things together? And what do you think is the future of, I guess, not only this industry, but like, do you think that gaming could bring in a bunch of new people, but they don't see it as like a crypto product? Like, do you think it can just be like a new market? I'm kind of talking about people in the world that use things like gaming to just do it full time and sustain the economy, right? That's the most interesting thing I found. Like, I feel like that's what you're really building, like a community, economy. So can you kind of explain the differences between, the NFTs on your platform, why they're different? And yeah, definitely let's dive into the utility of it. Like, I want to actually use this technology. I love it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there was about 5 questions in that one, so let me try to get them all down. First of all, for the people who are new, non-fungible token is an NFT. A fungible token is an FT, which we don't say that, but you can look at Bitcoin, Ripple, Ethereum as a fungible token. There is nothing unique about two Bitcoins at all. There is something unique about a non-fungible token. And some genius company called Engine created, right? The 1171 and all those other ones. And what that is basically a non-fungible token has a special unique code and ID inside of this contract. All a token is a contract, literally. That's all this is. So Bitcoin, two Bitcoins are exactly the same. They are not unique. But when you have that unique code in it, which is a non-fungible token, the 721, we can also go to other layers, which is not worth going into. There is an 1155, which is called a parent to 721, and then 1155 is the child. They are all unique, but also tied to the parent. That's a whole other story, but it is unique. So what that means is this digital asset, it could be art, it could be a game card, it could be a widget, as they say in business school. It could be nothing. It just is a contract that is unique, and wherever that goes, you can retain ownership and rights to that and transfer it safely, transparently, and publicly. Now, what that means is, well, first of all, if you go back to early crypto, the first use case that actually started was gaming. And you know why? Because gaming was the most frictionless industry, number one, to get into, and the one that had one of the biggest use cases, which was skins and digital assets, weapons, swords, skins that all game companies use. But guess what? You can't transfer them safely because they could be duplicated. There is no unique code inside. So I'm trying to get to all the rest of the 4 questions or 3. I think I got one of them right there. So realistically, how ours are different. We have a proprietary technology and economic NFT engine, and what's underneath that in our whole game ecosystem, is a derived base value architecture. That's another proprietary thing that we own and created. And what we have created is a self-sustaining and self-incentivizing game and NFT economy. So all our reward-based games is how you win, right? You win rewards, which is our utility token, ANRX, which is our arcade coin, and you win, and all our NFTs, generate APY. They generate yield. Not only our collectibles, but we have 3 other different kind of models within our games. But the base value is one of the. I could go on forever, man. To be honest, you asked a question that's like, well, how do I actually? Our stuff is so easy to play, but sometimes so complicated to really get in. If you start asking what this really is, there's layers beyond layers beyond layers, man. But basically, what we did, which was one of the solutions that I worked on for scalability, true economic supply and demand, and fair market pricing of NFTs, was to build a derived base value. Because all of these people do. How do you value an NFT?
Right.
It's also speculation. What makes this NFT, this art, this game card, this animated fucking frog, or this, or this new Cara Delevingne piece of artwork with all this stuff covered on her face that someone's spreading around Rarible right now that looks really kind of disrespectful and evocative, if you know what I mean. What makes that worth $20 or $1,000? What makes Beeple worth 86 or 89 billion dollars? Let's be real there right now.
I
No
think
one
it's
has a fucking
yeah.
idea. It's all
We just
bullshit.
don't know.
Let me just say that it's all fucking bullshit. I'll tell that straight up right now in this interview. You can keep my cuss words. It's all bullshit. It's just hype. Okay, so let's realistically, how do you sustain a market that's complete bullshit? You can't. There's no market in the world that is sustainable based on pure BS. You know why?
So what are some of the?
Hold on,
So
I'm
what are?
getting to it right now. Hold on, let me
Go
get this
ahead.
because it's a real epic point here that I'm getting to, and this will be mind blowing if you actually really, really, really listen to it. There's no sustainability in those economic models because there's nothing to that. There's no. If you look at what creates an economic system, right? What is the fiat model that governments are based upon, right? Economic supply and demand, cost of goods being sold in the economies, and people agreeing on a set price. When you have these things that are just made up numbers because someone thinks that, there is no economic supply and demand underneath it. There's nothing supporting it. You will not have enough parties agreeing consistently and either linear or some other scalability to drive in a market of a scale, economies of scale. That's what you're going to run into, the problem. So real quick, because I know it's long-winded, but you're the one who asked me 4 questions in one question. We created derived base value that is literally 100% accurate and fair market pricing because the rewards driven by our game that you win, the price of our NFTs that we sell them at, the amount of yield that they generate in the game is based upon how many users are playing our game, how much money is being spent for in-game purchases of NFTs, how much per user, per team of the yield is being generated, what's the total prize winning generation of the team, what is our token price, and a few other extra variables is some proprietary stuff. These are the floating variables that is basically a fiat model. Just how the United States government and other countries create, how do they value a dollar? On the fiat model. We created actually more accurate. You know why? Because we're not corrupt governments. We actually do this on blockchain. So whatever's being spent, whatever our token price is being there, however many users are there, is all on the blockchain, 100% transparent. That gives the price of a derived base value. It's super crazy stuff, man. But what it does is creates for the first time, a user now can play a game for free, earn money, and also be incentivized to grow the earnings in the price of their digital assets, because the more they play, recruit members, stake, trade the token, everything grows, the economic value of it. It's a self-sustaining system.
Yeah, I think you just created like one of the first most transparent like trading economies, like a transparent digital economy. That's super interesting. Thanks for. I think that's going to be an important soundbite to replay, how you just compared and contrasted like how they traditionally do things, and I think that's really awesome. For everyone listening, I would definitely replay this segment because it's very true what you're saying. No one has been able to really explain the valuations or even how to also interact with a lot of these different NFTs. Most people I talk to just see it as collectibles. So I love how you're talking about the utility and also further than that, just the market. So to put this in perspective, at Anarchy X, you guys over the last 30 days, you guys have had like some of the top 10 NFT sales volume in the entire world, even with new big entrants like Mark Cuban. So what lies in the future for you now in terms of like, are you getting ready to roll out new features? Any predictions you can make just in terms of like, what do you want people to focus on your platform the most, basically?
Well, it sounds like you want some exclusive private news. So if you do that, you got to buy our last NFT set, which gave you access to the Anarchist Special Forces news channel. Only private NFT holders of those ones get that access. But I can give you a little tease. I know I'm completely joking, but we do have the Special Forces, and that is one of our utilities. But no, man, I mean, we have been literally building organically. Like we are a community. We have over 50,000 in our community across our Discord, Telegram, and news and Twitter. We call it the homie zone, right? Our Discord chat. I'm in all our channels, the CEO. If you go look at our Telegram right now, me and 3 of our admins are bullshitting back and forth, having fun. All our community members, we know most of them by name. They know us by name. We do AMA Twitches. We call them out. We have a very, very tight, close relationship with our community. That is the reason why we sell. Secondly, and the product is great and you derive value from it and it's fair and accurate and stuff like that. But what we have right now coming up is, we just started launching all our first out of the 4 different NFT kind of models that we have within our game economy. We started launching the collectibles that also are game cards. They're like what we've done is taken Pokemon Magic game cards, right, the traditional world, and what we've done is gamified them with DeFi tokenomics and esports, meaning that we've taken these physical cards, some of them digital, and merged them into, this is part of the NFT engine, and merged them into DeFi tokenomics for yield generation, staking capabilities, and a bunch of other stuff. So we have coming up now, finally, after 6.5 months, what you see in the background, that's one of our cities in our flagship game, Battle Wave 2323, which is basically gamified liquidity mining, esports, and NFTs, right? You purchase, play, stake, and compete with in DeFi liquidity mining with your teams, and you can earn valuable rewards, and stake NFTs, purchase in-game items and stuff. We also have a mini game, literally a mini game inside our game. You're shooting airplanes. No one's done that before with straight DeFi, NFTs, and reward-driven stuff. We start the public beta test this Monday coming up, the 26th. We have over 15,500 registered users that have signed up. We've done a lot of development on this. Our team have done a lot of stuff, not only within crypto, but for our game team and some of our senior leads and C-suite people have worked with Pokemon, Terminator, Sony, Final Fantasy, you name it. Other ones is Goldman Sachs, Disney, Walt Disney. I myself, like I said, had a record label on the entertainment industry, worked with Disney myself, YouTube, Shazam, Today's Show, NBC, doing a lot of content, and then everything else in crypto. And so we have a three-week rollout while Certic's auditing right now the game. We have a 3-week rollout till we launch in about 3 weeks to 4 weeks, depending on the audit, right? If there's any little things they want us to tweak. We got 2 weeks starting on Monday of public beta testing with 50 chosen winners from that 15,500 that registered users. The 3rd week have a ton of DeFi influencers that have signed up that love our project, fully behind it. They are publicly testing. So we have a lot of major campaigns coming up to the game launch 3 to 4 weeks. Very exciting. We have a new celebrity division that we launched about a month ago that is gearing up. We have a whole new executive team. It's a subdivision under Anarchy X. We have a whole new executive team from Hollywood who have worked with all the biggest studios. Some have signed some of the biggest rock bands in the world. Our president of music, our president of Latin music as well, one of the top Latin market managers, is a Grammy-winning producer himself. You name it. We have an all-star new executive team just helping me with the celebrity division. We already have about 5 celebrities signed up. We have a big splash coming with that too. It's nonstop over here right now. We have a lot of PR going on in Hollywood as well. That's gearing up too, not only in crypto. So we have a very busy next 2 months, 3 months, and God, probably the rest of my life with this company. So it's okay. I'm single, not married, no kids. So all I do is work, and it makes me happy. So well. I guess that's my
that's super interesting that you kind of have a background with interacting with celebrities, and now you're also fusing that into the platform. I want to get into that a little bit too.
My phone right now, dude. I don't even talk to most of them anymore. Some of them I haven't talked to, and some of them I still have best friends who are literally the president of the biggest label, right? I have best friends who are celebrities themselves. And some of them I haven't talked to in 7 years or 5 years or 2. Most of them I keep on my newsletter so they all know what I'm doing. Because, some of these relationships go back 20 years. But if you saw who's in my Rolodex, most people would just flip out who I can call.
Would you say it's a change in perception that all these celebrities are wanting to make their own NFTs or kind of create their own brand extension? Or is it more about like a transfer of power, if that makes sense. Like a lot of these celebrities or artists, they want to break out of, the people that own their rights. Like, which one do you think it is more so?
It's both. Money rules the world. I mean, come on, let's be real. We're in a boom right now. Who doesn't want to make a lot of money right now? I mean, do you want to join a business that makes you $5? You want to join a business that makes you $100, right? But what you see though, because the beauty of the non-fungible tokens, with the celebrities, and most of them right now are driven by music artists, right? But when you see with let's forget about the whole art thing, but let's go into celebrities and stuff. Yes, there is the whole rights ownership too, but what there also is a very huge problem that stems from the first problem of the Web 2.0, which is what blockchain solves, Web 3.0, the transfer of value that the Web 2.0 cannot do. So every digital copy, hence why the music industry got completely disrupted, hence why the movie and TV industry got insanely disrupted. The only reason why it didn't get disrupted by as much as the music industry, you know why? It's called internet bandwidth. Because all it took to disrupt the music industry was downloading a 3 megabyte file, maybe a 40 megabyte file if you wanted an AAIF, right? Now try downloading a movie file, right? You guys all know that, or TV file, 5 gigs, 10 gigs, 1 gig. That's a bandwidth problem, which led to a lot of websites cannot handle that type of stuff. It's just a whole different friction model, right? But that is why you see a lot of celebrities, the other side to that, other than making a lot of money, because we're in a boom, just like a stock market boom, everyone and their mom wants to get in, it is that now you can actually transfer value. Do you know how genius an NFT is? Do you know thank God for, what's his name? I'm so tired right now. Ethereum, what's his name? Vitalik, right?
Vitalik.
Thank God for the whole Ethereum crew creating a smart contract. Because you know what you can do with an NFT? And this is genius, and I love telling the celebrities this shit, especially the music ones, because they're like, wow, I never want to release anything with a label ever again. Screw iTunes or anything. You know why? Because a smart contract is a hard-coded automated contract that is digital, that executes based on logic, right? So you type in this thing on layman's terms. Remember, I'm not a CTO, but I know this stuff enough to be deadly, and I hire great people. A smart contract will say this NFT is a music and image file or video file, right? It's a song. I'm going to mint this. I'm going to say it's worth $10. I'm going to say that, you know what, as the rights owner, right, of this, I want 10% every time it goes somewhere else and it's sold. You code that in there. It's quite easy nowadays, or a lot easier. And whenever that is sold without any human interference, no middlemen, no transfer agent, no SWIFT, no credit card fees, not private, completely public, 10% of that transaction goes automatically back to your wallet, and so on and so on and so on and so on in perpetuity. Now you get to the music business, that we talk about rights for music, royalties, fuck. That's like one of their bane of their existence. You know how much money is left behind? Even the biggest labels in the world can't track all the money that is generated off of their music rights across streaming platforms in Indonesia, streaming platforms in Bulgaria, physical CDs in Bulgaria, right? You know how hard it is? I know because I was in that business. I'm still published by one of the biggest publishers own rights and administrate to song properties, right? So that's the other beautiful part about NFT. And I want to explain this really quick, because this usually really blows people's mind. Because when everyone says NFT, everyone's like, oh my God, art or gaming. Let's cut all that away and let's look at what an NFT really is. It's a unique ID that can be securely, transparently transferred publicly from peer to peer. Unique, never destroyed. So NFTs with art, these are just an easy thing for our brain as human beings and something exciting to use. It's an easy use case. Oh, I'll just throw a music record up. I'll throw a video up, anyone and their mom. But do you know, as we know, what blockchain really is? Blockchain is the Web 3.0. That's what this really is, the transfer of value. That's what blockchain is. Without anything else, that's the #1 definition. Now, what does that mean for NFTs? That guess what? When the world starts converting to Web 3.0, everything is on the blockchain. It will happen, but it'll probably be 10, 20 years. Think of having to, change the entire web around the world and every infrastructure, every JavaScript, every program. We have everything. Maybe it's 50 years. When that does happen, though, for an easy use case, every lawyer, every legal document, right, is instead going to not be stored on your traditional hard drive on a Word document. That will be an actual smart contract. And that will, you know what, and how, hold on, and how do you save copies and drafts of that legal agreement that goes through 10, 20 rounds of negotiations, 3 rounds? How do you protect those unique drafts in your database? Guess what?
You can't.
No, that's what an NFT does.
Yeah,
it has
exactly.
a
That's
unique
what
code. Well, sorry. Well, how are you going to do that? Yes, with NFT technology. NFT, just like blockchain, has use cases across the board. It comes down to transfer of value. Obviously, you have smart contracts, but that's what it is. So NFTs, that is the future. It's not just art. It's not gaming. It's not any of this shit. All this is unique digital value that can now be stored, transferred, and traded peer publicly, and it's always immutable. Never can be tampered with. You know what I mean? Unless you got the quantum computer hacks, and who knows? That's whatever. You know. But yeah, that's the beauty of NFTs, man. If you want to take it out of the hype realm, take it out of this, that comes down to the core. Is that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I love how you're keeping it so real, because that's what we like to highlight too, just in our conference series. And I think that's how people learn. I always tell people the space, like the velocity that the space moves at is just too fast in comparison to wheeled out like all the scams or like unsustainable things. So yeah, not to get even more specific, let's continue to talk about this a bit. Like, why do you think blockchain is the right technology for what you're building? Like, do you even think it would be possible with all of the economies you're creating if you use traditional finance?
No. We need the basis of the utility token. We need to be able to trade it publicly, fastly, securely, and peer-to-peer. With traditional finance, it doesn't work. There's too many intermediaries. There's delays in time. There's exuberant fees. There's not fair markets in the traditional markets because it's controlled by middlemen and middle markets, which deflate and manipulate the fair market aspect. It would not be possible without blockchain. Blockchain creates transparent, fair markets. Well, it gives you the opportunity to. Obviously, you can code in anything, right? You know, but if you want to, that's what it allows. So our whole thing is based on, if you look at our architecture, you go on our website, you go on our Medium, you read our light paper, we have built in and spent a lot of time building in whale protection, fair market, self-sustaining systems, and self-balancing systems through a lot of math, a lot of trial and error, and months of sitting there with teams on an Excel spreadsheet, doing calculations and models, really, to create a fair self-balancing and safe system. It wouldn't be possible without that and blockchain to create a peer-to-peer network. That's the only reason why it's possible.
And because you just talked about the anarchy token, right? So for the new people out there, like why do you need a token in the sort of economy or gaming economy that you're creating? And what are some of the benefits of it, as opposed to, like, I guess some other tokens that people are just like issuing, but you can't use them? So tell us a little bit about that, like what we can do with it.
There's a few aspects, but first of all, because our whole game and NFT economy is based on our derived base value, right? So those are fluctuating real-time variables across different calculations of token price, users being generated. Our games are DeFi, which actually you earn rewards, right? So without using a one token for that, you would not actually be able to calculate that model and have it sustainable. So that's an easy one. Secondly, we use it just like an arcade coin. So basically, in all our games, all our NFTs, everything is purchased with ANRX. It's the basis that it serves. It's the model that underpins the whole entire economics is our arcade coin. We have a heavy recycling mechanism and strategy within all our tokens, but it's a self-serving system, right? So just like when you go to an arcade, you go there and just like how you start our game by purchasing ANRX. And then you go on our arcades, right, on our GDEX, Decentralized Finance Game Platform Exchange, and you start playing our games or buying our NFTs. So it's just like going to an arcade, you buy it, you get your tokens, you go and you start playing. At the end of the night, all the tokens that you paid in the game, right, from the arcade tokens, Go into the store, go into the little like holder, right, the little tray, and our store at each video game. At the end of the night, the guy walks around with his little key, pulls it out, unlocks it, pulls all the arcade coins back, and shoves it in the vault, right? That's what we do. And we recycle, and then we would keep releasing it. That's how it's a self-sustaining model. But it's the basis of our whole gaming and DeFi gaming and NFT economy. Right now, we already have 12 utilities in it already. It's how you earn and spend. So you spend in multiple ways on purchasing from the in-game store, right? For just traditional, they're not even NFTs. They're just in-game items based on blockchain and yield generation. Multiple different types of gamified, weapon-based, or like exploding cases, like game-cased NFTs that generate yield in a different way. Purchasing those things. Also, how you generate. I mean, I can go down the list. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit tired now. But yeah, we have 12 utilities. Check our website out, our architecture page. You'll see how you earn and spend 12 ways right now. Every game that we release that builds in more utility cases. We've already done 2 gamified NFT pools as well, or not 2, 5, and 2 kind of little mini product NFT pool games or whatever. And so right now we already have $2.8 million dollars in ANRX staked for NFTs just in those 2, the Cyber Rampage pools and the Power Up staking charge-based pools. So everything is based upon the utility token. It's our arcade coin. That's what our gaming are. It's like you're welcome to the Anarchy X arcade. You got the Battle Wave 23 over here. You got the other little mini games here. You got the market where you can buy collectible NFTs that also can be used in the games. We got everything here. That's how it works.
Yeah, really appreciate you explaining that, because I think for like a lot of new people, they just see all these different types of tokens. They don't know that some people just buy, you can't really use, but some they're actually created as a part of the economy, or they could be, as you're doing. To kind of end things off, I just want to give you opportunity to, like, if people do want to get involved, like today and all the stuff you're building in the future, like what website should they visit first? And yeah, how can people also get in touch with you if they just want to be involved in your community?
Yeah, the easiest way is just go to our website, because everything is there. All the links to all of our Telegram, our Discord, our Telegram news, Medium, everything is there. And as you can see, the logo right there, that is anarchyx.io, ANRKEYX.io. That's the same thing for our Twitter, @anarchyx. You can find me on Twitter at JDSalbago, or you can just look at my official site, jdsalbago.com. And those are the easiest ways to get a hold of me or the company, join our community.
Yeah, awesome. JD, thank you so much for coming back on the Reimagine 2021 series. It was a pleasure having you. It was really awesome that, the last time we spoke to you, you're just sort of getting started off. And now you're like viral, and everyone's, hearing about all the great work that you all are doing. So really excited to, speak again in a couple of months and see where you're at. Thank you so much for being here today.
Great. Thanks for having me, man. It was a pleasure.
Thanks. And I'll let you all tune back into the conference. Thank you, everyone.
One sunny Wednesday morning, she traveled to the north with just a backpack and a trunk. I met her at the bus stop. We talked about a small beer, and we felt extremely fun. Hey, paintress, are you going back to the pines and birch trees you liked so much? Tell me, paintress, painters, don't you feel sad? So do I, so do I, so do I. We saw 1,000 places here in Chernihiv while we were wandering around. Sometimes it wasn't easy to make the serious faces with her being beside. Hey, paintress, are you going back to the pines and birch trees you liked so much? Tell me, paintress, don't you feel sad? So do I, so do I, so do I. And later in the evening, she took her brush and painted a dino in daylight. I gazed and got a feeling that it might came to life now. The painting was so bright. Hey, paintress, are you going back to the pines and birch trees you liked so much? Tell me, paintress, don't you feel sad? So do I, so do I, so do I. Are you going back to the pines and birch trees you liked so much? Tell me, paintress, don't you feel sad? So do I, so do I, so do I. Tell me, paintress, don't you feel sad? So do I, so do I. So do I.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
So welcome back to Reimagine. In this whole conference, this time round, I think we're really seeing so much about the maturation of the space, the development of the space, the growth of an ecosystem that spent so long trying to get to the stage where it is now. And for some of those new people in the space, it can sort of seem as if it's always been this way, right? We've always had these layers upon layers. We've had DeFi, CeFi battles. We've had centralization, decentralization battles. But that hasn't always been the case. This has had to grow organically over time. So, I think it's important to bring in some of these players that can really talk about that maturation, talk about the development, talk about the innovation that's happening in the space. And I think my next guest here is perfect for that sort of conversation. I'm joined now by Ryan Birkin, founder and CEO of Teller Finance. Ryan, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me today, Asher. Really excited to be here and share everything we're doing at Teller.
Fantastic stuff. And you guys have such an interesting take and development. I've been doing my research on what you guys are building over there, but rather than me try and wax lyrical, I want to hear directly from the horse's mouth. Tell us a little bit, about Teller Finance. Tell us what it is for people, and maybe help define some of the problems that you guys are trying to solve, because I think that really helps a lot of people to understand where you fit in this, as we said, ever more complex space.
Yeah, I'd love to, harp on a point you mentioned, which is that organic growth and organic usage of blockchain and what this space has been trying to achieve. So what Teller has always been about is kind of bringing blockchain and the access to DeFi outside of its current limitations of over-collateralization. And if you look at kind of the big picture of where we think, the decentralized finance space is going, it's going to end up looking a lot like your traditional finance space, where Rocket Mortgage helps you get a mortgage for a home, Lending Club helps you get a loan today, and Visa and MasterCard offer credit lines that become this credit card that people have. We think DeFi will evolve to a point where users get access or global access to these type of services, just like the traditional finance world, in a way that's backed by global money markets of DeFi that doesn't have limitations of borders and can be accessed by anyone democratically across the globe. So there aren't restrictions based on who you are or where you may be from or your experience. So Teller started as a way for the blockchain industry, which always needed someone to buy in before they could use it, to give access to someone before they have to step into the ring, as we say, of DeFi. DeFi grew from the idea that MakerDAO and many other over-collateralized networks could have some type of new mechanism to create loans or debt. With MakerDAO, Compound, Aave, users will deposit funds and they can borrow against that collateral value. So by collateral value, I mean the asset you're depositing at that current price. Let's say I'm depositing $150 of Ethereum into Maker or Compound. I could borrow up to $100 worth of a stable coin or a stable unit. That money I can then go use, in DeFi, it's pretty limited, the applications today with over-collateralization. I could not sell out of my crypto, which means I would have to already be in crypto to use it. Or I could leverage on crypto. I could go buy more, which means to use it, I must have already had crypto coins. What we see bringing forth the next wave of DeFi, and really the perspective that DeFi today is just like traditional finance, is an underlying risk assessment layer. When you look at traditional finance today, it's the idea that I, as a person or an institution, come to someone with money and I say, here's who I am. Can I borrow for a period of time? And I promise to repay at some point in the future. That's everything. That's homes, insurance, credit cards, etc. And that is a world based on risk assessment. That's where Teller wants to go. So Teller wants to be this global risk assessment and credit related data that can power these type of markets, that can power something like insurance or mortgage or credit lines. And with Teller, we've actually built out the initial version of the protocol to exemplify the power of risk assessment in DeFi. So the initial version of Teller is a money market, just like I was describing with Compound or Aave, where users can deposit money and they can earn interest. But borrowers, on the other hand, can connect their real world information. To date, you can connect over 2,000 financial institutions. That data is processed through an open source risk assessment algorithm that actually runs computation based on the data and outputs loan terms. So just like, a person at a bank would, sitting at their computer say, okay, you are so-and-so, here's the information we have. My risk assessment says you can get this type of loan. Our algorithm does it in an open source and transparent way, and it runs autonomously. So the data itself is given back to the user, and if the user likes to, they can submit that data on chain to complete the whole circle of they can actually get access to the money based on that loan that was generated. That's Teller v1. Teller v2 really branches into the idea that, shown by the use case of credit and under collateralization, we can bring risk assessment to anyone and any type of entrepreneur that wants to build on DeFi for the next wave of credit-based markets.
I mean, there's so much to unpack there, but I want to start on one particular point of interest that I find. You spoke about those people who already have to be in the crypto space, already have that crypto exposure in the traditional DeFi system, and I think that's such an interesting point to me because, as much as people like to talk decentralization, people like to talk, the development of an ecosystem, those bottlenecks of the fiat on and off ramps are still so huge. Can you tell me a little bit more about Teller's approach to dealing with that and how you're looking to mitigate against some of those on-off ramp sort of elements? I know you already touched on it, but just build on that idea a bit because I think that's so important to people.
Absolutely. We believe this juxtaposition of DeFi and the protocols today with that of fiat and the traditional world is really the most interesting frontier that DeFi has yet to fully explore. A lot of what's been done today in DeFi is exactly what you mentioned. The user must buy Ethereum or buy some other token to then get into the ecosystem. And that is a hurdle. Some countries ban the integration of fiat and crypto. In other places, not many providers have direct lines into it. So it's a really broken, kind of fragmented system of that on-ramp. Granted, many players in the space are working on making that extremely seamless and proficient. But in order to get access to DeFi today, you must already have money. So if you are using, if you want to use Compound or Aave and just earn interest or the rest of the kind of DeFi liquidity mining, you must buy in through that fiat on-ramp as you're describing. With Teller, we've taken the approach to actually not pair ourselves along the lines of the fiat on-ramp, not pair ourselves along the lines of money. We're paired along the sides of the data and the risk assessment because that's where we feel DeFi can go global. So there are two main issues that traditional fintechs have today. When they want to start or expand their infrastructure, their company, they have to partner or acquire a bank. So in order to offer loans to their users, they must either A, get a loan from another bank, a partnering bank, sign off as the signer on that loan, and then they offer that loan to the consumer. So they're sitting in the middle of it, and it's a very fragmented process. The other thing that fintechs today will do is acquire a bank, but that can cost, as you'd assume, $200 million plus. Right. Not every fintech can do that. With DeFi, you have this amazing thing, which is a money rail that is immediately globally accessible. So with Teller, the idea is that by connecting your data and there being a risk assessment algorithm, there can be a money market, that's built atop of Teller that is built for people that want to get access to loans like they would from your traditional fintech today that has to go through that process. But the money can work through, any partner that's partnered with that money market. And there can be a seamless conversion from, okay, I'm taking my loan out in USDC, and either I do a manual process of going from USDC to my bank account, or that specific type of money market already has a way to do that, to make that happen. So we actually, as Teller, are very focused on the data, the smart contract level, the risk algorithms. where we believe our partners and those building markets will be focused on the ways to get money in the hands of the user without them ever having to realize that, oh, it came from crypto, or with them seeing a difference. The interesting part about that is when they have to repay loans, obviously this floats money back into the DeFi space and the money markets. So where we see Teller is kind of at the Uniswap, the compound layer as a protocol. And then our partners who will be building something for, say, a credit card, that's money that's sent to the merchant. Or something like real estate, that's money sent to the seller. And that could be crypto, and there's fiat off-ramps related to it.
So delving into that idea of creditworthiness, because that's something the fintech world has been looking to deal with for a long time, particularly in the States. Obviously, the credit score system, many have known for a long time, seriously broken, seriously damaged, seriously reliant on factors that are fundamentally out of date, and something you did a few years ago, when you were in a completely different financial situation can impact you for the rest of your life, Fintech has been seeking to deal with that for a long time, but the part that I find interesting in your approach is, as you say, the open source nature of the algorithm. So many of these sort of fintechs, and I've seen them come and go in all forms, keep that algorithm very close to the chest. That's their unique selling point. That's their IP that they're hiding. You've open sourced this, so tell me a little bit about what difference that makes and how you think that might impact the trustworthiness of your system versus other traditional fintech systems.
So the really interesting thing about being a part of a DeFi startup is that the bottom line of what you're working on can affect every single person in the world, because everyone deals with money. Everyone needs money at some point. Everyone makes money. It is kind of that medium that we all share. Just like we share emotions, we share the concept of money, or a medium of exchange. And because of that, we're able to think from a very human standpoint with that. What you just described is how so many people feel about the current credit system. When I make a mistake, it's opaque. I don't know how long that's going to affect me for. I don't really know how that affects my score. I may not realize that a credit check just for opening a specific credit card may actually affect my own credit score. So that's a scare for many people in the States and people that are doing transactions that relate on credit. It's tough to get a gauge on how this updates and affects my real world interface and applications. We wanted to change the script. And by taking the first kind of planting the flag and saying that these algorithms should be open source, we are making the first step, and I think of many, to give people a transparent way to understand how their decisions can affect their score or their reports. Something very interesting about Teller is that while we have kind of this overall data connections, we don't have a specific score per se, because a credit score is a way for those institutions to have an easy comparable between two types of people. We think that risk assessment is going to be specific to the type of market you're looking at. And maybe, like you're saying, 10, 20 years ago, you got in some investment property and it didn't work out. That may not need to haunt you if you've been an incredible kind of either landlord or different type of kind of owner of property over the last 5 years per se. So that type of analysis would go into a specific risk assessment that is oriented to real estate, and your kind of real estate related score would come from that risk assessment. So it's very specific to what you're doing. And what we think about this idea of open source risk assessments is that you can start having a transparent way for using data for a specific purpose. Instead of having this global score that is kind of seen as draconian today, where there's anything you do related to any financial institution may come back to haunt you, in an open manner in DeFi and with your Teller score, you can know, hey, here's what I want to share from my personal world. Here's what I'm sharing from my Ethereum or blockchain world. And here's my repayment history. So we not only allow you to see what's happening with your data, we also allow you to opt in to share what data you want to provide. Because we kind of believe that fintech institutions today, while they keep it close to the chest, they also are not very transparent about what data they're looking at. They say, hey, give me your data, and users are very open because there's no other option to do this, to port over their data. With Teller, it's an opt-in process. So we want to, over time support any type of data that can be connected to risk assessment, whether that's, something as obvious as payment history, and something as kind of unique as your, GitHub account, or how you have acted in specific social communities online. All that data is interesting for different types of risk assessments. And we think it's up to the user to opt in to say, I think this data is what I'm willing to share for a risk algorithm that can create a score for this specific use case. So what history you're open to share and what can affect you in the future.
So, I mean, there's two elements I want to draw from that. One is the idea of, obviously, if you're telling people they can choose what data they're able to put in place, does that not run the risk of obfuscation, of people hiding debts or hiding other serious problems that could potentially cause them to, default on potential loans or things like that? And then secondly, you can sort of wrap this together, or you can separate it as you need, on the issue of privacy. I mean, you alluded to it there, but obviously when we talk about a blockchain, we talk about something decentralized, permissionless, open source. There's questions of privacy or also come into play. Not to say that those sort of closed systems have necessarily been great messengers of privacy themselves, but could you speak to those 2 points and how you guys are looking to impact that world?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing is a part of gamification. And this is something related to the entire blockchain world, the entire yield farming space, and DeFi itself. If there's an arbitrage opportunity, someone will game it. So just like you mentioned, if someone would choose to leave out a debt or leave out something negative, they could in this idea. The way that we've designed the initial risk algorithm of Teller is that you start as the most risky person in the world, and the more you can prove to us, the more that risk decreases. So with specific types of data connections, it becomes very, very difficult to remove the good from the bad. Our integration with Plaid that supports the data connections, if you want to showcase the bank account that you have, Plaid will showcase both the assets and the liabilities that are located there. What we think will happen is that while the initial version of Teller has the idea that you start as very risky, and the more you can prove that you're a good actor, the more positive we kind of give you in terms of the score that you're receiving, or the interest you're receiving, the lower the APR, the more you can prove to us. We believe that other markets in the future will mandate specific data to be provided. So whether it's a data provider that's pulling data from Charles Schwab or Bank of America, there could also be data being pulled from cash flows on chain or kind of over leveraged positions that you might have elsewhere, maybe real estate or even in blockchain today. We think that other markets are going to say, hey, these data points are mandatory for you to first get access. Then everything else could be opt-in, so that they at least get the foundation of understanding, here's the initial picture we see of the user themselves. So wherever there's arbitration opportunities, or arbitrage, opportunities, people will figure out a way to gamify the system. And that's why we've developed the first version of Teller, to not say you're not risky, and the more risk you show us, the higher your points. It's saying from the start, you're super risky. We don't trust you at all. If you have a question, please.
No, please continue. On the matter of privacy, I think is where you are taking things.
Yeah, the next transition point is privacy, because we've done a lot of kind of user research and engagement with the community surrounding this topic. People are actually very open to showcasing who they are, their data, which is surprising to us, being very native to the crypto space, where it's about being anonymous and this kind of free access without showcasing a login. However, privacy is number one, and data must be private for everyone in DeFi and in crypto in general. And we believe that there are issues with the way that data is held on current institutions, the way they are always being tracked with what you're doing. So we believe that with privacy, the data should not go anywhere further than the data provider and the user themselves. In that, we're building kind of the next versions of Teller to cement that narrative. So we've publicly announced our partnership with Mina. They are a ZK snark, so a zero knowledge proof blockchain. And it makes it really easy for you to be able to run a zero knowledge proof, prove that the data is legitimate without ever disclosing the data. So in this way, a user can say, hey, I'm getting my bank account information, or I'm getting, my social information from Twitter, any type of data. Minna is able to prove that the data source is legitimate. So it genuinely came from this API endpoint or URL. And then we're able to run a zero knowledge proof on the data. So an idea of that is saying, one, we can make parameters pretty much true or false, saying that, do you have a score from TransUnion or a FICO score above this? If it's above 700, true. If it's not, false. Your data was not disclosed. The other thing that we can also do is have these algorithms run in a zero knowledge proof like fashion, where the data is being kind of just privatized. So it's only on the user's browser. They're the only ones that see it. And then when it runs through the algorithm, we can create a zero knowledge proof that the algorithm did output these loan terms, but no one ever sees the information. As long as the algorithm is open source, this makes it very easy for us to do it because you can publicly prove that, hey, here's the open source algorithm. We know through cryptographic principles, this is what it was actually run. And we can say without ever sharing the data and the user never disclosing their information, these were their loan terms. Here's what they can get access to from the public blockchain in DeFi.
So you keep talking about the idea of version 1, version 2, and one of the key tenets that I saw, reading your white paper and looking through your literature is you talk about Teller eventually developing into a fully decentralized platform. Now, talking about this, it's something that a lot of projects have claimed to want to do ultimately, but some of the timeframes on that are unclear. Whether or not that's actually achievable can be unclear. So I've seen this happen in so many projects, over the years. I want to hear, do you guys have a direct time frame for when you think you'll achieve true decentralization? Is this a process that you'll always be working on, to make things more decentralized as versions iterate? Talk us through a little bit of that process, because I think it's something that our audience is very cognizant of and interested.
I like to make an analogy to the other DeFi protocols in the space in regards to progressive decentralization. If you look at Compound or Uniswap, there is an argument that they are fully decentralized because the code itself can only be altered through governance. You must genuinely make a proposal, and that proposal be accepted for the code to change within the Compound protocol or the Uniswap protocol. However, they still have their own companies that are working on the next versions of Compound, of Uniswap. Mm-hmm. And because of that, they're able to articulate both that the protocols that they've released, which they name, Compound and Uniswap respectively, are decentralized. They don't control them anymore. However, the new code they're building is, of course, at the start centralized because they need to make sure it's safe, that there can be upgrades if needed, and the team has some admin access to that. So we look at it in the same way, where it's a stepwise approach. And I think so will everyone in terms of DeFi. The first version of Teller was built as the use case that we can truly make this type of risk assessed market happen. We've developed it so there are no kind of central pinpoints that would cause us to not be able to say that the whole protocol is autonomous. The data providers, they can run their own kind of Ethereum node that says, hey, it's a real signer on the data provision, and they're whitelisted to the protocol. They themselves are centralized entities, but that doesn't mean that the protocol itself is. All the data provider is doing is saying, I am a legitimate data provider. I sign off on the data and I give it to the consumer. Amazing. The next thing is the algorithm. Since it's open source and can be run by anyone, now it can be autonomous because we can prove through cryptography that the data, that the algorithm you're running is real. Awesome. You're able to run that locally. So anyone that loads it up could run that algorithm. And that algorithm is whitelisted to our kind of settings on the smart contracts. The third part is the smart contracts themselves, which, that puts us in the same boat as someone like Compound or Uniswap. Right. So there's definitely some complexity here. It's taken a longer time frame to achieve something that will be, more progressive in terms of decentralization, because we've had these off-chain and somewhat more centralized components from the start. However, what we plan to do is, as soon as we can, have the whole protocol on a point where it can be autonomous for this V1, so that we can switch over and kind of start handing the keys over to the community in the same way that Compound and Uniswap V1 and V2 can be governed by the community themselves. So we have the same approach. While that's happening, while the initial V1 is being automated, we are working on the next version, kind of bridging into the next version of Teller, which is corely focusing on this middleware part. The idea that we are this open source platform for anyone to start plugging in data sources privately, anyone to launch new risk algorithms, and partners that we work with to launch new risk algorithms. And really, we become more of kind of an ecosystem partner where we're working with other protocols to build on top of Teller, to integrate Teller, whether that's from the DeFi angle, partners that are working on under collateralized or credit related markets, or that's from Teller approaching kind of your traditional fintechs today. Of course, we know that PayPal is now very in on the crypto ecosystem. Venmo just launched a feature related to that. The likes of Robinhood, and we really want to start seeing other platforms like a Rocket Mortgage or big insurance providers starting to enter the DeFi space. So really what we see as kind of V1 was an application and a use case for Teller that we want to give to the community. And that's the first start of progressive decentralization. The V2 is this middleware platform where once we build it, we want it to really run autonomously, and we start being a kind of a grower of the ecosystem, just like how, Ethereum at this point is an ecosystem of technology, but really it's that there's a brewing amount of developer interest and kind of enjoyment and growth from the entrepreneur angle. And that's where Teller starts leaning into.
So, I mean, perhaps cynical I may be perhaps at this point. I would survive the 2017, 18 ICO boom and saw a lot of claims made at that time, and things that came in and out at that point. I mean, I don't mean to push you on the point, but do you have a time frame for when you consider that you'll be handing the keys over to the community, or is it really based on developmental metrics?
It's based on development metrics. So we want to make sure that the protocol is as sound as possible. Ideally, over the next 6 to 12 months, the protocol is to a point where we can start handing the keys over to the community. So for the V1, it really is us making it fully autonomous and making sure that we can trust that each part fits well as we back off from the admin part of the governance of it. And that will be part of our focus. The other part of our focus will, of course, be going after this kind of vision where we become an open network. So the goal is relatively soon as the code really becomes proficient and robust for the V1.
All right. For sure. All right. So then, I want to sort of start kind of towards the end of our conversation here, but sort of talk a little bit about, I like to be a little bit, maybe speculative is the word, maybe, dreaming and inspirational is a better term, but like looking beyond where we stand now, looking to the future, what an idealized vision looks like in the next, whatever we say, 12 months, maybe say 5 years. I don't want to set a time frame because obviously everyone has their own. Some projects are, too difficult to project 5 years ahead because who knows what the world's going to be looking like. But if you're talking about an idealized world, if you're talking about an idealized ecosystem in the future, what's it first? What first does it look like in the sort of crypto-based loan space and DeFi loan space? And secondly, what's Teller's role in that projecting into the longer term?
So the way that we think DeFi will evolve is similar to how traditional finance evolved from kind of the Mesopotamian era. Initially it was, I have something of value, I give that to you and you give me money. And that is what DeFi is today, collateralized lending. Those are going to be very central points of liquidity, where Compound and Aave, they will continue to amass more and more liquidity as more funds move into the crypto space. Where we think the next evolution will be is the same way that traditional finance evolved. It started at, if you have something, give it to me and I'll give you some form of cash. It next moved on to, hey, I trust you as a person. So, we can have some synergy there and I can lend to you and you can give it back. This is kind of how micro community-based lending evolved as well. But the third rung of that was, okay, how do we scale what is these one-to-one reputation systems into something that's one-to-many? And that's where traditional finance started seeing a super kind of inflated growth of new markets. Every different vertical you can imagine came up from that idea that we could have some type of one-to-many like reputation system. Credit, of course, being that. So where we're at with DeFi is that we have seemingly saturated the initial part of the over-collateralized space. It's going to be very hard for a protocol that's new, that is directly competing with a Compound or an Aave, to really amass the success that those protocols have. Where we think that DeFi will expand to is kind of the opposite of what it initially started as. Whereas it started as a couple major players that are amassing liquidity, we think the future of DeFi will be very compartmentalized to the type of market, as I've been referencing the different categories of if it's a DeFi under collateralized market, if it's a credit line, if it's for mortgages, etc., and the regional jurisdictions. Every jurisdiction has different compliance laws. It has different kind of legal enforcements. Obviously, something in a part of Australia is going to have different requirements than kind of maybe real estate in San Francisco. And because of this kind of fractionalization and compartmentalization we'll see of new DeFi markets, we see ourselves as kind of this horizontal layer as Teller to bridge the gap between the money markets that we're seeing on DeFi today, where people are launching new lending pools and new different types of use cases for their assets. We want to be that smart contract interface in the same way that Chainlink is a smart contract interface for data. We want to be a smart contract interface for credit and this type of risk assessed borrowing or capital borrowing. So for projects in the DeFi space that already have lending pools, they would be integrating us on top of them, where all of a sudden they can expand the current use case of their lending pool to something that is credit enabled and risk algorithm empowered. And for new kind of fintech companies that want to enter the DeFi space, they would be launching their own lending pool, and they would be plugging in a set of smart contract functions that enable them to expand into offering this world of the data that was provided by the user, the risk assessment, and finally the money being moved. So we really see Teller as this horizontal playing field, an open network for anyone to join and expanding the access of DeFi into new and
right.
Okay, I'm back. It looks like my Wi-Fi cut out. I'm not sure where you lost.
You were saying new and then.
Just wrapping. Okay, perfect. Just new geographic markets and new categories of markets in DeFi.
All right. Wonderful. Well, it sounds like you've got a powerful vision there. This is such obviously it's an exploring space, but it's developing so fast that I think it's so powerful to see what the latest trends are and the latest developments. And this is such a constantly moving picture. So, firstly, Ryan, I want to thank you for helping to explain a picture of firstly where Teller is, but also how you're developing the whole market as itself. And I think that powerful vision you laid out just there really helps give some clarity of where the market is heading towards. So in general, any last words, anything? I'd like to give the last chance to say any points or anything you want to clarify for the audience at large.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to talk about what next steps the audience can do. Please head over to Teller's Twitter, where we're constantly posting new information and new releases around the platform itself. We are use Teller, so use and then the normal word Teller. The other thing is that if there's anyone in the audience that hasn't picked up one of the Teller NFTs, just to know we will soon be launching the alpha version of Teller's V1 that I've described. And that will include staking of NFTs that give you access to open credit lines. And these type of unsecured loans actually enable users to start getting access to credit. And eventually we'll be able to start building credit in DeFi. So please follow Teller at use Teller on Twitter, and you'll know when we do make the full release.
Exciting stuff. We'll be keen to follow it. Maybe we can have another follow-up conversation in a conference down the road and see where you guys are at once those new ones get launched and we've got those NFTs on board. It'll be an exciting time, and love seeing projects come to fruition once the development. But Ryan, thanks so much for speaking with us, and for everyone watching, keep staying with us. There's so much more good content to come throughout this entire conference.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your host, Ashley Meredith, head of education over at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. And today we're bringing you version 8.0 of our series, State of the Artchain, bringing you all the latest updates and news around exciting use cases for blockchain like NFTs and gaming, that's bringing so many more people into the space and contributing to adoption of blockchain technology. Today, I'm here with John Jordan. He's a blockchain games consultant and the editor of the website blockchaingamer.biz. Welcome, John. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good. Glad to be with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. So you have been working in the gaming industry for quite a long time. Why don't you tell our viewers about your background and what made you decide to start looking into blockchain gaming?
Absolutely. So yes, I've been in the game space now for over 20 years. So kind of seen a lot of different kind of tech cycles, starting back with kind of PlayStation 2, but back then. So I went through the cycle of kind of PC console, and then I spent about 15 years in mobile games. So I kind of co-founded a mobile game website that got pretty big called Pocket Gamer. And then I kind of spent a good period of time playing a lot of games and particularly writing about the business aspects of games. So particularly into sort of the finances of companies and how they sort of make money. And in mobile, I was particularly interested about free to play. So when the free to play model came along, that was quite radical. You gave away your game for free and then you tried to charge kind of small or quite large amounts of money for kind of extra things in the game, extra gems or things like that.
Those sneaky in-game purchases.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, but has been phenomenally successful. So mobile games is now the biggest single part of gaming. So there's like PC gaming and console gaming about the same, kind of about $30-40 billion of revenue a year. And then there's mobile games, which is enormous, like $70-80 billion. And that's all from free to play games. So it's very successful. But then after about a certain period of time in that, I kind of felt I'd learned what I needed to learn. And I was kind of looking out, what's going to come next in games. So we've had the consoles, we've had, kind of mobile getting really big, and then there were obviously things got kind of VR. Everyone was kind of very excited about VR for a bit, and so I had a look at that, and then people got very excited about esports. So I had a look at sort of esports, and none of them really. Well, I could see, they're very interesting. They're bringing something new to games. I couldn't really see them being sort of a big wave that would affect all game makers. And I was really sort of struggling actually to find something to kind of focus on. And I actually went to a conference, and at the conference they had a few talks about blockchain, and I didn't really know very much about blockchain. I'm a kind of vaguely someone who's into technology. I kind of known a bit about it, but hadn't really seen any application to games. And literally it was like I think a four hour kind of session of various talks, and it was literally that kind of moment where you're sitting down in a conference room and like a light bulb goes off in your brain and it's like, whoa, okay, I understand what this is now. This is like a new way of kind of creating games and a new business mechanic for games, and it's going to really, I felt then and still do, really going to kind of revolutionize the way games are made, the way games are played, the communities around games, basically everything. And I don't think obviously at the time I realized sort of quite the significance of what blockchain is going to do for games. I mean, that's only kind of deepened, I think, as I spent the last kind of 3 years, really engrossed in it. But it's still that sort of passion that, I can't say exactly when it's going to take off, but I can't see that in 10 years' time, it won't have taken off at some point, if that makes sense. So it's not a if, it's a when kind of thing for me.
Absolutely. So for someone who has been tuned into the world of gaming for so long, I think it's interesting for our viewers to kind of understand there's obviously been so many technological advances in gaming, the actual gaming experience, but it seems like the other thing that has really revolutionized gaming is how companies are monetizing. So could you give us just a snapshot of what some of the biggest advancements you've seen happen in gaming and why you think blockchain is up there with some of those like really big revolutions in gaming?
Absolutely. So I think, I would say sort of the first kind of way that kind of game started out and obviously still exists is basically someone makes a game. It is sort of a a finite bit of kind of entertainment. Obviously, it may have multiplayer, all that kind of things, but it's basically sort of a thing, and it costs a certain sum of money. Let's say kind of $50, and people go, "Oh, that game sounds really interesting. I spend $50 on it. I get the entertainment, and then I play it." Sort of a one payment sort of model. Obviously, there's kind of variants on that. There's kind of subscription models, and I guess all games now are sort of what we call games as a service. They're always being updated, really. But fundamentally, there's this kind of idea that you sort of pay once and you get the game, and I kind of think that's still where most of the sort of hardcore gamers sort of are. That's kind of what they like to know. They've paid their money. They're not going to be nickel and dime for all these other things. Hardcore gamers don't like that. But then mobile came along and free to play, and it was a combination of two things. One, it was because we did have free to play before, so PC games, particularly in Asia, in places like China, where you have a lot of piracy. And you couldn't charge $50 for a game. They basically kind of created free to play. So you got the game for free, and then you paid extra for things in the game. That was like an anti-piracy model. That's how it started out, but it never got very big until mobile came in. And obviously the thing with mobile, it came in with app stores. So suddenly you had, at that point, tens of millions of people, then quickly hundreds of millions of people, and now whatever it is, 2.5 billion people in the world have a smartphone connected to either, Google Play Store or the Apple App Store, can download content and have some sort of payment mechanic connected to that game through the App Store. So suddenly you have this massive explosion in accessibility. So pretty much everyone in the world, half the world can now play a mobile game. But obviously half the world is not going to spend even like $5 or even $1 up front to experience a game. So you have to give it away to them free, and then the ones who want to pay or can pay can do so. And that's where we see kind of free to play mobile becoming so big. So the thing that I kind of worked out or have worked out over the years is how's blockchain going to change that? Because in some ways, it's much more complicated. We're not going to see 2 billion people interacting with blockchains anytime soon. But I think what we have seen already in the last kind of 3 years, I've seen is the way the way that games that are using blockchain, and there's many different ways in which games can use blockchain. But those games can only be successful really if the community is also kind of having its share of the kind of value success of that game. So we can take an example like Fortnite. Fortnite, one of the most successful games over the last kind of few years. Epic Games have generated billions of dollars of revenue. Basically, people paying them for content in the game. And while those people have had billions of dollars worth of entertainment, clearly, because Fortnite is a great experience and it's very social, you can bring your friends in and we'll have a great time. No one legally has been able to sort of trade things in Fortnite or basically have a great character with all the gear and then sell that to another player. People do sell their accounts, but that's illegal. And blockchain, I think for me is a way of, and it's not purely about people making money, but I think it is. We all know people are prepared to spend money on games and prepared to spend thousands of hours or whatever many hours in games because they enjoy the experience, and to a degree they are then kind of helping that game build a community, build a good community, hopefully become an enjoyable experience, and a blockchain will allow that users to take a share of that. So in going back to like a Fortnite comparison, which we all tend to end up with a kind of a Fortnite comparison, is if that was happening on a blockchain, then the players, if they own some of the characters there and they could kind of resell them in a marketplace, the developer would obviously make money because they create the IP, they're the one who's kind of in control of it. But to a degree, and I think over time this will become more so, the community will have a larger say in what goes on in the game. And I think this is probably a few years down the line, but we have ideas of things like DAOs, like decentralized autonomous organizations that are sort of new ways of putting together communities and companies on a blockchain in a way that, you don't really have, this is the company and this is the community. You're all kind of part of the same thing. So I think there's quite a lot to unpick there. I've probably confused people by combining too many things together, but that's kind of part of the kind of vision that I see, at least.
No, yeah, I find that so interesting. I think that especially younger generations and just people nowadays are starting to wake up to the fact that we are the consumers are the reason why these companies are making money. They're making money off of our ad views. They're making money off of our data, and we should be a part of that and receive dividends, right? That we have things like Brave browser, where now I can get paid if I'm willing to watch ads. If I spend hours on a game, and especially like a multi-massive role-playing game with lots of people, like it takes that community to even make that game fun, so they should be rewarded. For anyone who's just tuning in to our Reimagine 2021 conference series, just want to point you to our YouTube channel. Go over there, smash that subscribe button. We have a lot of great interviews. One of them I would recommend people check out is with Brock Pierce. So he had, in learning from him and how he got into the industry, it seems like people in gaming are uniquely poised to understand something like cryptocurrency or NFTs or these kind of digitized assets. So in his early days, World of Warcraft, people were mining digital gold, right, to be able to buy in-game assets. And he just found that that community was uniquely primed to accept something like cryptocurrencies. Do you have any thoughts or opinions on that as someone in the gaming industry?
No, I think it absolutely is the case. So particularly for these big MMO RPGs, World of Warcraft being probably the biggest one, but also kind of Diablo 2 was that wasn't an MMO, but another big sort of PC game. And I think it's interesting that 10 years ago, those games were sort of created, or more than 10 years ago now. And the big problem they sort of had was because they didn't have, because blockchain technology hadn't been even kind of, sort of invented is the wrong word, but, hadn't been kind of thought of and hadn't been certainly deployed. That basically what people were doing were mining all these in-game currencies, this kind of gold, and then illegally selling it on to people. So there wasn't a way of building kind of a marketplace that allowed people to do that in an official manner. I mean, one of the things Brock was trying to do was sort of to do that. Didn't kind of work out. But the other thing was, obviously with a blockchain, you get around sort of this idea of sort of double spending. So kind of having an asset that is kind of decentralized, but controlled in terms of the spending. And certainly in terms of something like Bitcoin, obviously there's a fixed amount out there. I mean, different blockchains have sort of different approaches to that. So not necessarily all of them have the same idea. But the problem you have with something like World of Warcraft, certainly over time, is inflation. That just the more people play, and the longer they play, the more gold that's mined, then the more devalued gold becomes over this. So they often have this kind of economic problem that they have to keep adding higher and higher and more expensive items to soak up all the gold. Otherwise, the gold really becomes valueless. So I think kind of fundamentally blockchains do kind of solve some of these problems. Now, they definitely create a lot of problems as well. So I'd be the first to say I think blockchains solve some of the fundamental problems. So I think that's sort of why I'm bullish on blockchains and gaming. Over the last kind of couple of years, I think we have sort of seen they throw up some other problems, which are not significant problems, I don't think. They're more problems about kind of user experience. So at the moment, it's still a big issue. How do you get people into a blockchain game in a way that they sort of understand, what it is? We've seen different approaches to that. We obviously have ideas, different kind of, philosophies about whether things should be custodial or non-custodial, and probably, some of the audits, don't even understand what that means in the first place. So we have.
Yeah, well, let me slow you down then there and kind of tease out, because right now we're kind of in this NFT boom. New people are coming into the space, artists, celebrities, everyone's really excited about these applications of blockchain, but there are downsides, right? And with different kinds of protocols you use, you're always sacrificing security for more privacy or whatever it may be. So what are some of the challenges for game developers using blockchain? Like you said, the user needs to understand, it needs to be presented to them in a way that they understand. But my question would be, like, does the game player even need to know that blockchain is being utilized, or do they just need to know the value proposition that they're earning money on their game?
Yeah, exactly. So I definitely see sort of two broad camps, really. And sort of up to this point, broadly, we've seen the people who are trying to make blockchain games or games using the blockchain have tended to come from the kind of crypto enthusiast, blockchain kind of enthusiast kind of environment. So they probably very sort of Ethereum focused. They probably got very excited when CryptoKitties came out, and that's kind of the approach they've taken. And they've sort of taken like a blockchain first point of view. They've not always done that consciously, but just that's how they come at it. You know, they're blockchain people, and I guess probably that's kind of where I'm coming from as well. So, you know, people who know how to use MetaMask and are kind of comfortable with that. I think we're starting to see now the first wave of people who are coming at it from a sort of games first kind of experience, and those are people who have probably been in the game space already, have probably set up companies, successful companies, making maybe PC games, maybe mobile games, and they're maybe sort of a bit have my sort of story that they're kind of looking for the next thing, and have come to blockchain, and they kind of realize much more, kind of what you just said there, that the audience really doesn't care what technology these things are operating on, and they know if you have a game that has millions of players, they just know, adding a tiny bit of complexity into any part of the game just ruins the experience for people. So that kind of group of people looks at MetaMask and just kind of their heads explode as if they think you can get 1 million people playing a game using MetaMask. So I think we're starting to see a much more kind of pared back approach there. I mean, the best example is a game called Blanco's Block Party, which is in open beta. It's a PC game. Now, the team behind that have come from companies like Blizzard and Activision, so they've run some pretty serious mass market games, and they don't even use the term blockchain. I think if you can look through all their marketing, you will probably find it hard to find the term blockchain. And because of that, they've sort of created their own blockchain. It's a kind of custom version of the EOS blockchain, if people care about that sort of stuff. At the moment, it's kind of you don't have your private keys. Probably getting too complex already, but basically you log in with an email and a password, and if you want to buy some of these characters, they're NFTs in the game called Blancos. They're kind of cute little vinyl characters. You just buy them with a credit card. Now they're going to open up the blockchain side of it increasingly over time. So if you're happy owning things in a private wallet, you can sort of do that. But at the moment, they're just like, they're very serious. They want 1 million players, and they realize that the only way to do that is basically to make it, what's the word? Make it kind of exactly the same as playing a PC game, any other PC game. So you have an email and a password. If you lose your password, you email support and say, I've lost my password. And they don't go, well, it's a MetaMask. No one can know your password. You've lost all your stuff, sucker. So I think we're starting to see those kind of people coming in, and people I know as well, more generally in the game space, who haven't really been into blockchain, are now starting to go, partly from what you say, this kind of NFT boom. They're starting to say, so what are blockchain games? What should I be looking at? So I think we're starting to see, this kind of inflection point, not necessarily in terms of take up from players, but in terms of the industry. The games industry starting to become a bit more open, because previously I found the games industry has actually been quite indifferent or actually quite negative to blockchain for reasons I'm not entirely sure about.
Yeah, so to speak to that point, you have a blog that is, where can people find your blog?
Well, yes, I've just started a Substack, so it's called Games TX on Substack, which is like kind of a weekly sort of my views on what's going on with blockchain games.
Yeah, that's great. So anyone tuning in who is interested in learning more or following John as he covers different things that are coming up in the blockchain gaming industry, it's gamestx.substack. You had an article in there commenting on a major games journalist coming out, or journalism platform coming out and saying that they weren't going to cover blockchain gaming. Can you tell our viewers about that and why you think that might be?
It's kind of odd. I'll have to sort of caveat this a little bit. So gamesindustry.biz is one of the big what we call kind of B2B business kind of sites covering games. It's been around goodness knows how long, probably getting for 20 years, and I sort of have a half an axe to grind, because when before I got into blockchain, they were sort of my big competitor when I was running another website. So I'm very sensitive to what they say. But what was funny was one of their sort of senior writers, really good writer, covers games really well, very experienced, put out this kind of it was almost like it would have been an opinion, but obviously because it was like, we're not going to cover blockchain games, it was more like a mission statement for the site. So obviously it was his personal opinion, but obviously they wanted to kind of sort of formalize something that all of them on this website thought. And it was kind of it was interesting, because there was some nuance there, but basically it seemed to be that, and I guess probably anyone in blockchain gets a sort of similar thing, that there's still kind of concern about things like lots of terrorists using Bitcoin to do bad things, or and there's a general still I guess concern, and to some degree rightly, when you take away all the gatekeepers, when something is decentralized, then potentially bad things can happen. But it was a bit odd, I felt, from a games kind of company, a games kind of a media site, which is games in general is very forward and looking at technology all the time, and I don't think there's ever been a bit of technology created over the last 50 years that someone hasn't tried to make a game with it. Just game people just love technology. But they put out this statement saying they weren't going to cover blockchain, and they thought it was all a bit shady. And it kind of got worse than that. So they kind of had this like moral case. It wasn't quite clear how they made that. I think that they kind of said, well, we don't cover. There's quite a lot of kind of gambling games in mobile, and they kind of said, well, we don't cover these gambling games. We don't feel that's kind of right. And we put, they kind of equivocated kind of blockchain with that, and they just kind of didn't feel right morally about it. And they really hoped blockchain games wouldn't be successful. So that was more the odd statement, that they not that they weren't going to cover it. I could sort of understand that, but they weren't going to cover it because morally they kind of felt it was in some way kind of morally wrong. But then they had the caveat at the bottom saying, but of course, if big companies like Ubisoft, who are quite interested in blockchain, if big companies like Ubisoft are talking about blockchain, then obviously we'll cover that. So you're kind of like, well, you're having your cake and eating it. You kind of have to choose one thing or the other. But obviously that was more my personal decision. I thought that was funny because I'm so into blockchain games. That's pretty much all I do these days. So I thought it was funny from that point of view. But I also felt, from having been editor of a website, when you put that statement up, when you put the flag up the flagpole, you immediately, open yourselves up to anytime anything about blockchain gaming is in the news, then people will be sort of either laughing at you or saying, why didn't you cover that? Or, you're just creating a target for yourself. And of course, what has happened is in the few weeks since then, we have had, I think, quite a lot of mainstream kind of news. So there's a big Korean mobile game publisher called Gameville has spent about $30 million buying some shares in one of the big crypto exchanges in South Korea. And then a fairly large VC company that just invests in games has just announced last week that they were setting up a new fund to invest in games companies, and it was only going to be blockchain games companies. So I just kind of felt, it was for lots of different reasons. It kind of made me chuckle, but maybe I'm an evil person.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising for a games media company. Usually, like you said, games are always on the forefront of technology, always interested in emerging tech, and very just forward thinking. So it is surprising that they would decide to opt out when there's so much exciting stuff happening. Before I ask you more about like what most excites you about blockchain gaming, what kind of the newest NFT stuff that's happening has been exciting for you, I'd like to hear a little bit more about your background in journalism. How did you get started doing that? And do you have any advice for students tuning in who might be interested in writing, interested in games, and is thinking about, focusing those talents into the blockchain industry?
Yes, I'll do my best. So I guess my experience of games journalism is that the people I know best do not have very encouraging kind of stories to tell about how they got into games journalism. But my one kind of falls into that context. So I guess how will I start? So I was really into journalism. So I did as a student. We had a student magazine. So I did journalism there. I was actually doing engineering. So I'm not a journalism student, but kind of interested in technology. So I guess that's the kind of two things. And I did have various sort of writing, professional writing jobs, not about games or technology as it was, but I was. So I guess I had a sort of a passion for writing, and I had some sort of formal training in writing, although not a journalism education. But how I got my first job in games journalism was actually one of my friends got a job in games journalism. So that's sort of a terrible, not very easy to replicate kind of bit of advice. And as it happened, he was leaving, so it was sort of a complicated thing. But he was working for a games publication, and he left. So they had a sort of a opportunity there. And I had actually been doing a bit of writing for them. I've been doing some book reviews back when games magazines reviewed books, bizarrely. So I had a sort of foot in the door there. More generally, if people are interested in games journalism, I would say be careful what you wish for. So, I mean, in some ways, it's never been better to. Game journalism, in some ways, has never been more open. I think. I mean, certainly when I started out, it was kind of print publication. So there were some websites there, but web wasn't the thing. As obviously now it's totally flipped. I think when you had to be a print journalist, there were sort of higher standards you needed to kind of meet in terms of like your technical writing had to be quite good. I think with the web, it's in a sense it's easier because there's so many more web publications, but that makes it harder because there's so many more people can sort of apply for them. So I think the one thing you have to prove is, or the two things you have to prove. One is you have to be passionate. So obviously there's for a lot of people their dream job is being a games journalist because they literally think all you do is you play games all day. And for some people that may be all they do, but if you want to have a career, I think you have to think quite quickly about what you're doing that other people aren't doing. Because if you're just reviewing games or just writing up the press release, I mean there are literally a million people in the world, probably tens of millions of people in the world who can do that. So are you like to be the best person at doing that? Well, you're not. But if you're if you're certainly when it comes to blockchain, if you're sort of can prove you have expertise in sort of writing, you know about games, you're passionate about this particular weird thing, blockchain games. I mean, there are at the moment, I think, I would say certainly less than 100 journalists who understand anything about blockchain games. Probably less than 10 in the world who I would say are sort of good at it. So, I would say that kind of specialist area is, if it interests you, would be something to go for. If it doesn't interest you, don't pretend that it interests you. Find something that really interests you. Whether it's, I don't know what it is. You could be into really crazy Japanese RPGs, or you could be into, VR. That'd be a good one, I think, at the moment, because that's still quite an open field. But you have to find like some little niche that you can kind of show off your talents, show that you can write well, show that you have passion for. And the great thing about obviously kind of online stuff is you can create your own blog now. You can create a YouTube channel just doing videos of those things that you really like, and then when you're coming to someone and saying, I love your website, I'm all about blockchain games too, let me show you my stuff. That just makes it easy, because the worst thing that happens as an editor is you have like you have a job going, you have 1,000 people apply for it. It's almost impossible to kind of filter that, and they all say they're brilliant at it, and anything that can just make you go, well, 990 you don't have to worry about because I've got these 10 here. They've been running, or this one's got a YouTube channel, this one's been running a podcast, this one's just got a little blog, this one's just done a 500-word article about the best thing that's come out in the last year, and it's a really good article. This makes stuff easier for the kind of person who's trying to work out who that job is going to go to. The other thing, which again is not so helpful, but I think sometimes if you just if you can solve problems for people, that goes quite a long way. So I guess it becomes sort of an issue about sort of interns, and people have different views on I guess the morality of interns. But if you can just go to even some fairly big websites and say, I can write you one story a day. I just don't want to do it for like a month, and if it's stuff that can be published, then you're just really helping out, some of these sites. So something like that. But it is getting your foot in the door is the hard thing. I suppose now at least you can follow people on Twitter and sort of post on their YouTube and be part of a community. That bit's easier at least. But yeah, I mean, you have to show your passion really.
Yeah, well, I think that's great advice. It really just echoes a lot of the things that our interviewees have said before in interviews with me, which is, take what you're passionate about and what you're good at already. And if you apply blockchain to that, it really presents a good opportunity for you to have a kind of niche that you can fit into and really kind of stand out if you build your expertise in some domain expertise. Because I work with students who are law students, environmental students, philosophers, all sorts of backgrounds that aren't necessarily technologically based, but encourage them to get to know the technology, specialize in blockchain, because that will really set them apart. So to kind of round out our conversation, Reimagine 2021 version 8.0, if anyone is just joining us, this is our state of the art chain. We're kind of catching the wave of this NFT boom, talking about these exciting use cases for gaming, for art. What are some of the most exciting use cases, adoption, celebrities that have kind of jumped on this NFT train in the last month or so?
So yes, there's definitely been kind of 2021 has been this kind of NFT boom. So coming at it from the games point of view, it's not that I would say I'm against NFT art per se. I kind of think the ease of creation of kind of NFT art pieces, and particularly obviously sort of static based art has sort of that's been the kind of the launch pad for the boom, but that's also sort of been has very quickly created problems in terms of kind of IP ownership and do you have, should you be minting that NFT and all that sort of stuff. So I think there is definitely the art thing kind of caught headlines with all the money being made. And I guess that to me kind of is kind of the lowest level of kind of a validation about people care about owning digital items. I think maybe some of the headlines about the enormous amounts of money these things are going for is not very helpful. And I think actually that's where games can come in. So the problem with games is obviously it takes probably at least a year to make a good game. And so that's why we haven't seen, I don't think, a lot of blockchain games, and the ones that have come out have not really been terribly good for various reasons. But I think you can imagine any just a standard game where you probably would have a character and maybe you'd have in-game items, and it's quite easy, I think, conceptually to imagine that you have that character in the game is something that is secured on a blockchain, secured to your account. And as you play that character and it levels up and you get better gear and you can attach the gear and that character within the game is becoming more powerful and having more kind of utility in the game. So you can imagine that, and people obviously get very attached to it. If you've spent 1,000 hours playing in a character in a game and kind of level up all the stats and everything, that's not only is that kind of other people in the game look at that character and go, that's great, but you actually have an emotional attachment to it. That doesn't necessarily mean that character's gonna be worth like $1 million or something like some of the art thing is. And I think one of the things we haven't really seen yet in blockchain games is how we kind of combine this idea of kind of value, which is kind of personal, emotional value and financial value. Because obviously the thing about a blockchain is there is always value attached to every transaction. I mean, that's sort of the inherent thing of a blockchain. So the good thing I think with games is at the beginning you can have these very low low cost items. And I think that is something that one of the reasons that the NFT art thing has sort of, the bubble sort of burst in the way it did was it was seen as kind of exploitative, and like, you know, you couldn't get into that kind of scene. I mean, maybe something like kind of CryptoPunks now. You know, CryptoPunks were given away, well, it was 3.5 years ago, and now the cheapest one's $30,000. I mean, that doesn't seem very enticing to most of us. But if you're buying something that's worth $10, and then you can kind of play that in a game, and maybe over a certain, you know, tens of hours, hundreds of hours, you know, create a character that might be worth $20, then that seems like a more you know, a more kind of scalable way of people getting into games. And that's kind of how I see it. So obviously these things over time may be worth, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars, but I would quite like to see games coming in and sort of creating a new meaning around NFTs, which is they are things that you use in a game. They're things that may have financial value that you can sell on to other players. Obviously, we've seen with things like kind of collectible NFTs, which are a little bit different from the art NFTs, things like the NBA Top Shot thing that people really do like, sort of just collecting things as well. I mean, I think that's a slightly more nuanced kind of use case. People like making complete sets of things, and people like owning kind of, I guess in that case, real world things because they like players or teams or something like that. So I think NFTs can be used in many different ways, and I think just the games will, as blockchain games sort of come out and gain traction, and they will, that will be sort of where the learning starts to come in. And I think that will be the learning for the game developers, but also that will feed into the whole kind of NFT space, that people will there'll be a more kind of nuance. It won't just be this NFT is worth this amount of money, which is, I kind of think, where we still are at the moment, which is fine if you own these expensive NFTs, but for the rest of us is yeah, I think can be off-putting. And I think that sometimes that's where the negativity about NFTs comes along, because it's seen as, well, that's just kind of, that's invented money, and people get very I mean, there is a sort of
a good way for people to launder money. I've heard that one.
Yeah, and I think
like,
I think some of these things don't.
Someone's moving crypto around.
Yeah, and there is this kind of idea that, yeah, you can, you know, if you have a lot of crypto, you can just buy your own NFT, and suddenly you've still got your crypto and you created this thing that's worth a lot of money. I mean, I don't know how much of that goes on, but I just think games, you know, is more open. And I think what's interesting is as well that for some of the games we know have been announced and are coming out, you know, they are not necessarily kind of super hardcore games. You know, there's a game called Stargirls. Actually, it's an existing mobile franchise that I don't know how they're going to do it. I've not seen any detail, but that's a game, you know, like a sort of dressing up style customization game that appeals to kind of young teen kind of girls. So there's kind of weird, you know, interesting experiences you wouldn't think were coming to blockchain. And I think kind of we're seeing that with some of the fandom type stuff. So like Dr. Zeus NFTs are coming to blockchain. Now that's not a game, but that's, you know, Dr. Zeus. That's not immediately what I think of when I think what's going to come to blockchain. So I kind of think this year we will see you know, a broadening of the type of NFTs coming, and I think that will be good, and that will sort of, you know, once you have proper mass market IP, then sort of the kind of mass market will follow that, as long as you're not asking them to install MetaMask.
Yeah. Well, then I have to ask you, have you minted an NFT yet?
I have, yes. So I've done it. I did. I messed around with some stuff, so I just kind of minted some photos back in the day. But yes, I went through a phase when Rareable came out, the kind of the art platform. We kind of created a few kind of funny GIFs and things like that, and we sold one of them. So, but it was a kind of interesting experience, because it did make you think, you know, how. Okay, we kind of think these are quite funny, sort of they're like meme-based NFT GIFs around kind of some of the famous people in blockchain. But how can you create value around them? And so you sort of had to create sets, and you had to, how many were you going to mint? And yeah, it didn't work out, but it was an interesting experience. I think it's something people should play around with in a fun way.
Yeah, I wanted to mint an NFT as a joke for a friend. It was a Polaroid picture of the Beeple.
Yeah.
Like $69 million sale. I just like took a Polaroid picture of it and put that up as an NFT. And I was gonna do it on like OpenSea or Rarible. And, you know, with the Ethereum gas fees these days, I think with this NFT boom, it's really pushing people to look at other platforms and other ways of minting NFTs. So I actually did it on the Tezos network. You know, really, but if I wasn't already, you know, initiated into blockchain, I would not have been able to figure out, you know, how to buy whatever tokens I needed of some other blockchain and write down my seed phrase and all these different things. So really looking forward to the user experience, you know, getting better, and for artists to really take advantage of this new way of creating value and engaging with their fans. So you haven't minted an NFT before. What is your favorite blockchain game? What game are you playing right now?
Well, I'm one of these terrible people who sort of ducks the question by saying I sort of dabble in everything. So it's sort of my job to kind of experience as many as possible. So but I would say, let's have a think. So one I've been playing a lot recently, just because it sort of really blew up, was one called Alien Worlds, which is on the Wax blockchain, which is actually a fairly easy blockchain to get into. You just need kind of an email and a password. So it's kind of you don't need any complex kind of seed phrase. I would say it's not a very exciting game to play at all. It's not finished yet. That's the problem with most blockchain games that are live now is their yeah, you know, probably a long way from being finished. So they tend to sort of launch something and then see if they can build a community and then go, these are the features that are coming. So that game is just basically the moment you can just mint a token, and you the better NFTs you have equipped, the kind of more this token you can mint. So they're a very basic loop there. It was interesting because it got very popular very quickly, but that's another story. I won't go into that. As I mentioned, there's Blanco's Block Party, which is probably the easiest blockchain game in terms of kind of getting into and getting a good experience, because the only thing it has is these characters called Blancos. They're little like vinyl toys, and they're all like limited edition drops. So that's kind of where the blockchain is used to kind of secure those to your account. But the rest of the game, you just sort of run around. They have this kind of crazy world where you can kind of run around and kind of play these mini games. And if you want to, you can there's a whole kind of building thing where you can build like mini games, create your own sort of mini games, racing games and stuff. So that's kind of an interesting one. I guess the kind of one that there's two that the kind of the old school blockchain people like. So one's called Axie Infinity, which is probably, it's been going for 3 years now. It is probably the most serious of the blockchain games out there. You have these again NFTs called Axies. You need 3 of them. You can battle them against other people, so it has that kind of battle element. They have land as an NFT, so they have this again kind of a roadmap over a number of years where they have land and you can build things on them, and you can kind of create these kind of persistent worlds. And then there's another one called Splinterlands, which I always kind of say to people is, if you've never played a blockchain game, I always think Splinterlands is probably the best example of using NFTs and in-game currency, which is a cryptocurrency, and just an email and a password to log in. It's basically like a version of Hearthstone. It's like a simpler version of Hearthstone. I'm a terrible player of Hearthstone. It's much too complicated for me. But it's kind of Splinterlands is just at the right level. You kind of pick a deck of cards. There's various rules, various mana points. You pick your cards, and then you play against someone else, see who wins. And if you win a very small amount of this cryptocurrency called dark energy crystals. So you're kind of having this, the better you are at the game, the more the crystals you win. All the cards on there are NFTs. It's on the Hive blockchain, but they're very cheap. So you can buy that. I think the most expensive card there is that you would want to buy is like about $100. Most of them are about 50 cents a dollar. As you get more cards, you can kind of level up the cards you've got by kind of fusing them together. It does everything you'd expect as a kind of decent game and implements blockchain very well. So that would be the one. That's the one I always kind of tell people. If you've never played a blockchain game, play Splinterlands. You do have to pay $10 to upgrade your account to get the blockchain stuff, but you can try it out for free without the blockchain.
Wow, yeah, that's great. So anyone tuning in, if you want to dip your toes into blockchain gaming, try it for free, pay $10 to actually use all the blockchain functionalities. Splinterlands sounds like a good place to start. Any other advice for newbies? I think, with this NFT boom, a lot of new people are coming into the space. People who might just be tuning in, go check out our Reimagine 2021 YouTube channel, smash the subscribe button, watch all of our interviews for the state of the Artchain if you're interested in learning more about NFTs and gaming and these exciting applications for blockchain. Any other advice about where they should start, what they should look for, where to find you on the internet to read more about blockchain gaming?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So I'm on Twitter at blockchain GMG. I'm very active on YouTube. So I've got a YouTube channel called Blockchain Gaming World. So there's a lot of, I try and cover as much as I can and do videos about that. I mean, I think in general, it is still such a very early kind of stage of the blockchain gaming space. I've always found that the community in general across all the games are kind of very open. There's still, say it's small, so it's quite easy to kind of follow, to work out who the kind of key people to follow on Twitter. And obviously, if you're interested in specific games, then pretty much everyone's on Discord, and those Discord channels are pretty active. So generally, it's quite a welcoming community. It's pretty small, I would say. We're talking at the moment sort of tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands of people in the entire blockchain game space. So you can really delve into it quite quickly. If you just kind of spend the time kind of finding the people and be enthusiastic. Just don't be nasty to people.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for joining us. For any of you just tuning in, we've been talking with John Jordan. He's a blockchain games consultant and the editor of the website blockchaingamer.biz. So be sure to check out his content if you're interested in blockchain and games, and stay tuned for more State of the Artchain Reimagine 2021 virtual conference series.
Y'all thought crypto was a thing.